Okay, I see the live stream is up, just confirming.
That is affirmative. We are rolling.
Thank you. And sergeants, at this time, will you please start your recordings? PC recording has started.
Recording to the cloud underway.
Thank you, and good morning, and welcome to today's remote New York City Council Fiscal 2023 Executive Budget Hearing of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure, and then later the Committees on Immigration and Aging. At this time, would all council members and staff please turn on their video? To minimize disruption, please place electronic devices on vibrate or silent mode. All public testimony is set to be given on May 25th at 10 a.m. But if you would like to submit testimony, you may do so at testimony@council.nyc.gov. Once again, that is testimony@council.nyc.gov. Thank you for your cooperation. We are ready to begin.
Thank you. Good morning and welcome to the first portion of today's executive budget hearing. This is our fifth day of executive budget hearings, and today we welcome our former council colleague and now Commissioner of the Department of Transportation, Ydanis Rodriguez. I'm also joined by the Chair of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure, Majority Whip Sylvana Brooks Powers. Quickly, the department's fiscal 23 budget of $1.4 billion represents 1.4% of the city's proposed fiscal 23 budget in the executive plan. DOT's fiscal 23 budget increased by $100.7 million or 7.6% from the preliminary plan of $1.3 billion. The increase is the result of a number of actions taken, most significant of which is a new need of $53.2 million added for the Transportation Streets Plan, an adjustment of $17 million in state funding for the Staten Island Ferry, $3.9 million in federal funding for the Traffic Management Center, and $1.3 million in federal Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act funding. Commissioner Rodriguez, I'd like to welcome you and your team to today's hearing. I plan on focusing my questions on the Transportation Master Plan, City Bike, street resurfacing, transit signal priority, and some other issues. I look forward to forthright answers from the department to learn about how DOT's fiscal 23 dollars will be spent, and more importantly, where. Issues like street resurfacing, city bike placement, the master plan, and other critical issues must be equitable to neighborhoods across the 5 boroughs and every zip code. Underserved areas must be prioritized. This council will fight for a fair and equitable overall budget, and that goes for the DOT budget as well. I want to take a moment to thank John Basile, Chima Obichair, John Yedin, and the entire Finance Division for their work on today's hearing and all the hearings up until now. I'll now turn to Majority Whip and Chair of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, Councilmember Brooks Powers, for her opening remarks.
Good morning, and thank you, Chair Brannon, and welcome to the City Council Finance Committee and Transportation and Infrastructure Committee's joint hearing on the fiscal 2023 executive budget. My name is Sylvana Brooks Powers, and I have the privilege of chairing the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. Today, we will be hearing from the Department of Transportation. I would like to thank the Chair of the Committee on Finance, Councilmember Justin Brannon, for his leadership and partnership throughout this budget process and during these hearings. A reminder to those watching that members of the public are invited to testify on Wednesday, May 25th, and you may visit council.nyc.gov to learn more. Before I begin, I would like to take a moment to recognize that tragically, 8 New Yorkers have died from traffic accidents in a span of just 4 days. Traffic fatalities are now at their highest level since Vision Zero was launched in 2014, at a total of 254 people. These deaths are preventable, and the city has committed billions of dollars to Vision Zero in order to stop these deaths from occurring. Today and moving forward, we hope that the Department of Transportation remains committed to the goals of Vision Zero and addresses this tragedy by promoting safer streets in all communities. The mayor's recent announcements look promising, and I hope to be a part of this important ongoing work. We are here today to continue the fiscal 2023 budget process. In March, this committee held its preliminary budget hearing, and we confronted the reality that transportation policy in this city has vastly underinvested in transportation deserts and ignored the needs of people with disabilities. Since then, I have continued my tour of all 51 council districts to hear directly from local communities, advocates, and elected officials on the transportation issues affecting New Yorkers, so that we can work to reverse decades of underinvestment and neglect. Today, we are here to continue the fiscal 2023 budget process with this subject in mind. And it is my hope that this budget process will lead to the adoption of a budget that is equitable and fair to all communities citywide. The Department of Transportation's executive expense budget for fiscal 2023 is approximately $1.4 billion. In addition, $12.1 billion is budgeted for the department's capital program. As a result of our preliminary budget response, which called on the administration to add $3.1 billion to the city's street plan, the administration has included an additional $904 million to enhance the plan. While I welcome the new funding, it still falls short of the council's budget response proposal. Additionally, one-time fiscal 2022 council discretionary funding remains missing for Vision Zero education campaign. We look forward to receiving an update on how this new funding will be used and whether it is sufficient to meet the plan's legislative benchmarks. We also hope to hear how the Department of Transportation is addressing the needs of neighborhoods like mine that are suffering from high rates of traffic fatalities and crashes. It is my hope that the department will look to invest in these communities in order to transform city streets into safe and usable infrastructure. Finally, we look forward to the commissioners updating the committee on the department's efforts to maintain the city's roadway infrastructure, particularly in regard to its 4-year capital plan. I would like to thank the committee staff who have helped prepare this hearing. John Basile, the principal financial analyst, Chima Obichier, the unit head and also a constituent of mine, Elliot Lynn, senior committee counsel, Jessica Steinberg Albin, senior committee counsel, Rick Arbello, senior policy analyst, Kevin Katowski, senior policy analyst, as well as the members of my own staff, my chief of staff, Sydney Renwick, and my policy director, Alex Hunter. I will now pass it back to the Finance Council to continue our hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairs Brannon and Brooks Powers. Good morning and welcome to the first agency hearing for May 12th, the Department of Transportation. My name is Malcolm Butelhorn and I am counsel to the Finance Committee. I would first like to acknowledge council members present for the record. We are joined today by council members Brannon, Brooks Powers, Arreola, Velasquez, Farias, Yeager, Lewis, Osei, Kagan, Hudson, and Lee. Unlike in past, council members and members of the mayoral administration will have the ability to mute and unmute themselves. When not speaking, please remember to mute yourself. If you forget to do so and we hear background noise, we will go ahead and mute you. Council members who have questions should use the raise hand function in Zoom. I will call on you in the order with which you raised your hand. Councilmember questions will be limited to 5 minutes. The following members of the administration will testify and/or answer questions. Commissioner Yadanis Rodriguez, Eric Beaton, Deputy Commissioner for Transportation Planning and Management, Elizabeth Franklin, Associate Commissioner of Budget and Capital Program Management, Yogesh Sangjivi, Associate Commissioner for Grants and Fiscal Management, Charles Ugbekbu, Assistant Commissioner for Regional and Strategic Planning, and Rebecca Zach, Assistant Commissioner for Intergovernmental and Community Affairs. I will first read the oath, and after I will call on each member from the administration individually to respond. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before these committees and to respond honestly to council member questions. Commissioner Rodriguez,
Yes, I do.
Associate Commissioner Franklin,
Yes, I do.
Deputy Commissioner Beaton,
Yes, I do.
Associate Commissioner Sanjeevi,
Yes, I do.
Assistant Commissioner Ugekbu, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing,
Yes, I do.
and Assistant Commissioner Zach.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Rodriguez, you may begin when ready.
Good morning, buenos dias, Chair Brooks Powers, Chair Brannan, and members of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure and Committee on Finance. Annie Danis Rodriguez, Commissioner of the New York City Departments of Transportation. With me today are Eric Beaton, Deputy Commissioner for Transportation Planning and Management, Elizabeth Franklin, Associate Commissioner of Budget and Capital Program Management, Yogesh Sanghvi, Associate Commissioner for Grant and Fiscal Management, Charles Ukebo, Assistant Commissioner for Regional and Strategy Planning, and Rebecca Sack, Assistant Commissioner for Intergovernmental and Community Affairs. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of Mayor Eric Adams on DOT's FY23 executive budget and FY22-31 capital plan. I'm proud to be here for my first executive budget hearing on this side of the table as DOT Commissioner after my 12 years serving on the Committee on Transportation and 8 years as Chair, and look forward to partnering with you all. At the first 100 days address, Mayor Eric Adams unveiled his vision for our shared future and this budget that reflects those values. As the mayor said, this budget put people front and center, especially those who have often been left behind. Despite the massive shocks to our system in the past 2 years, our city entered fiscal year 2023 on a strong financial footing, which is the result of effective planning and fiscal responsibility. This budget will allow DOT to fight the rise in reckless driving, enhance safety with intersection upgrade, provide more public space in communities across the city, speed up buses, expand and harden our bike lane network, make the city more accessible for all New Yorkers, including people with disability, maintain our infrastructure, and continue to transport about 25 million passengers each year on the Staten Island Ferry. And it will further the mayor my commitment to focus our investment in working class communities that have received less investment historically. DOT's $1.4 billion FY23 expense budget that, as you can see, include 150 for bridges, 147 for ferries, roadway 216, sidewalk and street management other 304, traffic operation 450, and transportation planning and management 194 million. DOT proposed 26 capital commitment plan totals, include bridges 4 billion, a street reconstruction 4 billion, resurfacing 2.9 billion, sidewalk 3.2 billion. First, as the mayor announced, this administration is making a historic investment of $904 million to advance the goals laid out in the New York City Street Plan and rapidly build out critical street safety and public transportation infrastructure. These investments include nearly $580 million in capital funding, as well as expense funding that ramps up to more than $65 million annually, or $328 million over 5 years. This will fund positions to conduct outreach and community engagement, as well as manage, monitor, and coordinate agency efforts to meet the plan's benchmarks. This funding is both an important down payment for the NYC street plan benchmarks and also fills critical shortfalls in other ongoing work. This investment is critical for furthering Mayors Eric Adams and my commitment to create a more equitable city and our goal of making New York City the safer city for pedestrians and cyclists in the United States of America. As I testified before this committee previously, the NYC street plan lay out priority investment areas that will help focus our investment to where they can have the greatest impact. DOT will continue to invest in communities across the entire city, but going forward, street design investments as a whole will be prioritized in higher need neighborhood based on the PIA tiers, while still being guided by data such as crash histories and slow bus speed. The city's transportation network must meet the need of all New Yorkers, regardless of race, ability, or economic status, in a safe, efficient, and sustainable manner. And these historic investments will help push us closer to that goal. Far too many New Yorkers have lost their lives to traffic violence. This new NYC street plan funding builds on ongoing budgetary commitment to curb traffic deaths. The Total Vision Zero investment in DOT's current 10-year capital plan.
Yeah, we'd have to find out too what.
FY 22-31 is nearly $3 billion, in addition to an average yearly investment of about $250 million in expense budget. This street plan investments in the mayor's executive budget goes with funding for our previous announcement that we are redesigning 1,000 intersections to enhance safety. Thanks to funding in this budget, we will make a intersection safety enhancement in areas near Southern Boulevard and Boston Road in the Bronx, Bayswater Park in Queens, the New York Public Library main branch in Manhattan, and on new Upchurch Avenue in Gowanus in Brooklyn. This budget includes $195 million in capital funds to help us install raised crosswalks citywide in partnership with the Departments of Design and Construction. When it comes to bikes, turning to bikes, our bike lanes make roads safer for all road users. And we are focused on improving the cycling network coverage and connectivity across the entire city by building the bike lane network. The street plan investment in this expense budget includes $27.8 million in FY23, increasing to $33.5 million in FY26, and the other year to expand the city protected bike lane network. On capital side, this budget includes nearly $26 million that will go towards creating a raised and protected two-way bike lane on Willis Avenue in the Bronx, connecting the Willis Avenue Bridge and Roberto Clemente Plaza, which will also include accessibility, safety, and bus stop improvements. It also includes funding for destination greenways to improve access to parks in Brooklyn and Queens, $30 million to Utopia Parkway in Queens that will allow us to initiate a new greenway connection from Little Bay Park and John Michaels Miles to the wider bike network in this part of Queens. The funding will also allow us to bring significant pedestrian and bike improvements while protecting the waterfront on the parkway's northern end. And in Brooklyn, work is on the way on one of the most critical segments of the Brooklyn Waterfront Greenway, currently planned for completion late next year. This project will create a safe, separate bike path connecting Sunset Park to Red Hook and Gowanus on Hamilton Avenue. Additionally, pedestrian safety, landscaping, and accessibility enhancements will help realize the vision of a connected waterfront greenway for the borough of Brooklyn. The budget also includes funds for hardening existing bike lanes to enhance safety, adding 6.6 million in FY23 and FY24, and 500,000 in FY25 and the other years. DOT crews have already begun work to meet the administration commitment to upgrade physical infrastructure on 20 miles of bike lanes by the end of 2023. Mayor Adams recently announced, in addition, 5 bike lanes that have been selected to upgrade, keeping the city on track to complete 10 miles of bike lane upgrade in 2022 and 10 more miles in 2023. This includes 20th and Grand Street in Brooklyn, Northern Boulevard in Queens, 60th Street in Manhattan, and Southern Boulevard in the Bronx. When it comes to buses, our Better Buses program is speed up buses and shortens commute through dedicated bus lane and busways. These budgets fund approximately 15 million per year starting in FY23, increasing to 23 million in FY26 and the other years to build out more protected bus lanes. It also includes 29 million in capital funds to install bus lane cameras. It is not enough to just speed up buses. We need to continue to improving the bus riding experience for New Yorkers. Annually, expense funding is provided in this budget for bus stop upgrades at 1.5 million in FY23, increasing to 3.8 million in FY26 and the other years. Capital funds are provided in this budget to fund safer and more accessible bus stops on 79th Street in Manhattan, as well as a number of projects in the Bronx tied to the MTA bus network redesign, such as bus improvements on White Plain Road. In Brooklyn, we will start construction next year on improvements to the B82 bus route, one of the largest street projects in our 10-year capital. This project will provide many benefits to bus riders, including expanded and accessible bus stops, as well as safety benefits for all street users throughout the route. Through this project, DOT will also reconstruct the medians along Kings Highway to a state of the good repair. I would like to thank Councilmember Lewis for her financial support for this project. For bus stop real-time passenger information, this budget includes 74 million in capital funds for installation, as well as 840,000 in FY23, increasing to 1.2 million in FY26 and the other year for maintenance and operations. These investments will allow us to enhance the experience of bus riders throughout the whole city of New York. And related to buses and other public transportation, as Mayor Eric Adams and Speaker Adams announced, the Fair Fares program will be expanded and made permanent. This budget baseline, 75 million, is funding for discounted MTA riders and is the first time that the city has guaranteed annual funding for this program. This is a special personal for me, since together with the previous speaker, we also championed the Fair Fare program. On accessibility, DOT is committed to making the city more accessible for all New Yorkers. Many of the bus projects I mentioned include accessibility enhancements, and the agency continue to work with the MTA to make bus stops physically accessible for all users, growing from a long-standing program to upgrade bus stops under elevated subways to now addressing all kinds of physically inaccessible bus stops. This budget also includes $1.5 billion in capital funding over the next 4 years to continue pedestrian ramps installation and upgrade citywide. Our accessibility pedestrian signal APS program provide access to traffic signals for pedestrians with vision disabilities and is the largest and fastest expanding in the whole nation. This budget includes $232 million in capital funds for APS installation and expense funds to support this installation. $11 million in FY23, growing to a baseline of 16.8 annually. DOT will install APS at 400 intersections this year, 500 next year, and eventually over 1,000 intersections annually, with 10,000 intersections equipped with APS by the end of 2030. That's how we are taking care with a great community of close to 1 million New Yorkers that have physical challenges. Together, this work will make it easier for the approximately, again, 1 million New Yorkers living with that reality. On open space, all New Yorkers should also have access to safe, welcoming, and attractive public space close to where they live. In the lead up to Car-Free Day, last month, DOT launched the 22 Open Street program through which New Yorkers will be able to enjoy more public space on 150 streets, covering a total of 300 blocks. This budget includes funds that will allow us to advance permanent redesign of popular open streets, including $88 million to transform 34th Avenue in Queens. And to support new, vibrant public space in areas that would not have had it in otherwise, this budget includes $5.4 million in FY23 and the outer years for a public space equity program. This comprehensive approach to public space support and management includes partners reimbursements and a contract for maintenance, landscaping, and technical assistance for public space partner organizations in greatest need. This will allow us to continue providing direct support to over 20 open streets, over 30 plaza, and more in the future. We encourage council members, my colleagues, to connect us with community organizations that are interested in becoming public space partners. When it comes to freight, to reduce congestion and competition for limited curb space, DOT will be exploring and piloting micro distribution centers, location of facility for transferring goods from large commercial vehicles to a smaller, more sustainable last mile delivery models. This budget includes $959,000 in FY23 and baseline $154,000 in FY25 to support the freight industry engagements report and pilot required by local law 166 of 2021. We are excited about the potential of these centers to enhance safety, efficiency in the public right of way while accommodating the growing number of deliveries. When we look to educational awareness media campaign, this month, DOT unveiled Speeding Ruins Lives, a public awareness campaign directed at drivers that aim to counter speeding in New York City. The campaign, which used baseline Vision Zero media funding, is widespread across the 5 boroughs and includes billboards, bus shelters, Link NYC, kiosks, and gas station pumps, radio, TV, print, and digital ads are featured in multiple languages. To ensure New Yorkers continue to hear from us, this budget baseline in additional $960,000 in funding that will allow to expand our education and media and promotional events going forward. This will enable us to reach more New Yorkers and spread important news and educational information to the diverse communities across the city. Example of this type of work include amplifying the city's effort to expand automatic enforcement programs, announcing new or enhanced bike lanes, and celebrating car-free events. On federal funding, turning to federal funding, as the agency testified last month, DOT is working closely with City Hall and our sister agency to go after every dollar available from the bipartisan infrastructure law to advance projects that will benefit New Yorkers for decades to come. Our team has a history of successfully competing for federal grants. I'm very proud of the great work that they have done. Some recent successes include winning a $2 million race planning grant to reimagine the Cross Bronx Expressway last year in partnership with New York State DOT and the Departments of City Planning. A $10 million grant in 2020 for bus stop improvement along BX6 selectable services route, which connects Washington Heights in Manhattan to South Bronx, and a $9 million grant in 2019 for a safe route to transit project to make infrastructure, pedestrian safety, and accessibility enhancements for transit riders along 86th Street in Brooklyn. I'm happy to say that this budget funded additional headcount for a grant unit to assist with the coordination, completion, and review of bill grant application. On a state good repairs and other capital safety projects, this budget adds $185 million to fund dozens of capital projects to address state of good repair and to enhance safety. Some examples include a street and sidewalk reconstruction upgrade in Far Rockaway and South Jamaica in Queens, South Shore in Staten Island, and in Clason Point and Harding Park in the Bronx, following a DEP project to upgrade the sewer system. Many critical projects are also ongoing. We recently started construction for the next phase of our Great Street program for Atlantic Avenue between Conduit and Rockaway Boulevard in East New York and Ozone Park in Queens. This project will continue important safety enhancement along the corridor, as well as introduce project protected bike path along a new planted median. And we are starting the construction of many critical capital projects. This year, we will begin construction on a project to make access to Canarsie Pier in Brooklyn safe. Next year, we will partner with the Department of Environmental Protection to bring much needed street repair and flooding relief to dozens of neighborhood streets in South Jamaica. A street will be brought to DOT standards, and we will be making safety accessibility enhancements. This project is part of the largest Southern Queens initiative and will bring critical investment to a part of the city that has received less investment historically. This is how we're dealing also with equity. We are also planning to start construction next year on one of several large school safety contracts citywide. This project will create safer pedestrian crossing near 80 schools in Brooklyn and Staten Island, which will particularly benefit school-age children. Turning to our bridges, this budget funds the reconstruction of bridge that carries Grand Street over Newton Creek. For upcoming construction, we plan to start construction soon on the Williamsburg Bridge, continuing the goal of maintaining the iconic East River bridges in a state of good repair. This contract will extend the service life of the bridge for up to 60 years and will include rehabilitating the floor beams, structures supporting the subway tracks, and more. In this fall, we plan to start construction on Fifth Avenue Bridge over the Long Island Railroad and subway track, which is important north-south connection between Sunset Park and Bay Ridge in Brooklyn. This project will modernize the 106-year-old bridge to the current design standards and address the factors that are contributing to its decline. On automatic safety enforcement, before I close, I must once again take this opportunity to emphasize Mayor Eric Adams and my call on the state to please allow the city of New York to expand and enhance our automatic enforcement program. We are speaking for the 8.6 million New Yorkers who are tired and fed up to losing so many great New Yorkers. Our safety projects are critical for enhancing safety on our street, but we need every tool available to us to save lives and fight the rise in reckless drivers. And we need your support, council members, including a home rule message. Without action by the legislature, the council, and the governor, who has expressed her support, these life-saving cameras will go dark on July 1st. We can do it together. New York City deserves to have the expansion of speed camera and automatic enforcement. We can save lives. There's too much blood on our streets from people of all ages, economic and ethnic backgrounds. Together, we must do everything in our control to keep New Yorkers safe. In conclusion, I would like to thank the council for the opportunity to testify before you today, especially the two chairs who are my friends as they were my colleagues. We should all be proud that New York City has the largest transportation network in the nation. And we have great leadership in DOT that they've been working for decades to improve our transportation system. I look forward to partnering with you as we work together to make this network in our city safer, more equitable, and accessible for all New Yorkers for generations to come. Gracias por la oportunidad de testificar ante ustedes. Hoy estamos presentando el presupuesto del alcalde Eric Adams de la administración, donde nosotros buscamos tener todos los recursos necesarios para que la ciudad de Nueva York siga siendo la ciudad más segura de los Estados Unidos de América. We will now be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. It's good to see everybody. I have to give a special thanks to folks that I talked to quite a bit who are very helpful. In the Brooklyn office, certainly Commissioner Bray, Leroy Branch, Claudette Workman, and Rebecca, who I see is there with you today. Very, very responsive and helpful, and that doesn't go unnoticed. So I appreciate that very much. We got a lot to do, so let's get into this. Before we begin, the committee may not get to all the questions, or we don't hope for this, but if you don't have the responses sufficient, we will send a follow-up letter for any unanswered questions. So, Commissioner, fatalities among bicyclists have increased from 14 in 2014 to 25 so far this year, 2022. It's almost an 80% increase. Moreover, pedestrian fatalities increased from 107 to 123 between fiscal 20 and fiscal 23. Overall, it's unclear at the present pace if the city will achieve its goal of Vision Zero, which is what we all want by 2024. What largely does DOT attribute this increase to? And then what is DOT doing to address the issue of these increasing traffic fatalities?
Thank you, Chairman. And look, there's no doubt that, you know, we have a bad year, and even especially we had one of the worst weeks. In the last 2 weeks, we had those numbers of more than 10, pedestrians that unfortunately in cycling that we are losing. Future doctor, student at NYU, a mother original from Nigeria that in her mother day, her daughter was watching her how she was dying. Chairman, reckless drivers is the cause of this epidemic. DOT is doing the necessary investment. The council is working with this administration to provide, all the financial support that we need. The team here doing a great job on redesigning, looking at any intersection that we need to reorganize the signal light. We are creating bike lane, bus lane, open street, everything that required from the perspective of redesigning have been doing is something that DOT had done it. There's a trend nationwide when it comes to, those individuals who are killing pedestrians and drivers. Most of them, they are drunk when they're driving. Most of them, they are speeding. Most of them are not obeying the law. Most of them are behaving in a way that is unacceptable. So far, speed was a factor in at least 78 fatalities in 2021, up to 61% from the 2018 and 2020 average. This year, the number doesn't look good. And the main cause is related to violence drivers that we have seen that speed camera and make them to reduce the speed, because when we have a speed camera, we have seen a reduction of 14% injuries, and we also have seen a reduction of crashes in more than 60%. Those crashes are happening at intersection where the speed camera must be turned off by state law, and they also operate from Monday to Friday. That's why we need your support to expand a speed camera in automatic enforcement so that we can have it the whole years, and that the city should have the power to decide where do we install those cameras, following the data on crashes that happen in location that right now we are not allowed to install those cameras.
I'm with you there. I gotten my share of tickets from speed cameras, and it's made me a better driver, 100%. That's bottom line. And that's why I support them. Supported their expansion, and we certainly support it now. You'll remember you were our colleague back in 2019 when we passed the Transportation Master Plan. It's legislated to take effect in FY22. As you know, the master plan calls for the installation of at least 250 protected bike lanes, 150 protected bus lanes, bus stop upgrades, the redesign of at least 2,000 intersections, and other major transportation projects that we support. Last month, the council called on the administration to add an additional $3.1 billion to the streets plan in our preliminary budget response. So far, the mayor has announced that an additional $904 million in funding would be allocated. Can you give us an update on the status of the transportation master plan, and in focusing on equity, how will the DOT ensure that the master plan projects are funded and equitably distributed across the 5 boroughs?
Yeah, I first of all, thank you, Chair, and I'm proud, to stand here, collaborating not only to share information, but also to celebrate, that, probably I'm the first DOT commissioner that have been a council member that understand the need that each college has when it comes to advocate not only for the constituency that represent, but also the role that you play balancing this budget. I feel that, when we look to where are we today, I think that, the $905 million that the mayor designated is a down payment to this program. And even when we look on, and of course, as a commissioner, I always want more. So not only I know that the mayor always and OMB be able to work with us to identify way of how, we always continue to get the funding that we need to build more protected bus lane, to build more bike lane, to build more open restaurant, open street. But, this is opportunity. I hope that also, each council member, as I did it, I hope that they also think they help us with the capital raise of money to identify any particular project that is important in those districts. But when it comes to the role that you as a chairman of finance, Speaker Adam and the chairman of transportation is doing, advocating, continue this conversation about identifying need that we have to always have more funding. The $905 million is additional funding that will allow the different division here at DOT to have the resources that we need to redesign danger intersection to accomplish our goal of the numbers of bus lanes that Mayor Adam committed, and that also had those goals, including the street master plan. So we are in a good place. We always will be happy to get more money. We will work with OMB to identify need and how to get support from City Hall. And of course, the support of the council is always very important.
Okay, City Bike, can you update the committees on the status of the City Bike Share Program? And have there been any discussions with the administration and City Bike operators on the possibility of using city funds to further extend its reach citywide?
I feel that because we were there together in 2020 when we saw an expansion of City Bike to Northern Manhattan, to South Bronx and other locations. And we look on not only at City Bike, but also we look at micro mobility, expansion of other bike share program, scooter that also are covering areas. We feel that working together with all those type of micro mobility, including City Bike, we will see more expansion in our at this moment right now. While started a City Bike only covering downtown Manhattan, we are seeing expansion of Brooklyn, Queens, Northern Manhattan, South Bronx, and other places. And we will continue again conversation with the partners that live to identify way of how we continue expanding this great program. And more than the expansion, Chairman, is about making this program always affordable. It's been shown that as the program provides a discount to the resident of Nycc, we also want to work together to educate, our especially working class community about the benefit of cycling. So that beside creating the infrastructure, we also want to be sure that those New Yorkers who can get a discount, the resident of Nycc and others who live on the poverty line also take advantage. But our goal is to expand City Bike, is to continue to expand other type of micromobility until we cover every single community in our city of New York.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I think it would be great to see, some other bike share companies being allowed to set up here. Certainly in areas like mine where we've basically gotten to the doorstep of our district, but because City Bike has a monopoly in large parts of the city, and because they're so reliant on the dock-to-dock network, it makes it much harder. And what we've seen is that the company has concentrated its docks in neighborhoods that are already pretty well served by public transportation, but ignored a lot of the transit deserts. So that's something
I agree with you. I feel that, we have great opportunity to continue expanding. I love the partnership. You remember that because we were there together when Commissioner Politromber also was very helpful to renegotiate, the City Bike, a program that almost failed. And I think that with the negotiation between DOT and the new stakeholders of that industry, and then the last one leave, we have seen a level of expansion, but we are not there where we should be, and we should be able to work together. Look, I think that first of all, I appreciate, City Bike was there on the Car Free Day. They provide, free membership. They've been great partners with DOT. But Mayor Adam also saying in the past that he was open to explore other partners here in the city of New York. I feel that, we will continue conversation, and we hope again that not only we will see City Bike where they are expanding to other area, but also we need to be sure that we don't build any second tier or use of the bike, that we only have one tier, and that the service be accessible and affordable for all New Yorkers. As you know me for years, no one will be fighting more on equity, especially to be sure that City Bike is affordable to working class New Yorkers than me, because that's what I have done my whole life.
I appreciate that, Commissioner. Quickly on resurfacing streets and pothole repairs. So DOT previously had a goal to repave 1,300 lane miles annually. which was reduced to 1,100 lane miles per year in fiscal 2020 and 21. The reduced paving level was acceptable at the time because of a mild winter and reduction in traffic at the beginning of the pandemic, which caused less wear and tear on the city streets. In our budget response, the council urged the administration to increase baseline funding of street surfacing by $45 million in the executive budget to allow DOT to repave 1,300 lane miles annually, which was the original goal back in 20 and 21. So given that the executive budget only provided funding to repave 1,100 lane miles, is the resurfacing of 1,100 lane miles adequate to meet the city's need, or has DOT noticed additional damage to city roads after this winter?
Yeah, and I will start answering the question, and I will pass it to my colleagues here, Elizabeth or Eric. They also can complement all the information that you need. One thing that first of all, resurfacing and paving, usually as everyone, we need to remind all council members and the audience and members of the public, mainly take place during the spring and the summer, because we have 4 different stations. And this is one thing that, that we also want to remind everyone, especially, as we go directly to the question, but when people look for area that we have, that we will be resurfacing or paving the street, I want for people again to understand that spring and the summer is the time when most of the work are done. But let me pass it to Elizabeth so that she can follow your question, and probably very want to add anything else, but Elizabeth can answer.
Sure. The 1,300 lane miles that we did for a few years was certainly extremely helpful to get our streets in good condition. But a big problem in our resurfacing program over time was that we didn't have steady funding. Every year, the budget was very underfunded in the out years, and every year, some council members might remember this, we had to get more funding for the next year. What we have now is a fantastic situation. I can't overstate it, where we have baseline funding at 1,100 resurfacing lane miles per year, plus another 50 for bike lane miles specifically. And so that's really, we're in a good position right now to keep a steady funding level for resurfacing.
Sorry, thank you. For pothole repairs, in the first 4 months of FY22, DOT repaired a little over 36,000 potholes. I think about 30,000 of them are in my district. 33% more in the same period than last year. The average time to close a pothole work order increased from 2 to 4 days. These changes are related to a 15% increase in pothole work orders, which the DOT correlates to a doubling of 311 complaints for pothole repairs compared to fiscal 21. Coupled with staff shortages and fewer DOT crews during the pandemic. So how much funding does DOT allocate towards pothole repairs, and how many potholes does the DOT plan to fix this year, and how many were done last year?
Yeah, the DOT currently allocate over 25 million to street repair, other than resurfacing per year, which include pothole repair. Our crew respond to pothole demand, which is driven by various factors, including freeze, toll, cycles, wear and tear on pavement, and long-term capital investment in roadway. Last fiscal year, FY21, we fixed around 175,000 pothole total. The fiscal year, we have already fixed more than 160,000 pothole, including 11,000 at 2 pothole blitz event last month, when 150 pothole crew workers all day Saturday. I want to thank all of them, because I also joined them in that particular one of those Saturday where we are Rain and Joe and other members of the roadway. They were doing great job. We just want also to remind all of us that we always will be taking care of the pothole. We have a goal to respond to any pothole in a 3-day time frame, but the more resurfacing and paving we do, the less pothole we will have. And that's what we want to get. And that's what we want to focus However, we know the pothole is something that we have to take care, and we've been doing the 10-year. Thank you to the great workers that we have at DOT, a roadway division. They're doing a great job taking care of the potholes.
Yeah, they do. So they, they're very, again, your Brooklyn office and Rebecca have been super, super responsive. I can't thank you enough there. I can't make any complaints there. So you said, I heard you on the radio the other day, but you just said it now. I want to get it on the record. For the amount of time, if someone calls in 311, what are we saying? How long until that pothole gets filled?
We're doing 3 days. However, there's a moment and situation where it's not only to cover the pothole. If there's any code that related to
Right.
a deep challenge,
Yep.
that's another situation. And again, as also want to reinforce what I said before. In many places, especially like the country where I was born and raised, is always warm in the Caribbean, Dominican Republic. But here we had to deal with 4 different stations. So the winter is a challenge to take care of the pothole, but our commitment is to fix the pothole in less than 3 days, unless there's challenges related to on the ground that involve DEP or the agencies.
Got it. We'll work on the weather. We'll do our best. Open restaurants. In response to the pandemic, Open Restaurants program was launched to expand seating outdoors for restaurants in select corridors citywide. Wanted to get an update, which was first launched in 2020 as a temporary pilot program. Open Restaurants was given year-round permanent extension by the de Blasio administration in September of 2020. How many businesses are currently enrolled in the Open Restaurant program? And do you have numbers for the total enrollment in each borough?
We do in total, and we launched in June 2020 to give New York a space to safely dine out outside. And again, this is an initiative that the council must take credit, because this initiative also came together as a result of the council and the previous administration. That's where the decision was made for DOT to run the open restaurant. As the council codified in the law 114 of 2020, DOT is working in partnership with our sister agency to make this program permanent. So far, we have 12,000 open restaurants. We have say 100,000 jobs. And as you know, conversation continue with the council, hoping that this program will be permanent, and hoping that DOT, with the experience that the agency had, taking care of the roadway resurfacing and working with the utility program, doing open pedestrian, other things. We hope that DOT is in a great position to run this program permanent, hopefully by 2023.
Do we know?
Sorry, Chairman, let me also give you the breakdown per borough as you asked a question. So on percentage, as I say, over 12,000 restaurants are part of the open restaurant program, compared to 1,200 sidewalk cafe in the Department of Consumer Affairs program prior to the open restaurant. So before open restaurant, we only have 1,200 sidewalk. After COVID, during COVID and after, through this program, that number has increased to 12,000,
wow,
being the largest one in the nation. The breakdown is Manhattan 6,000 in a 48%, Brooklyn 3,000 on 24%, Queens 2.4 thousand on 20%, Bronx over 600, 5%, and Staten Island close to 200 on 2%. Many of those areas are areas that working class community New Yorkers never had the opportunity to enjoy a dinner with a family member in a sidewalk or the open restaurant before COVID.
It's true. And I know the answer, and again, your team has been great on this, especially Rebecca, but what is the procedure, or what will be the procedure going forward to remove the shelters that have become damaged or abandoned and are no longer in use? Because we hear about that. For as many restaurants are taking advantage of it, there's some that look like abandoned shipwreck out there. So what's the plan going forward there? Is there a proactive plan, or is that still going to be sort of complaint driven?
No, it is a proactive effort. DOT has done more than 60,000 inspections in those 12,000 open restaurant that we have. This program, DOT has since ramped up its enforcement, removing over 60 non-compliant structures and issuing 24 summons those so far. So for us, quality of life is important. What we also know is that while study as something temporary, during COVID, now that we're moving, hopefully with a plan to be permanent, now we have a director.
Kevin, come here. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I say now we working at DOT to be sure that what study as something temporary as we moving, hopefully to make this program permanent. Now we have a director. Now we're moving to hire dozens or men and women that they will be working in the open restaurant division, so that we can have the structure that we need to continue stepping on enforcement. We agree with any community board. We agree with any council member. There's has been a structure that some restaurant owner they have left it empty, that they are not helping us, but we feel that percentage, they are a low minority, that the vast majority of the restaurant, they taking care of the structure.
All right, let's talk about the BQE. I hope to live to see the day that we tear that thing down and build a tunnel, but I'm not sure we have the money for that currently. I'm looking for it though. 2 years ago, the council released the findings of a report titled "The Future of the BQE." And it was to look at alternatives to repair the BQE, specifically the triple cantilever. The de Blasio administration commissioned a panel to evaluate the reconstruction of the BQE. The DOT currently anticipates spending $1.5 billion on this project between fiscal 22 and fiscal 2031. Can you provide us with an update on the status of the BQE cantilever project? And does DOT plan to move forward with its plan to fix the BQE cantilever, or is there an alternative plan that we're looking at?
The BQE is the BQE is a critical roadway for moving people and good, and we need to ensure that it is safe. And that's what the bridge division work 24 hours, and they're doing a great job to be sure that it is safe. The new administration has been taking a close look and remains committed to addressing this issue in the long term. We look forward to engaging local elected officials and community stakeholders soon on more elected officials. We already have some starting conversation with Councilmember Lincoln, the Brooklyn Borough President, also Antonio Reynoso, and hoping to continue engaging with more elected officials and, most important, members of the community. In addition to DOT, DOT is continuing to monitor the BQE structure between Atlantic Avenue and Science Street to identify any areas that need to be addressed in the near term. The two spans identified as being in need of repair in the near term, along with a structure unit, will be addressed via an oncoming construction contract to be advertised shortly. Where we are today right now is that conversation is going on between City Hall and the state. We hope to have a good plan to reconstruct the BQE, but we are looking to that area from the north to the south, to the whole area. And conversation will continue. I know that you, in your role in the chairman of transportation, and also the speaker, Are, and the stakeholders, especially in this area, they will be engaged in conversation, not only with us here at DOT, but also with City Hall as we're moving forward, planning for the future of the BQE.
Sure. Just a question about the funding, and I know obviously this is very important to my colleague, Councilman Ressler. So funding for the cantilever project was actually decreased by almost 77 million in the preliminary plan when compared to the adopted plan. And in the executive plan, 180 million in capital funding was shifted out of fiscal 23 and moved further out in the plan period, which ultimately reduced the planned capital spending for FY23 from 225 to only 44 million. So I guess my concern is, has it been determined that, with the cantilever reaching the end of its useful life expectancy, is shifting the planned work from 23 into the out years safe? Have we determined that that's safe?
Yeah, let me pass that part of the question on the money wide to Elizabeth, our budget director. We can assure all residents of New York that that area is safe, but let me pass it to her to explain the money, please.
Okay.
Sure. We are doing the ongoing monitoring and the new way in motion legislation to allow for automated enforcement of overweight trucks is really going to help us with that. And so we're going to start issuing violations. We aim to issue violations by the end of this year. So between that and then the ongoing monitoring of the structures, we're keeping a close eye on the BQE. And so the funding that we need for the structures in the near term, we have. That is, we have left the funding in the inner years to do the contracts that we know we have to do now. And so the funding in the outer years can be moved back in as our monitoring continues, as we find work we need to do earlier.
Okay, I'm sure my colleagues will dig in on that and put a finer point on that later on. Let's see where I want to go here. Some of the transportation deserts. For decades, the city has really underinvested in transportation deserts, including in my own district where we've got the R train and that's about it. It took me about 9 hours to take the R train to City Hall today. And this has led to an inefficient and inequitable transportation system, which I know the commissioner knows and certainly cared about as a council member. Additionally, surging gas and auto prices as a result of the inflation compounds these effects, and it's increasing the financial strain on working class New Yorkers who are already suffering from the pandemic and have no choice but to own and drive cars as their only means of reliable transportation. You'll often notice that the folks that talk about driving cars are the ones that are in transportation deserts. I mean, that's how they get around. So what is the DOT specifically doing to reverse this decades-long underinvestment in transportation deserts, and where are these investments reflected in the 23 budget?
Yeah, I'm going to start and answer the question, and I will also pass it to Eric so that he also can add more information. Look, it's not only about transportation deserts. We have inherited a city that also has social investment deserts. So I feel that, those of us who are in leadership, regardless of the role that we play, from council, commission, and staff, has a great job to do when it comes to address deserts that we have created in the city, lack of investment, and a city that also have prioritized investment in few areas, and they have left other area behind. This is the gap that Mayor Adams will be closing in his administration. So when it comes to transportation deserts, I know that our buses is like one of those things that we are looking to use to expand in those areas that we need to provide riders more opportunity, not only to take the buses, but to go to places faster, to know that our buses are more efficient. But I think that, we have investment prioritized when it comes to do more infrastructure on protected bike lane in those communities, on bus lane, to also be sure that we use our water to connect more New Yorkers when it comes to transportation there. But let me pass it to Eric also that he can add more information to that question.
Sure, and we fully agree that this is a place that the city needs to be investing in historically underserved communities. And that's why in the streets plan, as the commissioner said during his testimony, we explicitly put out these priority investment areas. And when you look at that map, it is clearly parts of the city that have been underinvested in over the years. And we're going to be very focused there. We want to make sure that people all over the city have good options that, if you drive, we want to be providing electric vehicles that you can drive in an environment that's friendly way. We're going to be doing better bus service, working in partnership with the MTA as they do their borough redesigns, doing bus lane signal priority, improved bus stops to try to make buses a better option. We want our protected bike lane network to be a citywide protected bike lane network and not just in the historic core of the city. These are all things where we want to get those investments all over the city. We also know that that means working very closely with local communities who haven't always had that type of engagement. And we certainly look forward to working with you and with all of your colleagues in these historically underserved communities to make sure that as we want to make these investments, we're doing it in a way that is sensitive to the local needs of the community, and that we can do it in a way where we can all support it together.
Thank you. Chair Brannon had to step away, so we're now going to turn to Chair Brooks Powers for her line of questionings of the DOT.
Thank you for that, and it's great to see you, Commissioner Rodriguez, and your team. Appreciate the work that your team has been putting in and being responsive to my staff. So in terms of some of my initial questions, I'm going to start around City Cleanup Corp underspending. Due to projected agency underspending, federal funding to the Department of Transportation for the City Cleanup Corps was reduced by $1.8 million in fiscal 2022. Why does the Department of Transportation project underspending for the City Cleanup Corps this year? And what kind of maintenance and support has the City Cleanup Corps provided? Has the Cleanup Corps assisted with graffiti removal and power washing?
Yeah, look, through the City Cleanup Corps program, we clean out, litter, remove trash, and perform vegetation control. And along highways, DOT use the same resources of funding in several ways. We employ people to help our in-house arterial maintenance crew. As a result, they remove over 8,500 cubic yards. So we know how important is this funding. We have expanded our medium maintenance service and trained people in the basis of horticulture and landscaping. This is a citywide initiative involving multiple agencies. We are looking right now to see how we will be in this program, but let me also pass it to our budget director so that she can also add more information.
Sure. The underspending this year was because we encountered a few procurement delays. But as Commissioner Rodriguez explained, there was a tremendous amount of work we did get done.
Thank you for that. And then the cleanup corps are entirely financed by federal funding. How will the city fund cleanup and sanitation of the open streets program after fiscal 2022 when federal funding ceases?
So the federal funding, I mean, this is a citywide initiative involving multiple agencies. And so the extension of the whole program is still under discussion. However, DOT as part of the streets plan funding, well, as part of exec plan did receive about $5 million to do to maintain public spaces. So that will help us.
And Chairman, as you know, we all about equity, as you are, we're in the same boat. And we will be sure that any funding, any program that we have don't expand to underserved communities. So as we will be planning how to use those funding, you have my word, you have my commitment, the commitment of the team here, that we will be giving priority to the underserved community.
Thank you for that. And as far as the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act, initially $4.4 million in federal funding from the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act grant had not yet been allocated from the original award. The Department of Transportation has since identified items in their budgets that qualify for this funding. As such, the executive plan includes an adjustment of $3.1 million in fiscal 2022 and $1.3 million in fiscal 2023 as a part of a federal grant modification. What projects has the Department of Transportation specifically identified that qualify for the CRRSA funding? What does the Department of Transportation hope to accomplish with this additional federal funding? And how much funding has the Department of Transportation received from the CRRSA to date?
Yeah. This funding here is restricted to transit activities. As such, DOT will use it for ferry operations, including staffing, costs, cleaning, and security contracts, drying, docking, and marine electronic maintenance and repair. DOT received 79 million of this funding and 119 million of American Rescue Plan funding too. So we are using this funding to all those areas where we can apply, and they've been very successful for us.
Thank you. And then shifting to the ARPA plan, federal funding for the American Rescue Plan was reallocated across multiple agencies due to underspending. As a result, the Department of Transportation Executive Plan includes a reduction of $6.2 million in fiscal 2022, only due to this reallocation of ARPA funding. How will this reduction in ARPA funding affect the Department of Transportation specifically? And why does the Department of Transportation project underspending for ARPA funding?
Let me pass it to our budget director here so that she can go deep into answer this question.
Sure. Like my answer last time, we did encounter some procurement delays in some of the programs we were planning to use the ARPA funding for, including open restaurants. And we are, hiring. Yeah, mainly it was additional hiring delays. And it's also that open restaurants is in a transition phase now, as you know, between the emergency program set up during COVID and the permanent program beginning in 23 that's pending legislation. So we've begun the hiring process to prepare for the permanent program, and additional hiring and purchase will be done as it proceeds the transition. And then there's also for the Open Streets program, there were some procurement challenges and hiring challenges, and so not all the funding has been spent.
Thank you for that. I'm going to move over to the pedestrian ramp program. So as an ongoing project, DOT has been installing pedestrian ramps at street corners in order to become compliant with the Americans with Disability Act. The Executive Capital Commitment Plan increased funding for sidewalk construction by $442.2 million when compared to the preliminary plan. This is not new funding, but rather funding accelerated from outside the capital plan window to support additionally legally required pedestrian ramp work to make city sidewalks ADA compliant. Can you please provide the committees with an update on DOT's ongoing project to make sidewalks ADA compliant? How many street corners are currently compliant with the act? How many pedestrian ramps does DOT project it will complete as a part of this funding acceleration? And what is DOT doing to ensure that funding for ADA compliant sidewalks are distributed equitably across all neighborhoods? Can you please provide a breakdown of pedestrian ramp installations by borough?
Yeah, let me start with the last, and then I will pass to my team here also to answer the other part of the question. One thing that is clear, as you know, is a commitment that I have for my 3 years as a council member, always working with the community that have physical challenges to make our street accessible. We have 1 million New Yorkers that have physical challenges. And it's a matter of time. If God allowed to live long, at some point, all of us, we need to rely on some level of accessibility when it comes to our streets. So, and working together, the DOT, the administration, and especially with the council and the advocate community have been making a lot of progress. I think that New York City is a role model. No one has done the same work that we have done here, using the technology, redesigning intersection, to be sure that our New Yorkers who have physical challenges get the respect by being able to have accessibility in our streets. The breakdown of corners constructed, installer grade since July 2017 is Bronx, 5,235, Brooklyn, 10,016, Manhattan, 2,932, Queens, 11,217, Staten Island, 4,167, to a total of 33,667. But let me also call on Eric so that he also can add, or Elizabeth, one of the two, when it comes to what is that we have done in the street to be sure that our streets are accessible.
Sure, and just to go to the question, like one of the things the reasons that we need this accelerated funding is because the things that trigger us to need to upgrade the pedestrian ramps, primarily resurfacing, but also all of our street safety redesign projects are also being accelerated. And it's very important to us to make sure that those accessibility upgrades are hand in hand with the other work that we're doing on the street. So by accelerating this funding, we can keep up that as we resurface more streets, as we do more of these intersection safety redesigns, the accessible ramp program can keep up at the same time. So we're absolutely committed to that, and we are continuing to put in the money so that as we do this other work, as we do our safety work, as we do our state of good repair work, the accessibility work keeps up with it and stays right in tandem.
Thank you for that. I'm going to move to talk about a project that's actually in my district, Bayswater Park pedestrian access. So Bayswater Park is green space that is vital to residents in my district. This park is scheduled to receive capitally funded pedestrian access work, which is managed by the Department of Transportation. However, $12.6 million in capital funding between fiscal 22 and fiscal 26 was not included in the executive capital plan. Has this project been canceled, or was this funding moved beyond the plan period past fiscal 2026? If the project has been canceled, I'd like to know why.
Chairman, let me find out here with the team, and I will get back to you, and as soon as we finish the hearing with any update. But I don't know if Elizabeth has something to share now. If not, then we can follow with you after the hearing. But more than happy, as I say, not only with you, but with every council member, that they have something specific that is important for them, for their constituency. We are here to work together. This is the new day with this administration. For Mayor Aaron and here DOT, we are going to be working closer with all council members.
Thank you for that, Commissioner. Next, I want to pivot over to the electric vehicle charging station. So last year's budget included funding for the installation of electric vehicle charging stations. How many charging stations will DOT install, and what is the average cost of each charging station?
Yep. Our goal is to get 1,000 by 2025 and 10,000 by 2030. And DOT is doing the great work on advancing that, but let me also pass it to Charles, who is a person that oversees that particular portfolio.
With regard to the electric vehicle program, we have the work we have done so far. Actually, let me just set the stage to say we have different levels of infrastructure. There's the fast charging, and then we can charge a vehicle 80% in 30 minutes or so. But then what we're doing at this point, what we've focused on so far is the level 2, which is really the on-street curbside charging, which we're putting on the streets as well as in some of our municipal garages. Thus far, we have 86 level 2 chargers that have been installed, 2 There are 86, but then there are 2 per site, one facing on the other with a long cord, if I may describe what it looks like. And then we have 8 fast charging stations that have been installed under this program so far. We have a plan to much broader level of, we have a plan to install at a more locations citywide. There'll be another 14 level 2 chargers to start construction this spring, curbside, and 1,000 level 2 chargers by 2025. That's part of the vision citywide to a particular number of places. There's a broader vision that we can go into and give details on what exactly it is, but the DOT is very committed with regard to the level 2 charging and electric vehicle charging all through. In terms of the cost of each of the chargers, for fast chargers, one hub of installation is about 4 chargers, is around $1.75 million. And these locations are capital eligible locations. For level 2 chargers in municipal garages, each charger costs approximately $20,000 for installation. And then at the same time, also, we're building an evaluation plan for each of these chargers so that we can have a monitoring plan and we can report on what the status is.
Thank you. Where will the charging stations be located?
Well, we are in Charles, you want to start it?
With regard to the charging stations, we did an analysis. We worked with each of the community groups. And so we have an equity that is guiding our efforts with regard to most of the privately funded EV chargers in the city are located in Manhattan, in the inner ring, in Brooklyn and Queens. We're seeking to expand access in charging to areas where the private market is not investing, so that we can fill the gap, so that it's not only those who can afford it and who have their homes have access to a garage, because we know that 50% of New Yorkers park their cars on street and they don't have access to a garage.
Sorry. So you know, equity is top priority on where we will continue installing those electrical chargers. And you know, having an electric car is not a luxury. This is a way of how we can save, and that not to say, this is one of the way of how we can contribute to save the planet. And we need to combine both. One, hopefully for the electrical car to be affordable, to continue looking for incentive for people to get into electrical car, but also to install those electrical chargers beside middle and upper class neighborhood to also the underserved community. So equity is a guidance for our effort. Most of the privately funded electrical chargers are in the city, located in Manhattan, in the ring of Brooklyn and Queens. DOT is seeking to expand access to charging in area where the private market is not investing, including low and moderate income communities. One focus is on our 30+ lots on garage across the city. We are seeking to create charging hubs with both L2 and DC fast charging. Most of these facilities are in out-of-borough area. So we're looking to identify municipal property, working with any partner that we can have, because electrical chargers cannot be only and will not be only in upper middle class community. We will see them put it in all communities across the 5 boroughs, especially giving attention to the underserved community, who people suffer the most when it comes to asthma, when it comes to obesity.
And thank you for that, Commissioner. That was a great segue into my next question, because I guess you all know that I'm always going to go down that lane for equity. And so I wanted to know what the department is doing to ensure that charging stations are installed across 5 boroughs equitably, and what DOT considers installing, or would DOT consider installing additional charging stations in neighborhoods with high asthma rates. I also want to take a moment to say, you know, my observations have been a lot of the pilot programs, which I'm going to get to a question on that as well, have not necessarily been centered in transportation desert communities. And so with the electric vehicle charging stations, As we are encouraging New Yorkers to begin to use electric vehicles, we want to make sure that it is convenient for them to be able to use those type of vehicles so that they have a more environmentally friendly means of transportation.
Yeah, well, we are funded to do a study, and we will look at neighborhood where a large proportion of drivers park on the street and where they are limited of a street parking facility, and we welcome and feedback and feedback from council member, any input that you and the rest of the council member may have. We are more than welcome to sit down with you, but definitely we will see the expansion of electrical charges from the lens of equity, and it will mean that we will pay attention to those communities that they have not. And even I can say, like, this is a conversation that I've been having as a commissioner here, with my colleague. There's some electrical charges that I have in my district, but even in my own district, those electrical charges had to be spread to the working class area that I have in my district. So as a commissioner, I'm working here with the team to be sure again that we spread those electrical charges across the five borough, by especially paying attention to not paying attention, putting many of them in the underserved communities.
Thank you for that. Next, I'm going to pivot over to the camera fines. I know that Chair Brandon mentioned it. You spoke about the home rule. I also am a supporter of the cameras as well. Been someone who's been impacted by it also. But I do want to talk about the revenue that comes from it. And so we know over $200 million in revenue was collected from the city's bus lane, speed, and red light camera programs and are collected by the Department of Finance. All revenue collected goes into the city's general funds, which is then later distributed across city agencies as needed. Does Department of Transportation receive back any of the revenue generated from the city's bus lane, speed, and red light camera program? If so, how much?
Yeah, no, I as someone that has been there for 12 years, and it's like in my experience that I had as a teacher that I was before being a council member, I told people when you were a teacher, you were act as a teacher forever. So when you were being a council member, I cannot disconnect myself, now being a commissioner, for what I know the role that you have to play to be sure that agencies are accountable, to be sure that when we raise revenue, we reinvest those revenue in our community. So what I can say is that the city invests significantly more in Vision Zero than the revenue generated from a speed camera. From FY 14 to 21, the city spent more than, and the city mean council and the administration. So it's not that we're saying that, we are the one doing it. This is a budget at the end of the day will be the handshake as a result of both the council and the administration agreeing on this. So whatever source of revenue we have, regardless if we go to the general fund or no, the question will be, how do we use the money? So when we look at how we use the money, again, the city has spent more than 1.7 billion in capital and expense for in furtherance of Vision Zero, which is allocated to the area that needed most based on Vision Zero Borough Pedestrian Safety Action Plan. Over the same period, revenue from the speed camera total 555 billion. So when you look about the investment that we have made on redesigning our street, following a Vision Zero goal of $1.7 billion, and you compare, yes, we raised 550 billion during the same period of time, from 14 to 21, definitely we are reinvesting the money. Because in order for us to have the money, the $900 million that the mayor was able to allocate, whatever additional funding we can get, that money has to come from somewhere. We don't have limited resources. So I know, as someone that lived in Northern Manhattan since 1983, that the question comes when it comes to equity related, how are we spreading those cameras? How is the money coming back to the community? The answer is, first, The cameras are spread almost equally across all communities. The money that we raise are reinvested on improving safety. In this case, $1.7 billion that have been invested as part of the Vision Zero from 2014 to 2021. And when it comes again to, because I want to appeal again, we are in the stretch where the section in Albany is almost done. They will be done very soon. We need a home rule. We need to be sure that we want in partnership with you as a chairman of transportation and the rest of the colleagues understand that we need to expand the speed camera. The data speak by itself. Those 70% of crashes that happen in area where the speed camera are off from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. is something that we can reduce. Anytime that camera is off, there's a beautiful New Yorkers, a smart New Yorkers, can be a child, can be a senior citizen, can be the daughter, who lose a mother in any part of the city because someone is a reckless driver. So again, having a home rule where the city should have the speed camera 24 hours, the whole years, speeding is a speeding, 25 miles per hour save life. Anyone got, and people get a ticket when they go north at 26 or 27. They just get a ticket when they are at 35. So we are even giving some space for those drivers. So someone who get a ticket because they're driving at 50 miles per hour, if you see the car, investigation is still going on. But I was there close to NYU holding the press conference where the 21 future doctor lost his life. Investigation going on, there's no conclusion yet. But when you see that car had to be going more than double of the 25 miles per hour. So we need, again, the city need hope from the state to allow to expand the speed camera 24 hours, also the whole year. And the other part is about, Chair, that, we started this program at putting those cameras around the school. But we have many areas that they are out of the quarter mile from the school where we can install this camera. So a speed camera save life. We need to have a home rule, and the council is a great partner. We need the support of every council member to be sure that by the end of this session, not only we pass the bill home rule, at the council, but also at the state, so that by July 1st, not only the camera will continue to be on, but to expand the program. So I appreciate your support.
Thank you for that. And I just want to stay on this for a moment longer, just because I really want to zero in on how that money comes back. So when you look at the communities that have the highest traffic fatalities, because you mentioned that the money gets distributed equally across the city, but there are some communities that have a higher traffic fatality. And so I'm interested in understanding if DOT has been investing more than how you sprinkle out the general money, recognizing that there's a need to invest further in the infrastructure, such as speed bumps and daylighting and other means in the toolbox to be able to slow traffic down in the communities.
Yeah, let me correct myself. Probably I didn't, was not clear. I said that the camera are equally distributed across all neighborhood, and I said that because I know that sometimes, as someone also who is part of the Black and Latino community, Nation community, we know who immigrant myself, we are part of that reality that sometimes those working class neighborhood, they have felt that they've been targeted. But the first thing that I want to assure that no, the speed camera are everywhere. And the reason why is because we have to change the culture on how we drive in the city of New York. Then that speaks by itself. When someone get a second ticket, most of the time they don't get a third or fourth one. And at some point, people get it. It's like, any of us can get a ticket. The question is, if you get it, can you change the way we drive? And so we are equally distributed. But when it comes to, the money part, how we invest the money, let me also, besides what I said, that my point was that the speed camera has allowed the city of New York to raise $555 million from 2014 to 2021, but that we have invested $1.7 billion, 3 times more on Vision Zero initiative. That's my point, that when it comes at the end of the day, it doesn't matter from where we, council administration, get the money. We need to get revenue in order to do the project. So we don't have any intention to raise $1 from a speed camera. We hope that we can get a day where there's no one ticket. But in order for that to happen, we need to change the culture. The revenue that comes is a revenue that is reinvested on Vision Zero initiative.
And I appreciate that. And I want to get to a point where there's one day where there's not a traffic fatality. And I think to get there, we have to make sure that we are also invested in the community. So I would love to see a breakdown of the districts, the council districts, in the order in which there's traffic fatalities and how much money in terms of Vision Zero is going to those districts to address these traffic fatalities.
And more than happy, Chair, to follow with you. And that's what we want to get. As you heard my testimony, all the data that we share as around a lot of projects that we have done, other that we have online to be done, that include redesigning danger intersection, creating protected bike lane, bus lane. And we also have the data that also we can share with any council member about all projects that we have going on in their district too.
No, thank you for that, Commissioner. I'm looking forward, as I've said plenty of times, to working with you and the administration to being able to create safer streets for all New Yorkers. Switching over to the bus lane, funding of the city's bus lane is a key component to reducing private automobile use and alleviating traffic deaths. However, implementing a successful bus lane system takes coordination between DOT, sister agencies, and most importantly, local communities. Is the Department of Transportation working with the state and MTA to ensure city bus routes and lanes are benefiting local communities? Does the Department of Transportation solicit feedback and conduct outreach with local communities and businesses and business improvement districts to ensure that bus lanes are not disrupting neighborhoods and businesses? And I'll just say that, as the Department of Transportation knows, I've been convening a citywide transportation infrastructure tour and visiting the districts, especially where there are merchant corridors, like in Councilmember Williams and Gennaro districts. We have received feedback that our small businesses have been, in some cases, negatively impacted, and they have ideas of how we can reach a middle of the road. So I'm just interested in seeing how the sister agencies are working, so we're not addressing one issue but creating another issue for a sister agency.
Yeah. So DOT support MTA's effort to redesign the bus network to better match the travel needs of New Yorkers. But let me also pass it on Eric so that he also can expand the answer to this question.
Sure, and Chair, you're exactly right that these projects work correctly when they work with the city and the MTA and local communities all working well together. And when we do our bus lane projects, we work very hard to do that. So as the Commissioner said, as the MTA is doing their borough-wide redesigns, we're working hand in hand with them. They run the buses. We know that nothing works without them. So bus stop placement, making sure that they run the buses quickly, try to provide more service. They're good partners in all the work we do. We also work within the city family with all of our sister agencies. Small Business Services has been very involved in a lot of the bus work that we've done, but also sanitation, all of our other agencies come well together. And we know that bus corridors are often the very busy business corridors in a neighborhood. And we know that we don't just want people taking the bus through a neighborhood. The buses need to be part of a vibrant local economy as well. So we work very closely. We have a team that will go door to door and talk to businesses about their parking and loading needs. We try to make sure that we very carefully design the street so that where parking is needed, where truck loading is needed, we can accommodate that. But we also don't do these projects and then walk away. we put them in and we stay in very close contact with businesses, with bids. And if adjustments are needed, we always are willing to go back and talk about that, to do that. We've measured these projects over the years. One of the first ones we did on Durham Road, we looked at tax revenues, and we found that overall, we think these projects, are not harming businesses, but we also know that it's a terribly tough retail environment out there, and anything that can push a business over the edge can be a problem. So we want to stay in very close touch as we do these projects to make sure that we're providing the benefit for the 2.5 million New York every day, but also doing it while being responsive to the very local concerns on a particular block or a particular business. So it's a lot of work. We spend a lot of effort on it. We think mostly we get it right, but where we don't, we want to keep working and make sure that we can improve what we have out there.
Thank you. And I'd encourage you to reach out to Councilmember Williams to meet with her and her bids in her district, because there were some specific concerns there. Switching over to the scooter share pilot. Last spring, the Department of Transportation launched a scooter share pilot program that was scheduled to last at least 1 year. Can you please provide the committee with an update on the pilot? What vendor was selected and how DOT decided what neighborhoods would be selected for the pilot program?
Look, we did a competitor selection process. Burr, Lime, and Bio were selected as operator. The pilot launched with 3,000 scooters in phase 1, including Eastchester, Walkfield, Pingham Parkway, Cobb City, and so over 530,000 rides taking the first 8 months. DOT and operators plan to expand to phase 2, including Thornex, Parkchester, Sunview, and increase the total pilot fleet to as many as 6,000 scooters in June 2022. DOT selected the East Bronx as a pilot service area based on population density, existing transit and bike infrastructure, and relationship to the city bike service area. And this is something that micromobility is something that we're looking to continue expanding as a pilot project is showing how successful they are.
Yeah, I think we need to make sure is getting and reaching the communities that have a great need for it. I know, like in my district, we don't have that ability in some parts of the Bronx, but I would love to see that expand out. I'm just
more than happy, Chair, to work with you and the partners on the micromobility, and let's also include it as one of the items. As I say, that we can have our bi-weekly conversation of things that is important for the members on your leadership that we can talk about it. So yes, let's follow up.
Awesome. And I'm just going to ask one more question on my end, but then I'm going to ask a question on behalf of Councilmember Nycc. So truck parking and idling. Parked idling trucks adversely affect the health and well-being of neighborhoods like mine and others across the city. One, what is DOT doing to address this issue? And two, would DOT be open to looking at unused parking lots as areas where trucks could idle?
Yeah, so Charles is the best person to answer that question. He's been our leader leading that area here at DOT. I can say that for me, it's as important as any council member that has to deal with a number of trucks parked in the residential area. I personally have one of those trucks parked in the same corner where I live, in the same block. And I had to, take the photo, push, do whatever, call the prison, do anything that as a resident. I'm not going to share the photo when we meet so that you can see, how I also deal in my community. But this is something that, we have to deal about. Charles can also expand on this.
Last year, we DOT released the smart truck management plan, our strategic plan that covers most of the scenarios that we understand with feedback that we receive from various stakeholders. The concern you have with regard to truck parking and idling trucks is really one of those things that has been brought to our attention from various even the neighborhoods, as well as what you just raised in this case. one of the, we do have a task force with NYPD. Our freight unit does have a task force with NYPD where we meet every quarter to go over issues as they come up. And we also go on site visits to these communities to address the issues. One challenge we have with regard to truck parking is we do know that commercially plated vehicles are not supposed to be parked on the street. So we need a partnership with the NYPD in order to adequately enforce. We do have adequate signage, but if there are any locations where there's a concern with regard to maybe we'll be willing to address it. One of those. And of course, if any observations such as those are brought to our attention, we'll investigate. But we do need an active partnership with the police department in order to effectively enforce. And we're having that dialogue as we go.
And then in terms of the second part of the question, and for unused parking lots to be used as areas, what about that?
Well, listen, we've been meeting with the trucking association. This has to be a combined effort that should include only the initiative that very successful. Also, DOT been running, which is to bring incentive for a delivery that use those heavy truck to do delivery at night. But also when it comes to respecting the law on no parking residential area, this is something that we express, have expressed to the industry that we need their support too. They need to be sure that they work with the drivers and for those who can stay in the throughway in Jersey area, they should stay there and not come here, not come to the city where they don't have to. And also not only for explore together potential area that we have in the city, but also there's also members of there's all the other private sector that they have big parking garage that they also use those trucks. So we hope again that conversation continue with the truck industry. And we work with NYPD not only on enforcement, but also to identify all the area where they should be able to park, not to use residential areas.
No, definitely. And looking forward to working with you on that too. I actually met with someone recently that spoke about an innovative way that I believe Seattle has adjusted their infrastructure that can weight the trucks, and there's an app with how they can find parking and everything. So we should explore and see what other cities are using also, so that we can find a resolution. So the last question that I have,
if you don't mind, let's add also to a chat to also span a little bit what EDC is also.
Yes.
We also speaking to another sister institution here in the city and see how they can be helpful too.
Yes, I also wanted to add, yes, we're working with the EDC, Economic Development Corporation, they do have private property or some, not necessarily city properties, not a public right of way, but they do have relationships with real estate industry that they can help us with that kind of dialogue. Also, the precipitant of this whole issue with regard to overnight parking, we need to understand the broader challenge. It's really that the federal government passed a law that requires electronic data logging, whereby truckers are not supposed to drive more than 12 hours at a particular time. We do lack public parking locations here. There's only one, and so it's actually a district by JFK Airport. It's really one we helped to fund, working with Port Authority, and so part of our plan is to see how we can expand those types of opportunities across the city to other areas. But there is a challenge with regard to the value of real estate, but we're working with all the partners to ensure that we can do that.
No, absolutely. And I think that it needs to also be a part of their business model to include an additional driver. My dad was a driver for many years for Greyhound buses and Comfort buses. And when he drove long distances, they put an extra driver on there so that they could be able to continue the course. So we do want them to get the rest that they need so that they could be safe and return home to their families. But they shouldn't shortcut it and then put the burden on these communities where the trucks are parking. Okay, so I'll ask a question on behalf of Councilmember Mercedes Narcisse. She indicated the last 2 years have been incredibly deadly on our streets, and we know that fatalities and injuries are higher in areas that have not received as much investment. DOT has a large budget and we know what kind of treatments will improve safety, but so often these investments are not made or take years to implement. What are the holdups and obstacles to quickly and efficiently invest in safety infrastructure?
Again, Eric also can expand on this one, but what we can say that we are more than happy to share with any council member, as I have done it with in any of those that I have met, or a physical walking the district or having some Zoom meeting, or as I did it with Council Member Williams, that also I met here at 55 Water. So we are engaging directly with myself and the rest of the team with council members to talk about what are specific needs that they have. We are following crashes. We are following data. No, we are proactive. Like the investment that Mayor Adams did, and I know as we will finish this budget as a collaboration between Speaker Adams, you and Chairman Brannan and the mayor, I know that we all of us are in the same, have the same commitment to provide DOT the financial support that we need to continue investing in danger intersection, danger area in the city. So I can say that I personally have been able to spend these 4 months expanding my knowledge that I have as a previous chair, knowing that DOT with the support of the council also been getting the funding to address danger area that we have in our community. If any, again, a council member has any particular need, if they have seen any area that they numbers of injury, number of crashes, and they believe that we have not responded, they can call me directly and they can call my team. They can call the intergovernmental division, or they can call the board of commissioners. We are here to save life. But let me pass it to Eric so that he can also start.
Yeah, I mean, the commissioner said it well. Like we're absolutely data driven, and spend our days going after the places that have the most crashes. But what we've added to that as part of the streets plan is those priority investment areas where we make sure that we're not only looking at high crash areas in sort of the central parts of the city, but that we're addressing those safety needs absolutely all over the city. And as the commissioner said, you know, so we are happy to meet with any council person to go through the borough safety plans in their district, talk about where the crashes are in their district and what we're doing to address them.
Thank you, and I'm gonna kick it back to council so that we can get questions from my colleagues.
Thank you, chairs. For the record, we just want to also acknowledge, excuse me, that we've been joined by council members Sanchez, Stevens, Ayala, Carr, Barron, Nycc, Rivera, Brewer, Ressler, Williams, Ung, Krishnan, and Joseph. Hands have gone up and down, but I've maintained an order. So the order for questions is as follows: Barron, Brewer, Rivera, Carr, Osei, Areola, Sanchez, Ressler, Ayala, Stevens, Lee, Hudson, and Williams. I want to remind council members that your questions are limited to 5 minutes. When the sergeant calls time, we ask that you please wrap up your comments so we can move on to your fellow colleagues, as we do have 2 more agencies that the Committee on Finance is to hear from today. But we'll first turn to Council Member Barron.
Starting time.
Thank you very much. Good morning, all. You know, we always hear the right rhetoric, particularly when a Black or Latino gets in a high position, how much the commitment is. But if you say you're following the data, then the data shows that East New York has some of the highest fatalities and accidents, yet we don't receive the highest amount of resources. And this is long before you've come in. We've talked to Department of Transportation on certain street issues, but the rhetoric, the resources have to reflect the rhetoric. It can't be just talking commitment. The resources has to show the commitment. So I thank Chair Brooks Powers for bringing up the fatalities and the accidents, because we have some of the highest in the city. And we need to sit down and talk. You need to come out to East New York and see the situation for yourself. I know Chair Powers is coming, and we appreciate her. Secondly, we have a lot of elevated trains, and we need elevators for these elevated trains. Our seniors are struggling to go up the elevated trains, and for years, elevator costs 20 million, it costs 10. When I was asking for it, it was 12 million. Now it's 20 some odd million. We need elevators for our elevated trains because our seniors are having difficulties. The resurfacing and the fixing of potholes, they need to have a kitty on the side to give to residents whose cars were almost destroyed by potholes, particularly the rims of their tires. And sometimes the resurfacing and the fixing of potholes is a shabby job because they seem to just fill it up with something, and then about a month later, the pothole is back. So we need to look at that. We need more lights, traffic lights and stop signs, particularly in those intersections near our schools to bring down the dangerous intersections, the redesigning. We need that to happen more in our communities. And we need a way to extend some kind of a train service or something out to the Gateway Mall. The buses go out there, but I know when they wanted to go to JFK Airport, they extended and put another train out there to go. So in the Gateway area where we have a bunch of housing coming in and new commercial businesses coming there, we need to look at train service to Gateway and also the transportation. Well, the MTA deals with the buses, but to that our train station out there, it stops at Ashford and New Lots and it ends there. But to this whole new community coming out there, we need to look at transportation as it relates to that.
Councilmember, it's nice to see you.
Yes, sir.
And thank you for your leadership and the great work that you do also, always standing and fighting for social justice. You know that there's all my respect to you and my great colleague, former Councilmember Barron too. So I agree with you. And first of all, I'm more than happy to schedule a walk in your district. More than happy to, sit down with you and identify, areas that we feel that we have to give priority that we have not pay attention. So I, that's you got my commitment on those two following. I'm following in those two directions. One, walk through there and see, like, whatever challenges we have in your district, as we do in the 51 council district to do the same thing. We have a ongoing transportation study of Gateway area. A recommendation later will come this year. I feel that, everything that you mentioned, looking at traffic lights, let's get our team from the office, from our team to identify area near the school that you have seen. We're doing the best we can. The team here is doing a great job. But if there's any particular area that you can help us by bringing to our attention that we are not seeing, let's do that. On the elevator part, as you know, that's on the MTA. So I lived the same experience. It took me years and years to get an elevator when I was a council member at the One Trend Dynasty. But more than happy again to advocate together with you, bring it to the MTA attention. But MTA is the one who do the elevator. But overall, I think the summary that you have made is something that I agree when it comes to identifying area that you have in your district, and let's schedule a walk that I would do together with you.
Looking forward toward it. And one particular block between New Lots and Hegeman on Pennsylvania, we have cars that are up on the sidewalk. I had to ask the police department not to give them tickets because we have a narrow two-way street. and the cars were getting, damaged when they were parking on the side of it. So that one I'll bring you to when you come out to the district.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Councilmember Barron. Councilmember Brewer.
Starting time.
Okay, she may be away from the computer. I will circle back. I don't see Councilmember Rivera on anymore. So next we'll turn to Councilmember Carr.
Starting time.
Councilmember Carr, you're up.
Oh, I apologize. Thank you, Commissioner, for being here today. Thank you to our chairs. I just wanted to ask a few questions relating to road resurfacing, piggybacking off of Chair Brannon. In FY21, DOT was only able to surface around 900 plus lane miles citywide, which was far less than the great strides that had been made earlier in the decade. I can criticize the past administration for a lot, but they invested a significant amount in road resurfacing. I think 1,300 lane miles was the peak in FY16. And so, given that we're still staying at baseline levels, I'm wondering why and I know you touched on it earlier, why we're not going to push for the 1,300, because in the previous decade, under the Bloomberg administration, DOT lost a lot of ground because it couldn't resurface roads faster than they were crumbling. And we had to catch up. That's why we had those significant investments in the past several years. And after the COVID budget in FY21, we were only able to do 900 plus, far lower than the 1150 you're looking to do now. We have an opportunity to kind of make up lost ground while we have revenues. And so, well, I understand baselining funding is great. It's wonderful that we don't have to haggle below that. But I'm wondering, if we can get a commitment to really try to reach for that 1,300 lane miles per year. And in the event that we do, will we get over 200 lane miles resurfaced on Staten Island as happened previously when we had those numbers? And will you also commit, if we're only going to be at the 1150, that we'll at least get the 155 to 160 lane miles for Staten Island if we maintain the baseline levels of funding?
First of all, Councilmember, Staten Island is not the forgotten borough anymore on the Mayor Adams administration. And whatever is important for your constituency and for the whole borough is something that we will be giving attention, because we want to be sure that the residents of Staten Island know that your priority in that borough is something that is a top one for Mayor Adams and here at DOT. Let me pass it to Elizabeth to go more detail on that question.
1,300 is good, but to sustain that level of resurfacing, we would likely need more equipment, more facilities, and also a lot is tied to the resurfacing program, like all the pedestrian ramps. The upgrades have to be done with that, and as we've discussed, I think over 400 million had to be brought back into this 5-year window for pedestrian ramps. So there's a lot more that's going into resurfacing. So it's 1150 is a high level that is more than what we had been doing previous to the 1,300, and it's a good sustainable level for us.
So are we on track for 155 lane miles this fiscal year? And if we do get the baseline funding again, is that what Staten Island will at a minimum expect to receive?
We are on track for the 1150 this year. Yes.
Not the 1150, but the 155 specifically for the borough.
Oh, for Staten Island? Let's check.
We can get back to it, and let's be sure that we are committed to, do everything that we have committed, but let's see where we are with the number, and we can also follow with you and your team.
Okay, I appreciate that. I also want to ask about Local Law 52 of 2017, Commissioner, which you supported during your tenure. Former Councilmember Mizell authored that law and required DOT to do a study of private roads in the city and make up a report about potential roads for acquisition. Staten Island has a number of private streets. We have a number of streets that for all purposes are public roads that were CCO'd. And then there are private roads that are in the middle of public road beds that we reach out to the agency for resurfacing and we're told they can't be resurfaced even though they're effectively a highway service road. And so I'm wondering, where are we in terms of the city looking at acquiring title to roads that have been in the public domain for some time and that DOT has been responsible for in the past? And can we kind of pick up that conversation, after this hearing and in the weeks to come?
Yeah, let's follow the conversation. This is something that we've been discussing internally here, and more than happy to follow up with you.
I appreciate it. Thanks so much. I yield the balance of my time.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Carr. Next, we'll turn to Councilmember Osei, followed by Councilmember Ariola. Councilmember Osei.
Starting time.
Thank you so much, and good morning / afternoon to everyone. Commissioner, I know we haven't officially met in person. However, you have a great opportunity to meet me. I'm throwing an event on Saturday, the 14th at 2 p.m. We're doing a bike day right here in Bed-Stuy at Restoration Plaza. We'd love for you to be there. Hope I can put that on your radar. But in terms of my questions, District 36, the district that I represent, is a naturally occurring retirement community, a NORC, and I represent many seniors in our city. The biggest concern I get from my constituents is the lack of accessible transit options for seniors and those with mobility needs. And while I know that many of those issues pertain to MTA, such as Access-a-Ride being inaccessible, many seniors feel unsafe in these streets, whether it's how cars drive, whether it's delivery drivers on e-bikes going down the street. So I wanted to ask how much of the DOT budget will go towards expanding safety for our seniors on a city level.
Well, as you know, the $905 million allocated from Mayor Eric Adams to DOT is directed to invest on improving the safety of our roadway, our sidewalk, and a street, and for the agency to add other resources that we need in order for pedestrians and cyclists to be safe. I think that it is also important that as a team here work redesigning danger intersections, that also we address the issue related to reckless drivers, because in area where we have especially our senior citizens, they are the one that when they are hit by the car intersection, they make 50% of the fatality. So we need to be sure that we protect our senior citizens, and this is one of the priorities that we have. Let me also call on Eric here to also add other information to that question.
Sure, and as the commissioner said, seniors are a special focus for us from a street safety perspective, because they're not necessarily more likely to get struck by a car, but when they are struck, they're much more likely to die from it. And so we really need to focus on making sure that people are not hit in the first place. Sounds obvious, which is an incredibly important thing to do. And so we focus on things like turn calming, people turn at slower speed, and some of the speed camera program, everything we can do to increase ability for everyone to react, not have the car strike the pedestrian, is really where we need to focus, and to spend an extra effort in those senior heavy areas to focus on that type of safety improvement. So we're happy to talk more with you and
absolutely. Maybe on bike day on Saturday at 2 p.m. Restoration Plaza. Another question that I have is, lights are critical to ensuring public safety for our communities, and my constituents in North Crown Heights are often concerned about the lack of lighting in our parks, like Brower Park. I understand that the Department of Transportation is looking to install new bulbs and park lights that will bring in more illumination to the parks. And I wanted to ask, what is the progress on this installation, and where have the bulbs been installed in the city? Is the Department of Transportation prioritizing neighborhoods that have previously been underinvested in, especially neighborhoods where parks need the most illumination?
Yeah, let's get Rebecca from the intergovernmental.
Yeah, Councilmember, I'll reach out to our lighting in the Brooklyn office and follow up with your office.
That would be wonderful. And then the final question that I have is,
sorry, one second. Could you name the park again?
Yes, Brower Park.
Thank you.
Yes. And the final question I have is, the district that I represent is unfortunately home to the third largest number of traffic fatalities. This is due to the lack of enforcement of motorists. There are constantly vehicles that speed on our streets, which pose a risk to our pedestrians, especially our seniors and motorists who double park and block protected bike lanes. making it unsafe for our cyclists. What part of the budget is DOT allocating to enforcing Vision Zero priorities? And what is DOT doing to further ensure that our streets are safer for our communities?
Councilmember, as you can see in the back here, this is like, our focus. This is about, we are focused on Vision Zero, following the major goal, which is to build a safe city. We want to build a safe city when it comes to looking at traffic fatality, not so far from traffic violence, it's not so far from gun violence. So definitely, speeding is an epidemic. Is eating the whole nation. There's a trend that we have on numbers of pedestrians and cyclists. The cyclists losing their life because of those drivers. So we are, not only we are investing in Spain of $5 million for the education awareness campaign, teaching drivers that they must slow down. I think, as I said before, I will not be tired to say over and over, 25 miles per hour is the speed limit in New York City. Drivers who drive at 25, they will be able to stop if they see a pedestrian, if they see a cyclist. If by any chance they hit anyone, the probability that a person have a major injury is so low. The probability that a person die is so low. So what we are doing is, one, educating the drivers, but also letting drivers know there's consequences. And Mayor Allen also is calling on the NYPD, together with us, and he put a message. It's going to be a step in enforcement, because we want to be sure that, working together with the NYPD, DOT, New York has to see, and they are seeing already that we are doing stepping in enforcement. But please also help us, calling you senator, calling you assembly member, who are our friends, who already have expressed, many of them, that they will be working with us to be sure that we expand the speed camera and automatic enforcement, so that by July 1st, we should be able not only to renew the program, we should be able to expand it so that we get the speed camera automatic enforcement 24 hours, the whole year, and lift up the restriction that they only can be installed a quarter mile from school.
Thank you, Commissioner. Hope to see you on Saturday.
I'm gonna try. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we'll turn to Councilmember Ariola.
Starting time.
Thank you, chairs. Thank you, Commissioner, and your team for coming to testify. I want to talk about the bike racks. So last year you received funding for 10,000 new bike racks over 2 years. So in the portion of my district, that's Rockaway Peninsula, we've had some areas where bike racks were installed, especially along Shorefront Parkway, which runs along the beach. Most recently, actually in March, early March, we had a meeting with the Queens team from the DOT to note a number of issues along that strip that needed to be addressed. One of which were the bike racks. What's happening with the bike racks is anytime there is a snow of any magnitude that needs removal, the bike racks get plowed away and then they get replaced in the very same spot. That is a tremendous waste of taxpayer dollars. We mentioned to the DOT team that had come down, gave them alternatives to where the bike racks could be placed because they were broken, at the point when we met. And they came back and replaced the bike racks exactly where they were, only adding enormous boulders, which I will email to you, Commissioner, in an area which is considered, it's almost to be like a buffer for the bike racks. But this area is an evacuation route for the Rockaway Peninsula in the event of another superstorm. So I don't know what kind of thought was put into that and why the DOT did that. They did that without any notification, not to my office and not to the community board, not to the civic associations. We've also talked to them about the protected portion of the bike lane where cars just naturally park there, and it is no parking. And we had asked for zebra stripes in the areas because a portion of it is where Parks Department has their facility. And once cars park there, they're unable to leave their facility with their vehicles and their machinery. None of those questions, not speed humps at entrances to large multifamily dwellings where it should be installed, not the bike racks, not any type of remedy for the illegal parking and the fact that Parks Department cannot either access or leave their facility because of illegally parked cars. Nothing was ever responded to. We have ramps that still need to be painted that go up and into where our concessionaire areas are. And we're 16 days away from our beaches opening, 16 days. None of the things that were on our list, which the community board chairperson, Dolores Orr, detailed in an email so that your team from Queens would know exactly what was discussed and what needed to be addressed and what they would need to answer, yes, no, or maybe to, was sent. We never received anything back. And that's unacceptable in and of itself. But what was done was 2 poles got fixed. And as I said, the bike racks were put in the exact same spot. And then these enormous boulders were put side by side in what is considered an evacuation route. So my question is, why aren't we getting a timely, we're here at May 12th now. That was back in early March. Why aren't we getting timely responses from the borough office? That's number one. Number two, why aren't we being notified and or considered when making such decisions like putting boulders in emergency evacuation routes? And number three, why does DOT tend to be, in many instances, reactive and not proactive when community boards, elected officials are saying to them, this is what we need here. This is what we need to protect the community. People who are riding bikes, 4-way stop signs at this corner, zebra stripes so that no one can park and this way there's not an accident with a beach vehicle coming out of Parks Department and a bike lane to cross, and then we have parked cars in that lane. I don't understand why everything goes back for a study and never ever, and I'm asking you to really reach down because you were council members, so you get this, why not use us as the real study, the real expert as to what's needed in the communities?
Yeah, so council member, definitely I will be following with you, and as I have done it, with the other colleague, more than happy to schedule my tenure and walk in your district. And being in the other side, so I understand, the level of advocacy that, that you are bringing on behalf of the resident of the district that you represent. At the same time, I can say that, we had a great team. One of the things that I have seen being for months in this agency is that the team that I inherit here, they've been running the largest transportation system in the whole nation. And even though we definitely will pay attention, to the need of different, reality, because each community are different. But, when it comes to expanding our micromobility, expanding our bike lane, it's important for us because we also want to connect all New Yorkers, on those additional access to transportation. But in those particular needs that you have mentioned, more than happy to get our team to be following up with your and also to schedule a walk in your district.
Commissioner, I welcome that, and I will have my office reach out to yours to set that up. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Still not, Councilmember Brewer, are you there? Okay, next on my list is oh, there we go.
I'm here. Thank you.
Okay.
I have
Yep.
I'm sorry, I'm in a cab. I appreciate it. I'm in a cab, you know how I am. I have 3 quick questions. And first of all, Udonis, you're doing a great job. I didn't know, but everybody likes you. I'm impressed.
If you say, I think as it's
It's an ongoing joke for those who don't know. And then secondly, Ed Pinkar is fabulous. Three questions. One is, I think you've given me before, but the status of the accessible pedestrian signals. Number two, the data on, I think years ago we had the data on incoming traffic to the central business district. Are you keeping track of that? If not, should you? I don't know. Then third, I know that you talked to your credit about figuring out on a pilot basis how to deal with the Amazon parking, the Fresh Direct, the Peapod, and the UPS, and so on. I know you're going to try to get rid of some of the 18-wheelers, do something different. I just want to get a little bit more on that, because you can imagine West Side, they all order online. I never do, but they all do. And it's a big problem. And then finally, the intersection issue where, you know, people park and then nobody can see and then somebody kills somebody. Is there something else we can do on that front? Those are my questions, and thank you so much and congratulations.
Thank you.
This is fine.
Thank you, Councilmember. You know that my respect to your dedication also to be not only now back as a council member in your previous role at the board president. There's one thing that I learned from you is that you knew how to take care of the need that we have in all community from the top to the bottom of Manhattan. So more than happy to follow all the same, commitment as we pay attention here at DOT to all the need of all 5 boroughs. So I'm going to be sharing the information. One on the intersection, say something, and then on the APS, and then the rest of my team, they also will add the other answer to the other question. Look, I'm more than happy to do anything on daylighting, anything that can for us to identify intersection where we have to remove car. We are committed to use all the tools to improve safety. Most crashes happen in intersections. And not only we have the team here that they are looking on redesigning the intersection, in some cases, separating the time for pedestrian to cross and driver to turn. But in other cases, about the daylighting, it's about removing a car from an intersection that they block the visibility. So on the accessible pedestrian signal, I gotta say that as a March 31st, 22, DOT installed APAs at 1,040 intersections citywide. In calendar year 22, DOT plans to install APAs at 400 locations, almost double our high watermark of the last 2 years when we averaged just over 200 intersections. And in calendar year 23, DOT plans to increase to 500 per year. And we plan to continue ramping up to eventually installing more than 1,000 intersections per year, with a target of having 10,000 intersection equipped with APAs by the end of calendar year 2030. Let me pass it now to Elizabeth to also answer the other question.
I can't remember the other
Oh, wait,
question.
so we have neighborhood loading zones. Hold on one second. So it's great to see you, Councilwoman. So I think Eric could talk a little bit about neighborhood loading zones, and then, Charles too, sorry. And then could you repeat one of your questions? Because I tried to write them all down, but you're too quick for me.
One was a APA, the other one was an intersection. Yeah, which were the other?
You're muted, Councilmember Brewer.
Sorry, I'm trying to. The data of incoming vehicles to the central business district. I think we used to keep track, but I don't know that we still do.
Yes, we do. We work closely with Nycc, the Metropolitan Council, and we do collect that data every year, and it gets published. You want to talk about those loading zones? Charles,
Yes, your other question had to do with loading zones, especially with regard to, you specifically mentioned Amazon. I would say that we do have a partnership with major delivery companies. Amazon does have a cargo bike program by which they try to deliver the kinds of things that you did mention that people order online. But our goal with regard to encouraging the cargo bike pilot program was really to take as many substitute cars from our trucks, to make sure that that delivery goes in the most sustainable, environmental friendly method from the last mile some cases last foot of delivery. So
Okay.
if what we did is we're working with Amazon, and not just Amazon, but any other operator who wants to use cargo bikes. We do have a pilot program whereby we can designate specific areas on the curb, on the sidewalk. I'm sorry, on the curb, on the main driving lane, so that these vehicles can park and so that people can deliver their deliveries in the most efficient manner. Ultimately, also, we're integrating some of these cargo bikes also include electric assist, pedal assist bicycles that Councilwoman, you attended the launching in December of 2019, but it was launched, and we're pleased to report that it's been a very successful pilot. We're trying to make it permanent, expand it across the city. The other component is really a neighborhood loading zone program, whereby we're also designating spaces whereby drivers, taxis, Ubers, even personal vehicles can load and unload in a designated area so that this reduces double parking. We found that this reduces double parking by up to more than 73% of double parking in areas, and that's really a safety boom for us.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we'll turn to Councilmember Sanchez.
Starting time.
Hello. Hey, Commissioner, and hi, everybody at DOT. So great to see you all. Very, very excited to be in this version of things. So my question is around street safety and micromobility. So very, very excited to see the deep investment that the administration has made in the New York City Streets Master Plan. But I think, as you all know, and many people know, I was personally hit by a moped over the summer. We know that they are driving on the sidewalks. We know that they are they're posing a safety risk to a lot of our seniors and elderly people and all of that. And so in the Streets Master Plan, the Bronx has 3%, currently has 3% of New York City's bike infrastructure, right? We're severely behind. It's not representative of our population, and more people are needing the safety and security that could come from expansion of bike lanes. So can you just tell me a little bit about DOT's approach to safe micromobility, right? I'm not one to push for enforcement. A lot of these folks are working, they're delivering and all of that, but they're also using the sidewalks largely because they don't feel safe on the streets, because our streets are so dangerous. So can you tell me a little bit about plans for improving bike lanes, improving micromobility options? What are the tools in DOT's toolbox to address this issue?
Yeah. First of all, congratulations, council member. As I saw each other yesterday, we expecting the baby. I know that's very important for you and your partner. So congratulations.
Thank you so much. We're excited.
And I think that we all know that we have to continue expanding micromobility. Our consciousness and our heart go together when it comes to being sure that working class community get all the motor transportation, so that we can use the mopeds and all the bicycle and buses as to move around, especially those of us who know what it is to be living in community that they have transportation deserts. Pursuant to local law 67 or 27
is because
prohibit the operation of a moped share system in New York City without prior reaching authorization of DOT, and require operators to adhere to DOT rules regarding operation safety and data sharing. So we at DOT also make those who are the operators of the mopeds accountable to the law that already we passed at the council. Moped share systems are a network of sub-service and publicly available electric class B or C limited use motorcycle. An operator must pay a permit fee of $1,000 for the initial 6-month permit. And they have to be sure that mopeds should not be in the sidewalk, and it's not legal for them to do it. So if there's any particular cases that that you have seen, that you have experienced, or the constituency brings to your attention, be sure that you bring it to us. Be sure to let us know which operators are the one that has any mopeds like used by any riders in the sidewalk, and we take that very seriously. You heard from my colleagues here tonight. Senior citizens are the one who are dying in larger numbers when they hit not only by car, they also can die by hit by moped. So we want to be sure that as we expand micromobility, we also take care of the more vulnerable population, which are our senior citizens.
And Commissioner, we absolutely agree with you that the investment in the on-street infrastructure is a big piece of that, and there is a very big focus on bike infrastructure in the Bronx this year. In the Fordham area, we have University Avenue going on right now. There's a whole Fordham area bike network that we're implementing, and we know that we don't want it to just be an enforcement solution. We want to put in the infrastructure that lets people feel safe in the right places on the street.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I just want to clarify, we don't have any operators here in the West Bronx yet. What we have is individuals who are using these different devices. And I understand, and maybe DOT can clarify, I understand that if your moped is underneath 100 pounds, then you don't need a license. But if it's above 100 pounds, then you do need a license. And so there's kind of like just a very confusing and difficult to enforce regime going on. But I think that's one part, is the enforcement questions.
Time expired.
Laws are there, but the other part is really about, how we're making the street safer so that folks can feel comfortable and feel like they can be on Fordham Road and, not going through the parks, which they're doing, and not being on the sidewalks.
Yeah, more than happy to follow with you, council member, to share more details when it comes to what is the weight of those mopeds that are allowed in the city and which are not. But definitely I understand why you bring to the table the question that you asked, because that's something that affects your district. That affects also the other side of the district in Inwood, in many other areas in the circle community. So.
And I don't think I'm lying when I say this. I think we have a one-pager that clarifies the mobility and the moped, so I can get that to your office. And congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And congratulations, Commissioner, and everyone.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we'll turn to Councilmember Ressler.
Starting time.
Councilmember Ressler, are you there? Okay, I will circle back. Next, we will.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'll come back later when I can. I apologize.
Okay. Next, Deputy Speaker Ayala.
Starting time.
Okay. Next, I'll try Councilmember Stevens.
Starting time.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I just have a few quick questions. And it was something that the commissioner had said earlier. Hello, Edonis, how are you? I know you said that the turnaround time for like potholes and things being addressed is like a 3-day turnaround. That hasn't been my experience in my district, and so I would love to work with your office to get have that turnaround happen, because we have a number of potholes that are growing and a number of sinkholes that have just been developing throughout my district. So I definitely would love some time to talk with you and your team about how do we get those things addressed in a much more adequate manner and faster manner, especially since in other places, I guess it's happening in 3 days. So we'd love to set some time up for us to talk about that. And then I think you touched on this earlier as well, just talking a little bit about how are we prioritizing transit deserts, and what are we doing other than bus lanes and bike lanes? Because my district it's a unique one, right? Because we have a number of very steep hills, and bikes always is not necessarily an option. And even with the bus redesign in some of those areas, they remove bus stops. So it's a much greater distance between stops now. So just thinking about how are we prioritizing each transit desert and what does that really look like? And do we have any monetary investments that we're thinking about?
Yeah, I will start in probably the team, not probably the team here also will complete. Look, I feel that, all of us been fighting on the issue related to transportation. That didn't happen overnight. Happening as a result, where major investment in the city only happening in certain area, and it's not investment only on transportation. Like when you have an area, and I got myself the state controller doing a study on Inwood, and I used to be the council member, about what is the average time of resident on Inwood to go to work. And he found out that 80% of the residents in my district, they have to travel an hour and a half to go to work. So I feel that besides, addressing, connecting all community with buses, with train, you heard like right now, the MTA is working, the Governor Hochul leadership to, connect all the train through using train to connect Queens and Brooklyn. And we feel that, we definitely have to have our long vision about thinking about connecting underserved community, those who live in transportation deserts, with new train lane. However, we also know how expensive are to build those trains. And I think that the immediate resources that we have are our buses. And that's why we also want to be sure that we all work together to be sure that we redesign our bus system. This is the opportunity that we have to use what I call the above the ground train system into something that can move New Yorkers faster, where we can turn our bus services more safer and efficient. So
Yeah, and I was going to say that's where my issue comes in, right? Even with the bus redesign, the solution was to remove stops. So now we have longer walks in between the stops. And so, even with that assumption, it's like I'm hearing this like, oh, we're improving time, but no one is really talking about how these longer stints is going to really harm the disabled and seniors who live in the community who are really struggling for those things. And then a lot of times the push is, oh, they can take a bike. That is not always an option, especially with our seniors, people with young and small children. And so that's why this is my question, because I don't hear any real investment around what the alternatives are, especially when they're removing stops. So I don't have much time, but I think that we should definitely spend some more time just kind of exploring that, because I don't really hear what that plan is.
Yeah, and we will follow with you. And again, as I said before, with any council member that we had to spend more time, visiting the district with my team, myself, more than happy to do it. But when it comes to the buses, we build the infrastructure. The MTA run the program.
Absolutely.
So I feel that it is important also that we engage the other Senate Assembly member when it comes, for them to bring the input to the MTA when it comes to buses. But again, as you said, yes, we are expanding. We are concerned and interested on the connectivity to connect more New Yorkers in this community in different types of transportation. Yeah. We need to expand. We need to bring the protected bus lane to the community, because on the COVID, most people who died, they were coming from community such as the one that you represent and the one that I used to represent. And most of them died because of asthma and obesity and diabetes. And we feel that, connecting those communities, our communities, we bike lane, bus lane is important. But I see that question, and yet there's an interest in this administration led by Mayor Adam when it comes to figure out how we can connect those New Yorkers who live in transportation deserts with additional source of transportation, mode of transportation.
And just one last statement, because I've heard a lot of talk about city bikes again, and I just want to say I think that we have a missed opportunity where we could be investing and having a shared bike program led by people from the community and young people, and really have a career pathway. And I think that we need to really be exploring those options of having and making sure that we don't have monopolies in our throughout our city that we're supporting. But I think it's a missed opportunity that is something that we should be thinking about moving forward with our young people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. And next we'll call on Councilmember Lee.
Starting time.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much, Commissioner, and to all the DOT staff that are here, as well as the chairs, Brandon and our Majority Whip, Selvena Brooks Powers. And I just wanted to ask more specifically about the resurfacing, not so much with the pothole filling, but when there are repairs that are being done. My understanding is that the resurfacing, once it's milled, the streets are milled, there's about a 4 to 6 week time period before you guys do the resurfacing of those streets. And my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that it's to allow for you guys to coordinate with DEP if there needs to be any other work that's done underneath the surface, and to allow for that time. But I know that with some of the sewage being replaced and the resurfacing and the streets being torn up, some of the major thoroughfares in my district were torn up, and to the point where residential driveways were being blocked, and they didn't even have access to their own driveways for months. This was actually a very long time. And, when they inquired to the city, they were just kind of talked back and forth between DEP and DOT. And I think there was just a lot of frustration there. So I guess if you could speak a little bit more to how that coordination is happening in terms of the efficiency, and how we can help address our residents, our constituents' questions around, because it really is impacting, just the noise, the fact that they can't access their house or where they live, their residence. And so if you could speak a little bit more to the time period in between after the milling happens and when the resurfacing happens, and how the coordination with DEP could be more efficient.
Yeah, I cannot explain for what happened in the past, as you said. We can talk, I know that this is something that we agree. We can talk about the present and the future and learn from things that was not doing correctly in the past. So definitely, the interest of the residents in the street where they live is very important for this administration. But let's hear now from Rebecca, who will also expand with more concrete details.
So I think the DEP project, that's a capital project. That's not a milling project. So when we mill the streets, we do keep them milled for a handful of weeks so utilities can do work and like Con Ed and get in and do that. And then we don't usually leave streets milled for months at a time. I think the other project that you're talking about is a capital project that DEP is doing, and we issue the permits for that. And I think the Queen's office has been, and I think the blocking driveways I've heard before, but I can follow up with your office in terms of how we coordinate on capital projects, but I don't think that's a milling project if I have that right.
Well, and just to be clear, that's just one example, but even there are other streets where, after the milling takes place, it's about 4 to 6 weeks minimum before it gets resurfaced. And so just wanted to know the reasoning for the time lag, and if there actually is coordination happening with DEP. Sorry, I'm having
we do extensive coordination with the utilities. I hope you're okay. But so it's an opportunity. So before we put fresh asphalt down, we have the street open so utilities can do work. They know that there's a period of weeks that the street is going to be open, that they can do the work. So hopefully we can avoid, and it doesn't always happen, the streets then getting cut into after they have just been paved. So that's the reasoning for the street milling. I know it's not pleasant when it's like that, but at the end of the day, you hopefully get a bunch of utility work done. You get a freshly paved street that doesn't get cut into for a period of time. That's the reasoning.
And definitely we will look on, let's be sure that we continue communication, and see any specific thing that we can do to, address things that we can do better, faster. It's important for us here at DOT too.
No, I really appreciate that. And I just wanted to reiterate, I think what Council Member Brewer said earlier about, we have a lot of folks, we're a transit desert, and we have quite a number of disabled in our community. And so the signals and the lights, if we can get that, or if you could let us know how we can implement those more so in our district, that'd be great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lee. Next, we'll turn to Councilmember Hudson.
Starting time.
Hi there. Thank you, chairs, and hello, Commissioner. A lot of my colleagues have already asked some of the really pertinent questions I had in mind, and thank you to Councilmember Osei for uplifting the needs of older adults as it relates to transportation. I wanted to ask a question about residential parking permits. I'm wondering if DOT has considered the effectiveness of such a program, like what many other municipalities, including Washington, D.C. have, and or what the city would need in order to implement and enforce a potential residential parking permitting program.
Yeah. So what I can say, we at DOT is always open to look for any new innovation idea. There has been some concern, that DOT has on how the program can operate, but we will be more than happy to discuss with you further on these ideas.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Hudson. And next was Councilmember Williams. But she hopped off for another meeting, so she hopefully will hop back. Next, we'll turn to Councilmember Lewis.
Starting time.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairs Brennan and Brooks Powers, for this hearing. Good to see you, Commissioner Rodriguez. Most of the questions I had were asked, and I don't know if you covered this already. I apologize if it was, but I wanted to have a quick conversation about the Interborough Express. Though the Interborough project is an MTA project, I wanted to know if DOT could comment on their role and how you all will be able to add funds in the FY23 budget regarding research or any type of any part of the project. The second question is in regards to Kings Highway. I want to thank DOT for their unwavering support for Kings Highway and for applying for federal funds. I wanted to know if DOT could outline its Vision Zero investments regarding Kings Highway and how the agency will continue to support one of the biggest and most integral arteries that we believe in Brooklyn that goes between many council districts. Thank you.
Thank you. And let me get into the first one, and then Eric will also take on the second one. Governor Hochul announced this transit expansion proposal in January 2022, which would connect Jackson Heights with Sunset Park using existing freight rail right of way. And the MTA is currently exploring both rapid transit, light rail, or conventional rail similar to LIRR, each of which will have different costs, service level, and performance. Early ridership estimate can go from 74,000 daily riders to for BRT, 85,000 for conventional rail, and 88,000 for light rail. The MTA anticipates choosing one of these to advance to environmental review process by the end of 2022. So they are the leading one. But we are more than happy again to follow with you and make the connection with MTA.
And then on Kings Highway, we couldn't agree more. Like, we're incredibly pleased to be investing in that corridor. There's about $82 million in the capital budget for that. And as you know, it's such a big wide street. It is challenging for people to cross. There's tremendous speeding. And so a lot of what we want to do is make that street easier to cross. So you see, we've done this already at a few medians, so really do it the whole corridor, expand those medians into the crosswalks so that pedestrians have a place of refuge if they don't make it all the way across, slow down the turns, redesign all of those bus stops to be accessible to everyone using them, and use fencing to guide people to the crosswalks to get to those bus stops. It's really going to be a full-on redesign of that whole avenue. And we think it'll be better for safety, better for buses, just to really try to take that street from being almost a highway through the community to being something that is really safe and accessible for everyone who lives there.
All right, we look forward to working on that with you all. Thank you so much, chairs.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Lewis and Councilmember Williams. I see you're on.
Starting time.
Councilmember Williams. Okay, I will go to Councilmember Ressler next.
Hi, can you skip over me? I come back after, because I thought I was way last in the queue. So I'm
Okay,
here.
we will.
Thank you.
All right, we'll come back. Councilman Ressler.
Thank you so much, Malcolm. And thank you to my distinguished chairs, Brooks Powers and Brannon. I really appreciate both of your tremendous leadership. And I want to thank Justin also for shouting out many of the great staff at DOT who are so responsive to us and helpful day to day. He shouted out lots of great folks from the Brooklyn office like Keith and Claudette, also Rhonda and Emily in our part, as well as Danielle Zuckerman, who does so much to help our office day to day. I also just want to commend Commissioner Rodriguez. I really do believe that you care deeply about addressing safety and violence in our streets, and that you're doing everything you can and pushing as hard as you can to try and improve the situation. So I want to thank you for your leadership there. I want to commend some of the folks at City Hall, notably the Chief of Staff, Frank Carone, and Deputy Mayor Joshi and their teams for pushing to try and think about the future of the triple cantilever and think about a transformative and bold plan. We're certainly eager to get more information in my office, and my community is desperately seeking more info here, and we're hoping that that will come in the weeks ahead. I do have to say that I have been really disappointed, though, by the Department of Transportation's lack of urgency in advancing the preservation strategies to keep the triple cantilever safe and functional for the 20 years that we're hoping to have before renovations or transformation needs to occur. And the dramatic reductions in funding by upwards of $180 million that should have been spent this year, a reduction from $225 million down to $44.6 million that Chair Brannon rightly shouted out earlier, is of grave concern, and frankly is indicative of the lack of urgency that DOT is placing on making the necessary repairs at this location. And I am very upset about it. And frankly, in my communications with DOT, I've been underwhelmed by the response that I've gotten from the agency. And so as it relates to the slowness of WIM installation, the slowness of the sensors being installed, the slowness of addressing water infiltration issues where we've had major flooding this very calendar year, I am disappointed and concerned about the safety of our community and about our ability to preserve the lifespan of the triple cantilever for these 20 years so that a bolder, more transformative solution can take place. So my simple question is this: will the Department of Transportation, Commissioner Rodriguez, commit to meeting with me on a monthly basis to give critical updates on preservation strategies so that we can be sure that we are holding DOT accountable to extend the lifespan of the triple cantilever?
First of all, congratulations to you and Anna as you got married.
Honest, you're a good man. I love you. What can I say? Thank you very much. We're really happy.
Listen, as someone that knows better City Hall than you, and you know how much time you have spent in your previous role looking at the cantilever and the whole BQE, you know that, as you've been engaged in conversation with City Hall, and here we have previous conversation that we have touched about our whole plan to, especially now that we have engaged in conversation with the state. And we believe that, we have a big project to do. We will do it together. We will continue doing the planning. There's no issue related to safety here at DOT, and Elizabeth can explain when it comes to, how we move money. No decision move any money, put anything at risk. So we have our team of bridges. They have the resources that they need to be sure that safety is taken care. But at the same time, and you will be part, as you have been in conversation, with City Hall directly and with us here too, as we move forward, having planning conversation, we are looking to have more engaged, stepping on engaging not only the local council member and yourself, but also the board president with whom we also met and other stakeholders. So let's keep tuned. Let's be sure that we follow all the level of coordination. This is going to be a big project, but safety has never been an issue when it came to the resources that DOT is designated to that project.
I appreciate that. And I know that you're planning a briefing for myself and others soon about the future of the triple cantilever, but the preservation of the structure is my concern. And if we don't act with extraordinary urgency and haste to preserve the structure for 20 years, we're not going to be able to implement a bold transformative solution that we all know is necessary and that I know the mayor wants to achieve. And so that's why I'm asking monthly updates with DOT on the progress that you're making on the preservation strategies, particularly. This is the area where I'm very concerned we're not getting the responsiveness that we need. Is that a commitment that you're prepared to make?
We will continue to meet. And as also we're trying to figure out, and we are coordinating with City Hall, how we're going to be bringing all the stakeholders, and not only again the elected, but all the voices of the community on discussing the future of that area. And this is something again that, you know, we will have the time. As you know, someone that have been at City Hall, you saw for many years and know how we work when it comes to the BQE and the whole project. Is something that, you know, very soon you will hear on what is the next step on the community engagement. That also will include the elected official. When it comes to meeting monthly, whatever, like I will have no issue again of coordinating our meeting between your office, myself, and the team here. But I prefer to say that we're working with City Hall. Let's see how we plan the level of coordination as we move forward. But I can tell you that Mayor Eric Adams having a conversation directly with his team, not letting Albany know that coming together, planning together is very important for all to accomplish that particular big project. One of the most important projects that we have in our generation when it comes to improving safety there. But one thing I want to be clear, never has been or it is an issue of safety in that area. Our bridge division engineer, they have all the resources that they need in order to keep that area safe.
I appreciate that. I know my time's expired. I would have greater confidence if there was greater communication. And so I'm not asking for a meeting with you every month, Commissioner, but for the Bridges team and your InterGov team to sit with us every month and give us crisp updates that I could share with my community would alleviate and assuage many, many concerns, because I'm hearing every day from constituents who are freaked out. So I'll follow up with you, but I appreciate you answering the question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Deputy Speaker Ayala, I see your screen is now on. You were on my list before, so I will turn to you.
Thank you.
Starting time.
Thank you. And good afternoon, Commissioner. It's nice to see you. I haven't had the pleasure of seeing you since you entered your new role. So congratulations to you. Obviously, I'm really concerned about, you know, the safety of our older adults and individuals with disabilities who are having difficulty navigating sidewalks that are in disrepair. And I wonder how much of this year's budget has been allocated towards sidewalk renovation and how much of that funding is specific to public housing sidewalks.
Yeah, and I can follow with the specific about the public housing sidewalk, but I can tell you, and first of all, it's a great honor again to be working with you, you know, in our role and here to support anything that it comes to improving transportation in the whole city, but especially you and I know, because we were there together in previous also speaker leadership at the council, and I know that you also going to be doing a great job now working together with Speaker Adam, but we've been there, and we know that we are so committed to be sure that we protect our own New Yorkers, but especially our elderly. Like, you know, my mom was hit at 108 and 3rd Avenue when my parents used to live at 1738 Lexington Avenue, where I did my swearing in 2009. So I will continue working again. In this case, with Commissioner Agent Lorraine Cortez, who also always is there caring for the senior citizen. But when it comes to, you know, the work that we're doing, DOT have previously committed $4 million annually for sidewalk repair and Nycc properties. However, due to procurement delay related to COVID 2021, DOT will increase this commitment to $5 million for a calendar year 2022. So yes, we will be working together. The team here, you know, have the resources that they need. Mayor Eric Adams allocate, you know, close to $1 billion for us to take care of a lot of the need that we have in transportation, and taking care of the roadway and sidewalk is also part of our priority.
Well, how much of the budget is that? And the reason that I'm asking is because I represent, the largest, public housing stock in the city. And not only, so not only is the work not getting done there, and I commend you're adding an additional million, but when one sidewalk is costing, $500,000 to $800,000 for repairs, then we know that this is not going to really make a dent, right, on the list of priorities that has already been established of the sidewalks that are in the most dire condition. So I appreciate that, but I would always argue that we need a lot more resources there, because I find that the city is really quick to fix, sidewalks in front of private homeowners, spaces, but the public housing developments would have the same condition ongoing for years. And what's happening is that we're seeing as a result that many of our seniors are like crossing in the street, they're like literally walking in the street because they can't navigate walkers, shopping carts. If they're wheelchair users, they can't safely navigate the sidewalk. So now we're putting them at greater risk by forcing them onto the street with vehicular traffic. And that concerns me. And I would love to see some level of priority in the budget for that, because I think that it's something that isn't necessarily on anybody's radar, at least not in any space that I've heard it become a priority. So I really would welcome that. And then I also wanted to know how much of the budget is dedicated towards the highway and ramp cleaning. The highways, I know specifically in the Bronx part, going into the Bruckner, are in pretty bad condition. Normally when I'm crossing over the Willis Avenue Bridge, I've had to personally call several times to have the bridge cleaned, because it hasn't been, and I get it. We were in the middle of a pandemic, but we have the resources to address these issues now. So I wonder how much of the budget is dedicated for that.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. I will pass it to our budget director here, Elizabeth, who will explain that answer that question. But definitely taking care of the sidewalk is top priority, because we know how important is our sidewalk for New York, especially for seniors.
Time expired.
And could I piggyback on that too, Commissioner? Councilwoman, if you have priority locations, if you could send that to me or to the Manhattan office or the Bronx office, depending on where they're located. And I would say, even if they're not scheduled for concrete repairs, we could talk about maybe making some asphalt immediate improvements.
I will definitely do that.
Thank you so much.
And for the cleaning of the bridges and highways, unfortunately, I don't have that number at hand. So we will have to get back to you about that dollar figure.
Okay, and just before I end, it's not really a question, but more of a suggestion. Recently we went through a situation in the South Bronx part of my district where Jackson Avenue was converted into a bike lane, leading to the connector that connects Bronxites to Randall's Island, which is great in theory. However, that street is very, very narrow, and it's also home to 3 schools. In the Bronx, we have serious retention issues with educators, and most specifically, the highest rates of educators that are coming from out of state, from New Jersey, from upstate, whatever, to teach in our schools. We don't have adequate parking space, and that was not something that was surveyed. So we had great difficulty, trying to mitigate the impact of the bike lane. So, as we continue to have the conversation of how we introduce bike lanes, into the city streets, we should also, there should be some study dedicated to that particular community to see what the impact is going to be. For me, it would have been pretty serious. And I think that the idea that cars are a luxury for everyone, specifically for people that are living in, in communities where transportation is not as easily accessible, is a disservice to that community. So I would love to have more conversation, with DOT around this, and I would welcome the commissioner as well to come out to the district to do a little tour so that I can show you some of the issues that are of importance to us. But I think that on a greater scale, as we're talking more and more about inclusion, the inclusivity of bike lanes, that there has to be an overall assessment of what the impact of that bike lane is going to be on the immediate community.
Yeah, more than happy, Councilmember, to follow with you and to do, a walk around and see what is important there. I also want to, to encourage you and to see how we can work together because I feel, and again, I say because we know that we have many conversations on things that are related to the cycling community, and I feel that also we need to educate our community about the benefit of cycling. I think that, it is no need to build the infrastructure, I said before, but it's about how can we also, be able to work with the local institution for them also to do their part, teaching especially our youth about how riding a bicycle, is good for the health too. So, but when it comes to the parking and it's something that they came around, and usually when we also expand our bike lane, I'm more than happy to have a conversation with you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Williams, I was told you're now ready.
I am. Thank you so much, chairs and commissioner, for your patience. I think my colleague, Councilmember Ariola, said it best. And Commissioner, as a former council member, you know that often we know our districts well. And for a very long time, the Department of Transportation often does this cookie cutter model where they have this bright and amazing idea, which is probably bright and amazing, but doesn't necessarily fit in every community in the ways in which maybe the agency intended it to fit. And so that said, one of the first things I want to talk about is the bus lanes in my district in the downtown Jamaica area. It is absolutely horrific. We don't like them. And we want to see some changes happen. It's my understanding that the pilot is set to end a few months from now, but that is way too long for so many of the businesses that are losing business as a result of the bus lane that still isn't being enforced and isn't sort of offering the benefits that it was set to offer outside of certain metrics that talk about reduced time in buses actually getting through that corridor. And so wanted to know what type of indicators outside of bus times are you using to really determine whether or not the bus lanes are working in certain communities?
Yeah, I can pass it to Eric again to add an answer to that question. I can speak about my own experience when it comes to buses. That 181st, sometimes, a small person, they feel when the bus lane are starting that they will be losing, and at the end of the day, what happens is that they don't lose consumers. Sometimes, the bus lane add because more people walk in those areas. But each community are different. And again, you are the ERU community, and we are more than happy again to hear from you, to work with you. And as you will hear from Eric, part of the thing that we say is about we are always open to go back and see, what has been the experience. But I just want to encourage all of us, but regardless on the side that we are elected or in a commissioner level, that understanding that when we bring our bus lane, we are connecting those group of the working class resident who they don't have other motor transportation. But I also know that we also have to look for the small business. But let me.
Yeah, it's not just the small businesses. Yes, the small businesses are the most harmed, but my district is a hybrid community. We have cars. And so when I think about the Department of Transportation, and maybe I'll do a Councilmember Barron and I'll just say a statement and you don't really have to answer so I can get to another question that I'd like you to answer, which is we are a hybrid community. And I think it's critical that the Department of Transportation takes into consideration that people do drive cars. We want to make sure that people that use public transportation have the proper resources to do that it's efficient, that they can get around well. But I think we need to really look at how we could make some small tweaks to ensure that it is not disproportionately affecting one group of people, one demographic of stakeholders over another, and that is the case. And so again, there's other things that the agency could be doing, resources that they could be allocating to the district outside of like dumping a bus lane that's still not enforced and still not properly regulated. So the other question I have is around school safety, and wanted to know if the Department of Transportation anticipates receiving an additional $1 million in state funding in fiscal 2022 to support infrastructure improvement in school zones. So I have a whole bunch of schools that talk a lot about traffic safety. They have petitioned and lobbied for speed bumps, stop signs, and to no avail, while children are getting hit by cars. And so wanted to know if there is going to be a focused attention around school safety.
We are using all the tools that we had to use in order to improve safety in our city, especially the surrounding school. So we go from redesigning danger intersection to looking at any of the tools, including to install the speed camera. The level of New Yorkers, especially the youth that we are losing, children on the school, there are too many. There's too much blood that we have. So we're using all the tools, but let me pass it to Eric, that he can also add more information.
Absolutely, and I know we've gotten some information on some specific schools. We're working on PS 116. We put in some new all-way stops there. We've seen what more we can do. PS 176, JJ8, IS 59, PS 134. But we're working at all of those places because we agree safety in and around schools is incredibly important. We work directly with the schools. We talk to the principals. We work with students. We have a robust school safety program, and we will make sure we address those locations and any others that you bring to our attention.
Yeah. And more than happy.
The pavers in the downtown Jamaica area, DOT issues permits to different utility companies, and oftentimes they do not properly replace the brick pavers. And so would love to know, if any, how much it would cost to remove the pavers and just put regular cement on the sidewalks. So that, I don't know, I'm sure you don't have the question now, but that is something that I would like to explore because it is a major issue in the downtown Jamaica area. Also medians, wanting to understand who oversees the maintenance and repair of medians, and if there are any resources that have been allocated in this budget to maintain the medians.
I'll say this about the medians, it varies from agency to agency. Sometimes it's parks, sometimes it's us. So I think we'd have to know a specific location, and I'll let Elizabeth talk about the funding part of that question. If your office wants to send either the Queen's office or my office specific median locations that you're discussing, then we can figure out the jurisdiction.
Okay.
Thank you. And maybe we could, yeah.
We did get additional funding in this plan for maintenance of various public spaces, including maintenance. I'm looking for the exact dollar value, but that is going to be something we're increasing.
Okay, and if you look for the exact dollar value, just my last final thing about bike lanes. So Southeast Queens really has no bike lanes, again, because we're a hybrid community. A lot of our community members are not huge fans of bike lanes, but I do think there are spaces that we could have more bike lanes. And so I would like to work with the Department of Transportation, especially an area that has historic illegal dumping. That area could quickly be turned into a bike lane. And I know the mayor and City Hall has committed to keeping bike lanes clean. So really want to have a conversation with the Department of Transportation about how we could expand some bike lanes into my district.
More than happy, council member, to following with you on, we want to expand bike lane. I think that this is not a luxury. This is something that is important for the whole, all New Yorkers, and we want to be sure that as we look at macro mobility, and also we know that each community must be connected to bike lane. More than happy to follow in over you.
Thank you so much, and thank you, chairs, again for your patience.
Thank you. And next we'll call on Councilmember Farias, followed by, we've also been joined by Councilmember Moya. So Councilmember Farias, then Councilmember Moya.
Perfect. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Commissioner and Team DOT, for being here. I will be brief. I just have three quick questions. In the council's budget response, we had requested 3.1 billion in DOT funding to transform our streets to be safer, more accessible, and equitable. This included 500 miles of dedicated bus lanes and 40 miles of car-free busways. Can you share, if you haven't already, and if you have, please tell me to refer back to the record, because I have been hopping in and out. Can you share what projects are included in the mayor's 900 million budget, and will any of the council's expanded goals be met? Are there any potential cuts?
Yeah, first of all, we working with the goal of Mayor Adams on building the numbers of bus lane that you mentioned. We are happy the support that we've been getting also from the council, and we feel that the $905 million, almost $1 billion that the mayor designated to DOT as a down payment, we allow all division here DOT to have the resources that they need in order to advance, the street master plan, to have the bus lane, the bike lane. So we always, as I say at the beginning, we always welcome more, but we feel that as we're going to be working with OMB, they always will be there working with us to be sure that we continue having the resources in a city that we have limited resources in order for us what we need in order to continue turning New York City as a safer city when it comes to pedestrians and cyclists.
Sure. Thank you so much. The mayor's administration has also committed numerous times to exceed the legal requirements of the NYC Streets Plan by completing 150 miles of bus lanes in just 4 years rather than 5, which is great, and we love to hear that. But we haven't yet seen a plan for completing the 20 miles required in 2022. Do we happen to have any bus projects planned for 2022 to meet that goal? And is DOT on track for completing those 20 miles by the end of the year?
We do have it, and our goal, we will get there. Let me figure out the breakdown. I think that I can share with you now. So some of the upcoming projects involve University Avenue in the Bronx, with new bus lane, new protected bike lane, Golden Hill Road in the Bronx. Initial community advisory board meeting was held on March. Fordham Road in the Bronx, the first SBS project from 2008. 21st Street in Queens, and also BX6 in South Bronx, Crosstown Capital Project in design in 2022. Yes, we will be building the numbers of the 20 bus lane, and we are working to accomplish the goal of the numbers of bus lane that Mayor Adam committed himself.
Great, thank you so much. And the last thing that I'd like to ask about, recently Chair and Council Member Salvina Brooks Powers and I did a quick walkthrough of some of my major corridors, transit corridors, and arteries throughout the district. And one of the main concerns that I have and that I brought up, and I'm sure we're dealing with citywide as well, is the absence of bus shelters throughout our communities. While we were touring through, and I know Commissioner, you and I want to do a walkthrough as well, so we'll be able to see this when we plan on our walkthrough. We have a lot of elderly folks that are leaning on hydrants or sitting on the sidewalks, kind of waiting for the buses to make their way to that stop. So I just want to know, going forward, is there a plan to look at aging communities or highly utilized stops within communities to add any additional bus shelters?
Yes, Council Member, that's our goal. And we are in conversation with JC the Coast regarding potential opportunity to add additional shelters that have been on hold since COVID. But just for your information, we had 3,320 bus shelters in the JC design are currently in service. 3,558 bus shelters in JC the Coast design have been installed, but some were placed out of service to accommodate construction or staff being moved by the MTA and other permanently removed due to the MTA service code. We know our community, and when it comes to the underserved one, and we know that we need to have more bus shelters, not only in your district, but in other area. I walk in the Queens. I know that it is important for the Queens resident also to get more bus shelters. This is a need that we have across the 5 boroughs, and this is something again that as we are having conversation with JC DeCog regarding potential opportunity, we're looking to add additional shelters, bus shelters that have been on hold.
Great. Thank you so much again for all of your testimony and answering the questions. Thank you to the chairs for allowing me the time. I won't take up any more. Appreciate you folks. Have a good day.
Thank you, Councilmember Farias. Next, we'll turn to Councilmember Moya.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Good to see you. ¿Cómo tú estás? Listen, I want to just quickly talk about the open plazas. One, what is the budget for the direct services that the DOT has for public plazas? Two, what's the total cost of the contracts to external organizations for operation maintenance? And then also, what is the average length of those contracts? And what are the mechanisms in place that you have to see if they're actually fulfilling their obligations with the public plazas?
Yeah, give me 1 second, Councilmember. As I announced, give me 1 second. Let me go back to make sure that I get the right information here. Give me 1 second. So council member, the One NYC Plaza Equity Program address the need for NYC plazas in under-resourced neighborhood where community-based partner organizations face challenges to maintain high-quality public space. 31 plazas receive support through the equity program. 17 high-need plazas receive a full suite of maintenance service. 40 million need plaza receive financial subsidy of up to $20,000 per year to support maintenance operation and programming. And all plaza in the program receive technical assistance to help with fundraising, operation planning, and programming. So we feel that we are in a good place when it comes to providing those communities that doesn't have the resources to have the technical and financial support to maintain those plazas.
But let me ask. So wait. Is it? You said it's $20,000 a year that the DOT puts in there to maintain these open plazas?
So it depends on the need of the partner. If it's a high need partner, we take care of.
But define what's a high need partner.
Basically, if the partner is not able to take care of the plaza themselves, we still partner with them, but if we and our contractor will do the maintenance for them. If the partner is able to take care of the plaza themselves, but just need some financial assistance, then we do that up to $20,000. So for a high need partner, we don't put a cap on it. We do the services that are needed for that plaza. If it's a partner that just needs some financial assistance, we do that up to $20,000.
Okay, and what is the average length of the contracts that you have with these partners in the open plazas, and what are the mechanisms that you have in place that you look at to see if they're actually fulfilling their obligations?
Yeah. So through the one NYC Plaza Equity Program, DOT has supported a new and public space, and based on the lesson learned over the past 5 years of our One NYC Plaza Equity Program and our recent open street work throughout the city cleanup corp. Right now, we are restructuring our program to be more supportive on a wide variety of public space and funding across the city. And we had the question related to the funding. DOT was pleased to receive an average of $5.4 million for public space management and maintenance on top of the system baseline open street and other funding. So I feel that our focus on providing the support, especially are those plaza who are mainly in the underserved community, who are in more need not only on technical support, but also funding for programming too.
What is the length that you have with these operators? What's the average length of these contracts, and what are the checklists that you have that continues to renew the contracts with them? What are those mechanisms that you have in place to see whether they're doing their job or if they're not doing their job? Because I have a big problem, and you came to see my district, Corona Plaza, where the city invested over $5.6 million in redoing that plaza a number of years ago. And it is a problematic place there. I need to know exactly like what we're doing here. You still haven't answered the question of how you go about getting these contracts done. What are the length of times? The one in Corona Plaza in particular was given a 9-year contract. I've never heard of that. That a 9-year contract is given out to a vendor that comes in here with no real community vetting whatsoever. It was just that I was told that they had enough money for insurance. So I really want to get to the core of this, because this affects our communities like mine. That, the people, the number one complaint has been about Corona Plaza, the quality of life that has gone consistently down. So I really want to get these answers so I can understand what is the process that the DOT has when, one, they select the vendor, and their conversations that they have with the community and the local elected officials here.
Right. And Councilmember, we will follow with you with the details that are pertain to, the time limit and other need that you have as you follow up from the work that we did together in the plaza. So let's follow up with your office when it comes to providing the opportunity. One of the things that I can tell you is about that it doesn't matter for the numbers of years that any institution who run a plaza get a
I think that there would be a requirement, just like the city, that who determines the amount of years that you give a contract to. Like, I've never heard of a 9-year contract being awarded just like that for a vendor.
Yeah, so the answer is that we will revise that particular length of time that was given to the institution that is running the plaza in your district. But what I can say is I know that any institution running any plaza, regardless of the year that they have to run it, DOT, and I will check with legal and follow with you, will always have the right to revise any or in anyone that is running program, and if the program is sufficient, we will go with the year that they get a contract to run it. But if anyone is not doing the job to run any plaza efficient, especially responding to the need of the community, we at DOT will revise it. So, but I will follow with you.
I don't mean to interrupt, Commissioner, but this isn't something this isn't something that is new to you. I already spoke to you about this. You were actually there. I still haven't heard what are the mechanisms that you have in place that actually determines whether or not they're doing their job. Your response to me is, well, if they're not doing their job, then we'll review that. Well, if it's under your purview, and you've already heard from me, the local council member, and the community, I want to know what are the mechanisms in place that you have already that does spot checks on the vendors that the city has actual contracts with.
I will follow with you and myself or the team here at DOT, but I understand the need that you have in that plaza. I'm more than happy to continue working with you, but I know that you have a specific question, and I will be following you to provide the answer.
Okay, I appreciate that very much, Commissioner, and thank you, Chair, for allotting me the extra time. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for coming with me to the district too, Chair. I really appreciate that tour. Thank you.
It was a great time.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. That concludes councilmember questions for the Department of Transportation. I will now turn it back to the chairs.
Majority Whip, do you want to take it?
Just want to say thank you to our colleagues and to the administration. We clearly went way past our time, but I think we were able to touch on a lot of important issues concerning transportation and infrastructure across the city. And I believe with the administration taking back this feedback and with the body taking back this new information, we'll be able to be in a much better place. So thank you so much, everyone. And thank you, Chair Brannon.
Thank you, Chair.
He's on mute.
Well, I'm mute.
Thank you, Majority Whip. And Commissioner, it's great to see you. I look forward to working with you. We acknowledge that this administration is only 5 months old, but a lot of your team has been around and they've been very responsive, and we appreciate that. And I think the breadth of questions that you saw today just shows what a integral and important agency the DOT is in everyday course of business that we do in our communities. So we appreciate your time today, and thank you so much. We look forward to working with you going forward.
Thank you, Chairs. And all those questions were similar to the one that I asked, right? That's you. Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Right on, Commissioner. Thank you so much.
All right, everybody, bear with us. We're going to switch over to Moya, and then we will get the second leg of our journey on the road.
And good afternoon to Director Tortorici. If you'd like to test your audio, you can do so now.
Good afternoon, Sergeant. Testing.
Coming in loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Executive Director Montesano, if you'd like to test your audio as well.
Testing.
Coming in loud and clear. Thank you. And good afternoon, Commissioner Castro. If you'd like to test your audio, you can do so now. You should have
Hold
the
on.
ability. Yep. All
Yes.
good.
Can you hear me? Great.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And good afternoon, Chair Hanif. If you'd like to test your audio, you can do so now.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Good afternoon.
Coming in loud and clear.
Awesome.
So we are just waiting for Deputy Commissioner Colette Saman.
I'm here.
Oh, there we are. Perfect. Okay. Okay, chairs, are you both ready?
We're ready. I'm ready.
Okay. Chair Hanif, let me know when you're ready, and then we will hit the show on the road.
I'm ready. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the second portion of today's hearing, May 12th. We will now hear from the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs. My name is Malcolm Butelhorn, and I am counsel to the Finance Committee. And we want to make sure that we recognize council members present for the record. Council members Brannon, Hanif, Barron, De La Rosa, Farias, Joseph, Osei, Ressler, Sanchez, Yeager, Ayala, and that's it. Chair Brannon will turn to you for your opener, then Chair Hanif, and then I will swear in the administration.
Thank you, Malcolm. We'll now begin the second portion of our day and hear from the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs. For those joining us for this portion, I'm Councilmember Justin Brannon. I have the privilege of chairing the Committee on Finance, and I'm joined by Councilmember Shahana Hanif, who is the chair of the Committee on Immigration. The Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs projected FY23 budget of $818,000 represents less than 1% of the city's proposed fiscal 23 budget in the executive plan. Moya's budget resides within the budget of the mayor's office, but this does not provide a full picture of Moya's entire funding, as the office coordinates and collaborates with various city agencies, including DYCD, HRA, DOH, all of which on managing Moya programs found within their agencies. I welcome Commissioner Castro and his team for being here today to answer these committee questions on their proposed FY23 budget. I'll focus my questioning mainly on staffing, language access, day laborers, and other topics. I want to thank Florentine Cobore and Carillion Francisco, as well as John Yedden and the entire finance team for the preparation for this hearing. I'm now going to turn over to Co-Chair Hanif for her opening remarks.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon and welcome to the fiscal 2023 executive budget hearing for the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs, Moya. I'm Councilmember Shahana Hanif, and I'm the chair of the Committee on Immigration. Today's hearing is joint with the Committee on Finance, and I'd like to give a special shout out to my colleague, Councilmember Justin Brannon, for co-chairing this hearing with me. Moya's proposed fiscal 2023 expense budget totals roughly $818,000 in city funding to support 7 full-time positions. Moya supports and empowers over 3 million immigrant New Yorkers who speak over 200 languages. The office collaborates with various city agencies to deliver essential immigrant services. However, Moya recognizes that, quote, it cannot be the only office that seeks to serve our immigrant communities. Furthermore, all city agencies must think about the needs of immigrants when engaging in their work, end quote. Funding for the immigrant services in the fiscal 2023 executive budget is fully allocated to several agencies' budgets, including the Department of Youth and Community Development, the Department of Social Services, the Department of Education, New York City Health and Hospitals, the Department of Citywide Services, and the City University of New York. At today's hearing, we will examine the components of the immigration program budget with a particular focus on, as mentioned, language access, legal services, adult literacy, IDNYC, and healthcare for all. Because Moya manages these programs along with the agencies, it is my hope that Moya provides clarification on the funding included in the executive plan. Additionally, due to the nature of Moya's mission, the committee is interested to know whether Moya's headcount limits the office's ability to carry out its work efficiently. As we move close to the budget negotiations, the committee is calling on the administration to restore funding for immigrant services and to enhance the adult literacy initiatives, all immigrant legal services, and the Day Labor Workforce Initiative. The committee urges the administration to invest $25 million in the Our City, Our Vote to support community-based outreach to all New York City eligible voters, regardless of their citizenship status. I look forward to working with Moya and all other city agencies to deliver adequate services to immigrant New Yorkers. I also want to thank Speaker Adams and Tanisha Edwards for ensuring that we were able to host this vital hearing. I want to thank our committee staff for their hard work, Krillian Francisco, the unit head, Florentine Cabore, the financial analyst, and the committee counsel, and my legislative and budget director, Alexander Liao, and all others behind the scene. Thank you.
Thank you, chairs. And I just want to remind everyone that unlike in past, council members and members of the mayoral administration will have the ability to mute and unmute themselves. We just ask that when you are not speaking, to minimize disruption, to remember to mute yourself. Council members, you've heard it before, and I'm going to say it again. If you have questions, please use the raise hand function in Zoom. You are limited to 5 minutes. I ask that you please listen for the cue from the sergeant, and when they say time is called, to please wrap up thoughts or comments so we can move on to your next colleague that is waiting in line. The following members of the administration are here to testify and or answer questions. Commissioner Manuel Castro, Deputy Commissioner Colette Saman, Ann Montesano, Executive Director of Interagency Initiatives and Language Access, and Tom Tortorici, Director of Legal Initiatives. I will first read the oath, and after, I will call on each member from the administration individually to respond. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before these committees, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Commissioner Castro?
I do.
Deputy Commissioner Saman?
Yes.
Executive Director Montesano?
Do.
And Director Tortorici? And if I,
I do.
pronounced that wrong, I apologize.
That's correct. Thank you. I do.
Thank you. Commissioner Castro, whenever you are ready.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Chair Hanif and Chair Brennan and members of the committees on Immigration and Finance for holding this budget hearing. My name is Manuel Castro, and I am the Commissioner of the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs, or better known as MOIA by its acronyms. Since I may be speaking with many of you, especially members of the Finance Committee, for the first time, I would like to start with an introduction and also by reviewing MOIA's goals as outlined in the charter. So, my testimony will be a little long, but I thought that this was important just to set a baseline. Prior to my appointment in January of this year, I was Executive Director of New Immigrant Community Empowerment, better known as Nycc. I myself am an immigrant. I crossed the border with my mother when I was 5 years old. I grew up undocumented here in New York City, in Sunset Park, Brooklyn. And I was part of the early generation of dreamers that began to fight for an opportunity to an education and a pathway to citizenship, and is a community that is still very much active in fighting for these same things. So I am incredibly proud to now serve New York City in this role and to be able to work with many of you in addressing the many needs of the immigrant communities that live here in New York City. As it relates to the New York City Charter, it explicitly outlines the importance of our office and our work together for immigrant communities. It notes that immigrant New Yorkers make up a significant large percentage of the city's population. 3 million New Yorkers, or almost 40% of all people living in New York City, are immigrants. However, when including the children of immigrants, this percentage goes up to nearly 60% of all people living in New York City. So because of this, the well-being of the city depends on our work together and the willingness of immigrant New Yorkers to engage with city government. Given this reality, MOIA is not and cannot be the only office or agency that seeks to serve our immigrant communities. All city agencies and offices must think about the needs of immigrants when engaging in their work. The charter, however, recognizes MOIA's unique expertise as the mayor's office that focuses on immigrant-related issues, and it gives a special consideration in advising and assisting the mayor, the city council, and other offices and agencies on developing and implementing policies related to immigrants and limited English proficient proficient New Yorkers. Moya is also asked to track state and federal policy and law, increase access to city programs, benefits, and services through outreach, help advise on the legal service needs of immigrants, and consult with the community and other stakeholders, and coordinate an interagency task force on immigrant affairs. In addition, Moya works with relevant city agencies to address the needs of immigrant crime victims and witnesses, including by working with agencies on the issuance of U visa certifications and T visa declarations. Finally, Moya is also required to report annually on its programming and on the demographics and needs of immigrant New Yorkers. That said, I am proud to report that Moya has been doing all of this and much more than what is outlined in the charter, whether it is responding to the needs of immigrant New Yorkers during emergencies like the devastating fires in the Bronx and most recently in Sunset Park, or assisting immigrants when they are victims of crimes, such as the recent subway shootings or crimes against Asian communities and delivery workers. And our leadership and staff are committed to go directly and be with communities on the ground. Today's testimony builds on my remarks from our last preliminary budget hearing and briefly outlines Moya's continued work to respond to the challenges of immigrant New Yorkers. I like to emphasize, however, that I am not covering all of Moya's current work in this testimony. The report we published in March of this year includes descriptions of the ways Moya designs, proposes, implements, and manages a portfolio of programs that directly serve immigrants and are intentionally responsive to their needs. The following overview touches on just a few relevant pieces of our work, which focuses on two main areas. One, responding to the unique needs of immigrant communities and closing the access gap for immigrant New Yorkers. So first, responding to global crises and newly arrived immigrants. From the outset of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the mayor and I called on the federal government to extend temporary protective status, or TPS, for Ukrainians already living here, and to streamline the process to help forcibly displaced Ukrainians come to the United States, particularly those with families in New York City. The Biden administration listened to our many calls for action by announcing that the United States will extend TPS to Ukrainians already living here and welcome up to 100,000 Ukrainians and others fleeing Russia's aggression through the established resettlement pathways, as well as introduce a new process specific for Ukrainians. As home to the largest Ukrainian population in the nation, it was only right that New York prepared the resources needed to welcoming arriving Ukrainians and meet their needs. So this past April, Moya joined the mayor, elected officials, and Ukrainian community leaders to announce more than $2 million in funding to help currently residing and newly arrived Ukrainian New Yorkers take advantage of the available forms of relief and resettlement pathways, including TPS, humanitarian parole, and more. The initiative will also include outreach, case management, interpretation, and translation services, and direct assistance for displaced Ukrainian families resettling in New York City. The funding is a prime example of how Moya is proactive in responding to global crises, and in particular those that impact New Yorkers and their families, as well as the city's continued and relentless commitment to all communities and to all immigrant communities. Currently, the city is going through an RFP process to determine which community-based organizations will deliver these services. We plan to give a more detailed announcement in the coming weeks. In FY23, we will also continue to fund and coordinate the Haitian Response Initiative, which is a coalition of community-based service providers who are equipped to provide culturally and linguistically responsive services and information to Haitian community members and newly arrived Haitian immigrants. given the tremendous need that continues in these communities. Second, legal services. I recently was able to see that the impact of the city's investment in naturalization support at John Jay College, where Moya sponsored and tabled at a CUNY Citizenship Now application assistance event. This event helped over 200 green card holders to ascertain their eligibility for U.S. citizenship. Many of them also qualified for fee waivers that will allow them to naturalize without charge. Immigration legal services are a tool of empowerment for immigrant New Yorkers and their families. And Moya demonstrates its commitment here, not just by word, but by deed. New York City leads the nation by dedicating more funding to immigration legal services than any other municipality in the country. We do this in partnership with legal service providers, community-based organizations, and city agencies through initiatives including Action NYC, Immigrant Opportunity Initiative, and Rapid Response Legal Collaborative. We are grateful for community-based and citywide legal service providers who carry out this difficult work in service of immigrant New Yorkers every day. To date, we invested tens of millions of dollars into immigration legal services. Moya oversees more than $10 million in funding for legal services programming, over $8 million of which is baseline funding. Action NYC makes up the lion's share of the funding, with over $8.7 million allocated to that program alone. The council can find more details on Action NYC in our annual report, as I mentioned, published in March of this year. Third, language access. While ensuring language access is a large and significant undertaking, I am very personally committed to language access. About 22% of New Yorkers have limited English proficiency, and about half of immigrant New Yorkers have LEP. In addition, over 200 languages are spoken in the city. We will continue to build on the city's infrastructure to support the delivery of high quality language services, advise and provide technical assistance to our sister agencies and offices to provide the way city governments communicates with non-English speaker New Yorkers, and serve as a lab to pilot and further educate our partners on best language access practices. We look forward to sharing more details about this work through our forthcoming press announcements. And in conclusion, in the past couple of months, I have had the privilege of meeting with diverse immigrant communities across New York City's 5 boroughs to hear directly from them about their needs and what the city should be doing to meet these needs. With every interaction, conversation, and event I've attended, it is clear that New York City is the city of immigrants, and we must do all we can to support our immigrant communities to thrive so that all New Yorkers are able to prosper together. So with that said, thank you again for calling this hearing. I look forward to working with City Council on addressing the needs as the budget process continues. And now I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. It's great to see you again. It's great to see you leading Moya, having someone who knows what it's like to be an advocate and an activist in the streets. Leading this mayor's office is certainly not lost on us or any of my colleagues. So it's very meaningful. But before we begin, I always say the committee, we may not get to all of the questions, or we don't anticipate it, but you may not have responses for everything. So we'll send a follow-up letter for any of the unanswered questions. So let's dive right into staffing. So the Moya total budget is roughly $818,000 to support 7 full staff positions. The New York City immigrant population totals over 3 million and continues to grow. The executive plan does not include additional staffing from Moya headcount. So how is your office carrying its mission efficiently?
It's a great question, and as you know, as I began my role here, these are some of the first questions that I asked myself. And in piecing it together, I've now understood better, how we partner with different agencies in order to be able to address the many needs that the immigrant community has. And so in the last hearing that I participated in, I mentioned that we had about anywhere between 50 and 70 staff lines. And those are the ones that we rely on to do this work. And I said it in my last year, and I always welcome additional funding and staff line to be able to conduct this work.
So, Commissioner, you said 50 or 70 staff lines, 50 or 70?
Yes, currently the headcount is at 72, but of course there are many vacancies that we are working to fill.
Okay.
Mhm.
So have you requested an increased staffing from OMB? And if so, are there certain types of positions that you need more than others?
So we've been working closely together with the OMB. Like I said, in the first couple of months for me was just to go to OMB and really understand what kind of staff lines we had and what needed to be addressed. And they have provided a number of staff lines for this next fiscal year. And certainly language access is a priority, and so that's what we're working through right now. And our outreach team is something that we're also carefully rebuilding, which is a core or an essential part of our work, because we take pride in making sure that we have a good representation of outreach staff so that we're able to communicate and work closely together with the many immigrant communities that we have. So we're working through that, and we're certainly happy to provide more information and of our approach in trying to fill these lines.
So let's talk a little bit about language access. So in the preliminary budget response, the council called on the administration to include $5 million to expand language access. We were delighted to see even more funding of $8.7 million in FY23 for interpretation and translation services. We also, the council in our budget response called for an increase in access to language services across city agencies, which is very, very important. Improving the quality of translation by creating a community interpreter bank, and providing employment and business opportunities for immigrant communities by developing a worker-owned cooperatives. So how will the 8.7 million, how do you see this funding being allocated as far as these asks that the council had with the community interpreter bank, increasing the funding for language access to the city agencies, and which agencies do you think are in greatest need of language access services?
Yeah, and thanks so much for this, because it's been my focus in the last several months. It's something that I understood was a priority for advocates, having come from the advocacy and community group world. And so I tackled that first. It's a tremendous need, but it's also a tremendous undertaking because of the size of our city government. And I'm happy that we're moving things along. This is a good amount to start working with. And just to clarify, much of it is going to the Department of Education. If you take a look at the breakdown, I believe 7 million is going to the Department of Education. Some of it is going to some of it is going to DCAS and so on. But yeah,
Commissioner, I worked at DOE. Aren't they one of the only agencies that currently has an in-house translation office?
I believe so. Yes. My understanding is because of the size of the need there, and of course, working with parents of immigrant parents or even children, immigrant children, is quite a significant need, and it's important to the administration. So yes, they'll be expanding that work, and I'll certainly be involved for sure.
Because I think something that and I can only speak for myself, but I think Chair Hanif feels similarly in that what we would love to see is something like this in every agency, but also with a focus on, instead of outsourcing to vendors, if we're going to hire vendors, it should be selections made within the community for the a lot of the nonprofits that do this work already. Is that something you are in alignment with?
Yeah, and that's actually something that I'm excited to look into, and I think it's come up in all of our hearings, and something I've said that I'd want to continue to explore. I now understand the magnitude and the need to also build capacity for the smaller vendors and the nonprofits that want to do this work. So I believe that is something that we're going to tackle initially, and I'm certainly taking a lot of what we discussed in our hearings into account, and also in meeting with some other groups that have been working on this particular issue. And in fact, I have a meeting next week with the Language Access Coalition to continue discussing these needs. So yes, I'm very excited to be working, along the same lines.
Great. Yeah, the council wants to be partners there in that work. So
yeah,
please keep us, think of us as a partner and leverage us where you can. I want to jump into emergency food assistance. So food remains an issue amongst the immigrant population, and the city has to ensure that immigrants know that there's not any public charge risk for them to apply for emergency assistance. Did Moya conduct any outreach to the immigrant community regarding emergency home delivery meals and SNAP benefits?
Well, on the outreach piece, yes, we're continuously informing our different communities about these resources and benefits. We integrate them into all of our Know Your Rights trainings and activities. On the food access question, as I learn, how we address food insecurity, now I see how the amount of funding and work that goes into it, and how dispersed it is throughout the city. In fact, I just had a meeting, really great meeting with the Department of Parole. They also have a food program. And so my emphasis now is understanding where these resources exist so that we can make sure that our communities know where to connect to these resources. But I'll definitely have to refer to Department of Sanitation that coordinates a lot of this work. I know that they've been, thinking about this very, strategically, and they'll be addressing it together with us.
And what channel, I mean, not only for emergency food assistance, but just sort of overall, what channels is Moya utilizing what are your go-to channels to notify immigrant population about any benefits or new information coming from Washington? Or what have you found to be the most effective channels to communicate on?
Well, certainly working with community partners on the ground, which is why that's been my focus initially, meeting with our partners and actually visiting them, because, well, I have firsthand experience that, this is really the entry point for so many people, especially newly arrived immigrants. And but just because I led one of these agencies doesn't mean that it looks the same everywhere. So I've began to visit. My goal is to visit somewhere around 200 agencies this year, and I've developed a list, added many more to this list, that I am familiar and I have worked with in the past. We have about 800 agencies that we work with, and yes, that prior to me arriving, and certainly now, I think the focus will be partnering with these community organizations, community groups, faith groups, to make sure that they have the information to pass along to their communities. Aside from that, we have our own outreach and organizing staff that provides Know Your Rights trainings, that provide, just outreach to communities, whether it's tabling or speaking with community leaders about the services that that we have or that immigrants can access that are provided by the state and federal government.
And as the city welcomes new immigrants from the Ukraine and from Haiti, how is the city, are we ensuring that these communities have access to food assistance?
Well, on the food assistance, and like I said, it piecing together, the many resources that exist on food assistance. But we partner closely with many of the city community-based organizations that have food pantries or have began food pantries as a result of the pandemic. And wherever they do exist, this is where we channel or this is where we refer people to. We also have a hotline that people can call for any of this information, which we can provide to them as needed. Of course, they can call 311, but we are also encourage people to call us directly to inform them of these resources.
Good. Okay, I have some other questions about recovery as it relates to the pandemic, but I do want to give ample time for my co-chair of this hearing, Shahana Hanif. So I'm going to hand it over to her now. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Chair Brannon. And it's always good to see you, Commissioner Manny, and a pleasure to learn more about you in each of these hearings. It is a deep honor for our city to have you as the Commissioner of the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs. So I'd like to first follow up on language access, and a yes or no would be sufficient for this. Does the 8 million, which is an incredible amount for language access included in the executive budget, include funding for the Community Interpreter Bank and worker cooperatives for language access?
Yes and no. Well, but more details to come. We certainly want to, sit down with you and other council members to discuss what we're thinking. But certainly, we want to make sure that we're prioritizing, the needs on the ground and what we're hearing from agencies, from community partners.
So just to clarify, there is a plan. There is a plan and you'd like to present it to the council and get feedback. Okay.
Yes, we're working through details. As you know, we also learned that we were able to secure these funds, and we want to make sure to have these discussions and continue to think strategically about how to use these funds. But yeah, I'm happy to report back on those discussions and as details are firmed up.
Great, that would be great, given I know that the bulk of this language access funding is going to the DOE. So the initiatives that advocates are pushing for and which were included in the council's preliminary budget response are more comprehensive than just the DOE. So I just want to put that out there as well. So one other priority that I didn't hear you speak about is Our City, Our Vote. So I'd like to start my questioning with that. In the council's response to the mayor's preliminary fiscal 2023 financial plan, the council recommended a $25 million investment by the administration to support community-based outreach to all New York City eligible voters and to effectively implement this legislation. However, the executive budget does not recognize any new funding for this proposal. Could you share what is the administration's plan on implementing this legislation when the law goes into effect in December of this year?
Yeah, no, and one of the reasons I did not include this in my testimony, in my remarks, even though it's incredibly important, largely because it's still under litigation. We're waiting results on that. But I'm also mindful that we need to start preparing now, because this is something that we're very confident will be reality. And so I know that my colleagues over at the Board of Elections, at Campaign Finance Board and at the Civic Engagement Commission have been doing quite a lot of work, particularly, studying, like the different communities that this will be impacted, how to navigate, some of the challenges. But yeah, I don't want to say uh, something that that perhaps I shouldn't be saying while this is under litigation. And as someone who advocated for this for many years, as you know, I share this in previous testimony. I began working on this issue in 2004. It is something that is very important to me, and I it's something that I'm definitely going to have an interest in being part of, and making sure that our communities impacted will be able to engage appropriately with this initiative.
That is a little disappointing to hear, given December is merely 6 months away. And so what I hear from your response is that there isn't even a kind of preliminary plan to ensure the success of this historic legislation. And while you've mentioned that you are working with some of the agencies, I'd like to know which agencies. And I don't want the litigation to be what pauses the work that needs to get done.
So just to clarify, I should have said that I defer to our colleagues at the Civic Engagement Commission, who is charged. Well, actually, it's the Board of Elections who is charged to implement this, and I know they've been working with the Civic Engagement Commission to come up with a plan. I don't want to disrupt their work by saying anything perhaps that they're not ready to say, or that may impact the litigation. But I know that they've been working very diligently on this, and my hope is that they will be able to announce something soon. But yeah, I'm happy to share more about who's working on this. But like I said, Board of Elections, Civic Engagement Commission, Campaign Finance Board. We want this to be a success once we're able to implement it. And I certainly want to make sure that people are able to register, to be able to vote in municipal elections and address any challenges that they might have.
Thank you. And I just want to reiterate that the law is indeed in effect, and we have got to be a city that treats it as such, and move forward regardless of the nature of the lawsuits being filed against this law. And so I urge Moya, I urge the other agencies to take this very seriously, because you've mentioned you've been an advocate since before its passage, as have many of us on this call and those listening in. It's vital on the city to be proactive about this rather than regressive. So I had other follow-up questions on get out the vote activities. We really need to set aside more than 6 months to ensure adequate, equitable outreach, address all of the language needs, ensure that we are particular about the community-based organizations selected to carry out the outreach efforts, and then to, of course, improve or revise the Speak NYC videos to reflect this change. Are you able to speak on whether Moya plans to update the Speak NYC videos to reflect the Our City, Our Vote legislation?
We are engaged in new script development for videos for the We Speak program, and I would be happy for this one to be there to be one dedicated to this for sure. Large part of our preparation has been around the mechanism, but in thinking through language access, but certainly this would be one of the areas that I'd love to work on together with you.
Thank you. I feel that this is a given that we include this historic legislation and the nature of expanding our democracy for a program that is utilized by our immigrant and undocumented neighbors. And I ask this because I know that the program had been or continues to promote 2 unique videos in partnership with CUNY and Census 2020, which portrayed census questions as well as immigration status. And so I think this is just in line with the kind of work that has been lifted up through the We Speak program. So I won't go into further questioning about our city, our vote. I am disappointed, just to put that out there again, that we haven't been doing our due diligence to this fight that was brought to passage by our immigrant community. And so this is a disservice. This is us again regressing, and it is unfair to our democracy. I want to move into some more questions about legal services. The council is experiencing difficulties to receive clarification on immigration services that are located in the other agencies' budgets. Because your office collaborates and coordinates with these agencies, I hope that you will provide some answers to my following questions. So could you share what is the current budget and fiscal 2023 budget for immigrant legal services? I know you mentioned that 8.7 million is allocated to Action NYC. I'd love a breakdown per budget cycle by service.
Just to clarify, legal services in terms of immigration legal services, or
correct?
Okay. So let me pull up some of the data. So the current funding for, it's a long list, but Action NYC, as I said, it's 8.7 million. NY citizenship, it's 465,000. IOI is 22.7 million. And by the way, this is for FY 22, not FY 23. That those numbers are still under discussion, but I hope this gives you a sense. Rapid Response Legal Collaborative, it's 1 million. In NYFUP, you probably know this, 16.6 million. CUNY Citizenship now receives 3 million. And am I missing anything? The iCare Unaccompanied Minors funding is at 4 million.
And you're unable to share how the budget is looking for 2023?
Not really, because things are still under discussion. So I don't believe we have all these numbers for FY23.
And have you had any conversations with OMB on the need to enhance funding for NYFUP?
Not for NYFUP, no. You know, it's as you know, this is not we don't have oversight over NYFUP, and you know, of course, you know, I have mentioned, and I'm sure advocates have mentioned in their testimony, how the limits of the funding and the amount of casework that exists for immigration legal services, and you know, our continued advocacy for the federal government to step in and make sure that there's universal representation. But yeah, I don't have the information for NYFUP necessarily.
Got it. And then the council calls for 18 million to continue to respond quickly to shifts in ICE surveillance and arrests. and to ensure that all detained New Yorkers have counsel. How much of an expansion do you think would adequately meet the needs for legal services for low-income New Yorkers?
Yeah, and that, that's along the lines of what I had said. It's I don't have the data in front of me about the complete needs for legal representation of immigrants that immigrant community that is justice involved or that might need legal immigration representation. It's certainly something that not just New York, but all advocates across the country have been pushing for, universal representation of immigration legal services. It's much needed, and we'll certainly use our platform here in New York and through our Cities for Action to advocate for that.
So are you able to share if the $18 million is in line with what the administration will align with?
No, I don't think I can say that right now, but again, these are ongoing conversations, and we certainly want to hear from our current partners providing this work, legal representation to immigrants. But yeah, I couldn't weigh on it right now. But we're in conversation with OMB about these issues.
And then you shared with us at the first hearing about the budget that you were looking closely at removing the criminal carve-out from city-funded immigration legal service contracts. As you know, this is a critical racial justice issue. Could you give us an update?
No updates currently. I continue to look at this and other issues. As I said, as a new commissioner, I want to revisit many of these policies, and especially those that make the work of our partners more difficult, unnecessarily difficult. And certainly we want to make sure that all communities are able to be adequately served. And yeah, I continue to look into this and having meetings with colleagues internally to see if this is going to be to explore how we can make this happen.
Thank you, Commissioner. When will we have answers to any of my questions?
On this specific
on the numbers, on this, this hearing was close to not being. This was not on the schedule, and I pushed for it to be on the schedule because we need our immigrant communities deserve answers to programs that are meant to service them, particularly in one of the most vulnerable moments in this city's history. And to not have a single budgetary amount on the biggest need for immigrants is a big blunder. I'm disappointed. And I don't know how soon you can get us the answers to this, but we'll be following up proactively to make sure that the initiatives across the legal services not only remain at their baseline, but that they're enhanced.
Yeah,
and
no,
so I hope I can count on you to be an advocate here.
Yeah, I certainly am also looking for to have concrete answers and concrete, guidance as it relates to fiscal year 23. It always helps with planning. But as you know, these negotiations and conversations often, go down the wire. So, I'm hoping to be working closely with you and, with our community partners to be able to have, more concrete answers for you soon.
Thank you. So in the council's budget response, we called for a doubling of the baseline funding to $27 million for adult literacy programming. This is not what we got in the executive budget. Could you share how much is included in fiscal 2022 and fiscal 2023 executive budget for adult literacy programming?
I'm trying to find this information for you, although not to disappoint you any further, but I think these numbers are often, you know, especially with adult literacy, it's something that DYCD is overseeing. Perhaps, I don't know, Tom, can you help me with these numbers?
Thank you, Commissioner. I have FY22 numbers, but we can't speak to FY23 at this time.
When will you be able to speak to FY23?
As soon as the ongoing conversations reach resolution.
And then I know that, and you've been very clear that there are multiple agencies servicing the programming that are geared toward our immigrant neighbors. What is the relationship that you have with DYCD? How do you coordinate? Walk me through the partnership here.
Well, as you know, currently I'm meeting with all commissioners or interim heads of agencies. I know the YCD doesn't have a commissioner currently, but will soon. Once that happens, I will be meeting with the new commissioner in their leadership to make sure items like adult literacy that relate back to immigrant communities are areas we're working closely with. Certainly the programs or fundings that are directed to many of these city agencies, we can weigh in on, advise on, but they're ultimately responsible for. But yeah, that is something that, as we've discussed in previous hearings, we're trying to navigate and working through.
Got it. And then, so does Moya have a vision to ensure that the baseline funding for adult literacy is directly allocated to providers? Like, how will Moya be advocating on behalf of the adult literacy programming to DYCD?
Yeah, I believe that the adult literacy funding is directed to nonprofit providers. But again, I don't believe that'll change, but I'll certainly, when I have a chance to meet with the new commissioner, I'll share our perspective and how we work with nonprofit providers and my experience having led an organization that received these adult literacy funds to do the work on the ground. Yeah, adult literacy is a huge component of I think what nonprofit immigrant service providers do, and it's certainly something that I want to be involved in.
I'm glad to hear that. And I'm glad to know that you agree that adult literacy programming is urgent. Do you agree that there is a critical need to enhance funding for adult literacy programs as our immigrant population continues to grow, as we bring in and resettle Ukrainians and other communities?
Like I said in the past, I welcome it, if it's directed to Moya, I welcome funding, and additional resources, especially, as we, like you said, serve newly arrived immigrants and communities that are, displaced due to crises. Those services are always in high demand. And again, these funds go towards other agencies as well, but I certainly, as it relates to We Speak, which is where, we have oversight over adult literacy, I certainly welcome additional resources.
Sorry, a horn is going off, car is going off.
No worries.
So you don't want to give me a clear yes or no here?
About More resources
about
to adult literacy?
more funding, more resources to adult literacy programming.
Well, yeah, no, I said that I would welcome more resources. Yeah.
Great, thank you. I want to move into Moya's advocacy work. Could you speak to how Moya engages with the state and federal governments on immigration issues, including but not limited to closing immigration courts and decreasing the number of people in ICE custody?
Yeah. Well, as you know, we're very limited in ways that we engage with the federal government. You know, eh, where we limit the amount of collaboration or no collaboration, right? Let me rephrase that. We are certainly advocates of improve laws that are welcoming to immigrant communities. We do this in large part through our Cities for Action coalition of cities that are aligned with our policy priorities. And so you see that, reflected in the campaigns that we're engaged in currently. We engaged in a campaign to lift the Title 42 policy, which was successful, although, there's been a delay in that. But yeah, we have been tremendously involved in that. It's an area that I'm very passionate about, and we are certainly going to be focusing on that kind of advocacy during my time here for sure. And I'm looking to grow our presence, our leadership nationally in being able to push for these policies, especially for comprehensive immigration reform, which is an ongoing issue, and things change quite often. And we're certainly monitoring those changes and submitting policy recommendations and weighing in on these changes.
And is there a team that does this in Moya? And could you give me a breakdown of how this work is carried out?
We currently have a team, a policy team. Of course, we've had a number of transitions, but we're staffing up. As you might know, Cesar Vargas just joined our team. He's someone who is taking on a big leadership role in this area. He, for some of you who don't know, he's a well-known immigrant rights advocate, first Dreamer, formerly, or first DACA recipient to be allowed to access the bar in the state of New York. And together with me, we're going to be leading a lot of this work. We have a C4A team, the Cities for Action team, that is also growing. And together with our policy team, we're going to be making sure we have a leadership team navigating some of the complexities at the federal level and the state level when it comes to interacting with immigrants.
Understood. So will this team be focusing more closely on removing people from ICE custody or providing support to families of those who have family members detained by ICE?
Well, we do a lot of this work through our legal service partners. I've met with a number of immigration legal service providers. We have a specific initiative called the Rapid Response Legal Collaborative, which does great work in addressing those most immediate needs from urgent cases. And that's actually something that I know the team is very proud about, because of, there's so many cases, and we wanted to identify those immediate urgent cases, and this is how we've been addressing them. And Tom, who just weighed in, can share more. Tom, Tom, do you want to give a bit of an overview of what RLC does?
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner. The Rapid Response Legal Collaborative is comprised of a coalition of immigration legal service providers and provides critical support to immigrant New Yorkers who are at imminent risk of deportation. Oftentimes, these folks can't find suitable services from other providers because it's such a niche and an intensive category of work. And so it's a unique initiative that has helped a number of New Yorkers to overcome the imminent risk of deportation and remain together with their families in New York. And to the point of, so we are very proud of that, and also that it is continued and there is a baseline component to it. And we're grateful for the intense work that those partners do. With respect to advocacy, we, as Commissioner mentioned, Cities for Action C4A is a key advocacy tool of New York City, together in partnership with sister cities throughout the nation, keeping track of federal policies and advocating for those that are pro-immigrant and supportive of immigrant New Yorkers.
That's good to know. Over the last 6 months, what has the Cities for Action campaign looked like? Could you share some specifics?
I don't have it right now, but we can get back to you, Chair Hanif, with that information.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, given that this is like a core, sounds like a core campaign of Moya and a national campaign, it would be good to know some of the successes or some of the wins as part of this work, and just how New York City is contributing to this national campaign. So I'd be happy to follow up about some specifics. In your 2021 annual report, it was reported that Moya worked with city partners to support a bill that expanded the availability of vacature for survivors of trafficking. Could you elaborate more about that?
Let me see. Tom, do you have any more specifics to that? More any follow up to that?
I do, yes, Commissioner.
Okay.
Moya applauds the passage of the START Act last year with expanded protections for survivors of human trafficking by allowing them to clear their records of past convictions beyond those just related to prostitution. In 2021, New York City submitted a memorandum of support of the bills in the State Assembly and Senate. Just for background, the law gives survivors the fresh start they deserve. It helps ensure eligibility for life-saving forms of immigration relief, such as T visas, by eliminating criminal convictions that would otherwise ban them. So we engaged in that advocacy and also advocated for the passage of the walking while trans ban, which was passed in early 2021. We continue to monitor the progress of that advocacy, or the results of that advocacy, and the status of those pieces of legislature, and we'll continue to advocate accordingly together with our partners.
And is your advocacy including informing immigrants about this piece of legislation? Has there been any outreach done? And could you explain what monitoring the legislation means?
Our policy team keeps track of how legislation moves, obviously, and then takes action where appropriate at different points. To the point on outreach and public awareness, I don't have that information here, but can check with the policy team regarding any public announcements that have been made or information distribution through social media KYR outreach efforts of Moya.
Given that Moya, just to ask one more question, Commissioner, given that Moya played a vital role in advocating and the passage of this law, is it in line with the agency to be doing the public awareness work as well?
yeah, public awareness of policies and practices that impact immigrant New Yorkers is squarely within Moya's purview and responsibility. I don't have specific information with respect to this particular topic, but Chair Hanif, we will get back to you with more information about the efforts to date.
And just to answer a little bit of that, at least, you know, in my time here, my approach is to partner and work closely with the agencies that do have the responsibility to conduct some of this outreach and public engagement work. And so I recently authored an op-ed with the commissioner of the Office to End Domestic and Gender-Based Violence, and that was during a Sexual Assault Awareness Month last month. And we made sure that this was translated into other languages and placed in different news outlets to reach, you know, different immigrant communities. And that's work that I will continue to do, partnering with other commissioners to make sure that, you know, this is getting out to the communities we in particular work with.
Yeah, I'm relieved to hear that there is some public awareness work happening within your advocacy work, but would like to follow up about the particular legislation about survivors of trafficking, and want to make sure that there is substantial amount of work being done to get the information out in our city. And then, you know, recently the council passed 3 pieces of resolution, New York for All, Dignity Not Detention, and Coverage for All. Will Moya commit to championing these 3 resolutions? And if yes, how so? And how can the council be supportive?
You know, definitely, you know, we use our platform whenever, you know, we can to champion these different initiatives. And in fact, very similar to what I just shared on Coverage for All, I wrote an op-ed with the Commissioner of the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene. And, you know, we put out several statements in support of Coverage for All, and you know, how how medical coverage impacts our communities. And, you know, unfortunately, well, let's say that, you know, we were very involved until the last you know, final day before the budget was approved at the state level. So yeah, I'll continue to look into these many issues where we can advocate and be supportive in that way. Yeah.
Thank you for that. We really need Moya to step in and step up when the state doesn't carry through with protections for our immigrant New Yorkers. I'd like to pass it back to Chair Brannon, or give an opportunity to some of our colleagues to ask questions before I move forward with some more topics.
I'm going to turn to Councilmember Barron.
Starting time.
Thank you very much. There's, paraphrasingly, the Bible says, where one's treasure is, so lies their heart. This mayor has no heart for immigration because the treasure is not there. This is an embarrassingly low budget for such a powerful community in great need, and a powerful community of immigrants, whether they documented or not, that provides a taxation base. They provide taxes. I want you to let everybody know how much tax the New York City receives from the immigrant community, and they contribute tremendously to the cultural and intellectual culture of New York City. So I have a couple of questions, and you can answer them, and then I'm finished. Tax-based revenue comes from immigrants. How many immigrants are covered or need to be covered or in need for coverage. And I think the chair answered the questions I had about ICE and the deportation and legal assistance they need. Electoral participation, I am honored to say I was one of the original sponsors of the bill which would allow undocumented immigrants to vote in local elections. That should happen. Interesting, Mayor puts nothing in that. They use that to divide our communities. Often you'll see these immigrants are allowed to vote. These immigrants are taking our jobs and stuff like that. There's a divide and conquer tactic that goes there. I want to know, how are you providing education to our people to let them know we're all in the same boat? And even everybody's an immigrant. This is the indigenous people's land, and everybody came from somewhere. African people were forced here against our will. And then there's racism in the immigration struggle. You know, oftentimes I see they mentioning Haitians, but Haitians were treated very different than the Ukrainians. The Haitians were forced to sleep under bridges, and many of them were forced to go back home. So the Haitian community is disrespected. The African immigrants and the immigrants from the Caribbean are often neglected. And then finally, if you could speak to, I fought hard in the state when I was an assembly member to get the $1.2 billion for the excluded workers, which were mainly immigrants. How has that money been, has it all been used? Has it been channeled in the proper places? And is there more money in this next budget to deal with that?
Well, I'll start with the excluded worker fund. You know, that this is a state fund that was provided last fiscal year. Last fiscal year, that those funds have been used. And as I mentioned, as the executive director of Nycc, I was able to, work to support many immigrants that had been excluded from any COVID-related benefits to access this fund. Unfortunately, no money will go towards this again next fiscal year, and we'll make sure to find other ways to support community members. I know that many didn't end up benefiting from this program because the funds ran out, and it's certainly something that we want to continue to monitor, because as was mentioned before, COVID is something that has not ended, and it's something that continues to impact our communities, especially those who permanently lost work and now have to rely on other means to make ends meet. And I'm happy to say that for next fiscal year, as I mentioned in my testimony, the Haitian Relief Initiative was something included in FY23. We're very happy that we'll be able to continue to support community organizations, address the many needs of the Haitian community, which I've, in the last couple of months, I've been able to visit, speak with many of the groups working with the Haitian community, those who have families still in Haiti, and those folks who are continue to arrive. It's a big focus of ours to make sure that communities in crisis get the support they need. And so we're very happy about that.
Time expired.
Yeah, I'll leave it there. I don't
No,
know.
no, you can finish, because I want to know the amount of money that the immigrants contribute to New York's economy, and if you could speak a bit about that, because that's very, very important.
Yeah, no, it's a huge amount. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but it's certainly significant. As I said, in my initial comments, it's 40% of New York City's population. They, as you said, they support. They're a big contributor of our tax base, and of course, they are the backbone in many ways of the economy, of many industries. And so, yes, I don't have that data in front of me, but I
think you should always have that data, because it's critical. when we making the case for immigrants, to have that kind of data to make the argument. And finally, to my colleagues, the mayor may have not put any money in for our vote or for adult literacy, but I just want to remind us, he does not pass the budget. We do. So when there's inadequate funding, and most of the agencies that I've seen so far being on this finance committee, the funding is inadequate because he's a closet conservative where he's doing an austerity budget, and he's a cop looking at how he can use law and order and cops to resolve everything. So we have to check that and make sure immigration, $800 some odd thousand is an embarrassment. It's a shame. And if you ever compare that to the amount of tax-paying dollars, I know it's in the billions that the immigrant community contributes, to say we have an $800,000 budget out of a $99.7 billion budget, woefully inadequate, totally unacceptable, and unconscionable. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Barron. Thank you, Councilmember Barron.
Hey, don't put me in nobody's chair, man. You get me in trouble now.
I'll turn it back to Chairs Brandon and Hanif.
Chair Brandon might have stepped away, but I'm happy to.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm here. I mean, I appreciate that Chair Hanif fought to get this budget hearing included. Typically, we don't do an oversight hearing for Moya, but we're disappointed with the lack of data that was brought to this. It's nothing personal. Manny, you've only been there barely 5 months. But when we're doing a budget hearing, we got to talk about the budget, and we got to hear about dollars and cents, and we're not hearing that. And this is an agency where the council really wants to partner with Moya to give you the tools that you need, especially at a time like this. But it's hard for us to advocate with OMB to get you what you need if we don't know what you've already got. So we'll be sending follow-up info, and I'm sure we could follow up that way, and we'll get stuff done. But it's disappointing that there just isn't, I'm sort of thinking about that old commercial from 9 million years ago, Where's the Beef? We want to know the numbers so we can be helpful here. It's rare that we're not grilling an agency because we think you're spending too little. We want to know, what we can do to advocate for you with OMB to get Moya the tools that they need. And I think I'm concerned that we've fallen short thus far today because there's just too many unanswered questions, which I know we'll get in follow-up, but tomorrow we get the next budget hearing, and the day after that, the next budget hearing, right? So, and the train keeps rolling on. So, but I'll hand it back over to Chair Hanif if she has additional questions. Otherwise, we'll move to the next agency.
I do have many more questions, but I'm afraid that I won't have answers. And, I'm not one to yell. I deeply respect you, Commissioner Castro. I don't throw tantrums when things don't go my way. It's just not my style. But I'd like to make clear that what we're getting from Moya today, what we've heard so far, is a lack of preparation. And I'm failing to understand why that is. And what this is showing to the council and to folks listening in is an administration abandoning immigrants. And we did that through COVID, and we saw very clearly who stepped up. Our community partners stepped up, neighbors stepped up for immigrants, and it is high time that this administration steps up for immigrants. So I'd like to move now into learning a little bit more about small business services support for our immigrant businesses. In March 2022, Mayor Adams signed an executive order establishing a small business advisory commission. How is Moya coordinating with city agencies and the Small Business Advisory Commission about language access and access to grants to immigrant business owners who are limited in English. In the past, SBS did not translate the grants, and a lot of the immigrant businesses were not able to apply on time.
On the SBS side, I've been working on a number of things with the commissioner, Kevin Kim, and on the language access piece though, let me ask Anne on the call if she has any more information about ways we support SBS on these areas.
So yeah, generally we work with SBS as well as other agencies. We support them and provide them with technical assistance. During COVID, we helped with, providing faster translations of some of their materials. So we do support them on the language access front and work with them to ensure that they are able to communicate effectively with the folks that they serve.
And just to build upon that,
Go for it.
Moya's outreach partners with SBS Outreach and just immigrant small business owners. And even in this past week, supported tabling at several locations to actively engage in that outreach with them.
How many languages are included?
And do you have that info?
I don't have that information. We can get back to you on that.
That would be great. And Tom, you mentioned tabling. Could you share where the resource tabling have taken place and who's out there?
I don't have the calendar in front of me, but I can get back to you after the hearing, Chair Honey.
Thank you. And how can Moya connect the newly created Small Business Advisory Commission to community-based language professionals?
Well, I'll make sure to include that in our materials and coordinate with Commissioner Kim on this.
Great. I'm looking forward to more information about small businesses and small business services. Small Business Services Chair, my colleague Julie Menon and I are hosting a joint hearing on small businesses and relating to our immigrant communities in June, I believe. So we're looking forward to having Commissioner Kim and you at the table for more resources about this.
I think by then we'll have more specifics. I know they have been working on a language access specific initiative, and so I think we'll have more to share then.
Great, I hope so. So according to the Street Vendor Project, there's approximately 20,000 people selling on the streets, and the majority of them, as you know, are immigrants. Of this number, 71% do not have permits because the city has made it absolutely challenging for street food vendors to obtain a permit. And as a result, vendors have been victims of the administration's aggressive enforcement. Has Moya received complaints regarding mobile food vending?
Complaints from the street vendors or
from the vendors?
From the vendors? No, not directly. Not that I'm aware of. Many of these complaints go to our colleagues at the Department of Consumer Affairs and Worker Protections. That's who we usually delegate anything that comes into on this issue.
Does Moya do any work pertaining to street vendors?
Aside from our general education work, particularly on immigration issues, I know many of the folks that we reach out to are street vendors or informal workers. As you know, informal work opens up people to a lot of different challenges. So that is something that we're particularly aware of. But again, the DCWP is charged with running education campaigns on these issues. So we often defer to them on this.
And then do you work closely with DCWP around supporting how their materials are shaped at all, or is it very siloed?
Well, they have I think that the commissioner was appointed before or a little after or a little before our last hearing. But yeah, I've had many conversations with Commissioner Mayuga on this. I know it is an issue that she also cares quite a lot about, and I expect that we'll be working very closely together in the administration.
Got it. It's unclear why the NYPD is doing street food vending enforcement. Do you have any thoughts on that?
My sense, yeah, I frankly, it's an issue that I'm very aware of, having done a lot of this work at Nycc prior to joining. It's something that I want to be able to follow closely. I want to make sure that there are no immigration consequences on people that might be impacted by this. But yeah, I'll be working closely with DCWP and make sure that I weigh in, wherever, needed.
With the recent incident of Maria, a street food vendor, in the subway, harassed by police, have you had a conversation with DCWP to discuss what took place, or any plans to provide support or speak up about how aggressive enforcement is taking place and hurting our immigrant workers?
Yeah, I did reach out. Like I said, I've had several conversations with our colleagues at DCWP and internally. I've weighed in, right? From my experience and my understanding of street vending, informal work more generally, and also in learning, how the MTA NYPD has different guidelines for street vending inside the system, and how those differentiate from how it's enforcement outside. These are ongoing conversations, and for sure I'm advising and helping understand the issues, having done a lot of this work prior to joining.
Got it. I'd now like to go into some questions about IDNYC. How accessible is the IDNYC's online appointment scheduler?
Accessible as in language access, or just
in language, in its interface to be able to make an appointment?
My understanding is that a lot of work has gone into this to create it very accessible. Our deputy commissioner who oversees this work is on the call as well. Kala, do you want to weigh in on this? I do know that.
Yeah, the minute you asked about IDMIC, I put a handful of chocolate in my mouth. Hold on one second. Hi, yeah, so the IDMIC website was specifically designed, and all of our centers are also completely ADA accessible. And that spans for the website regarding any vision impairments, if the need is for hearing. And so the website's fully accessible. It's accessible in 25 languages, and we're always adding more languages. We do not use Google Translate. We use our own built-in system. All of our newsletters, any communications that go out, text messaging goes out in the cardholder's preferred language. So if they have selected a different language at the time of enrollment, which is also listed on their card, any communication from us will go out to them in that language as well.
That's great. And can participants walk into any site for enrollment and renewal?
So yes, with an asterisk, right? So we are still in post-pandemic recovery. Like, that's just a reality. I have teams of people who work with CBOs, outreaching to churches, any city agencies, anybody that is willing to let us reopen. Currently, we have the largest footprint that we've had since 2019, 2020, I mean, when we had to shut down. So we're at 17 sites right now, and we're hopeful to have 2 more sites in Queens. And so we're also hopeful that by the end of summer, it will begin to resemble what it used to look like. With that being said, we were pegged with staffing and we have attrition. So the ability to set up the same number of enrollment stations at each site is impossible at this point. So
could you give me the breakdown? What was it before? What is it now?
I mean, we used to have 29 sites, including 5 pop-ups going anywhere, right? And our command center. Currently, we have 17. Most of
17,
those
and how
sites,
many are permanent and pop-up?
they're all, no, this is permanent sites, 17 permanent sites.
The 17 are
Pop-ups,
permanent sites, okay.
pop-ups we're not counting in the number we're providing you because we pop up when we're invited and when we can, right?
Understood.
Given staffing, we try to have our command center out all of the time in good weather. So that goes out frequently. We consider that a pop-up, but because it's not a standing pop-up, it's sometimes only out for a day, depending upon the event. It's sort of classified on its own. But whereas we used to have in most locations 3 to 4 workstations where we could enroll people, our footprint in each site has shrunk because of COVID and because people's need for space and their conference rooms back and things of this nature. So now in most sites, it's at most 3 enrollers. And many sites have 1. So our ability to do the numbers we used to do is lower, but we're still cranking it out and we fit people in throughout who come in for walk-ins. We still encourage people to make appointments because we don't want lines of people outside. That's not great for anybody. If people come to renew, we try to assist them while they're on the line to actually renew on an iPad that we have or renew on their own phone because, you know, many people can if they haven't changed their name or any of the identifying information. By simply, even if they change their address, they can simply upload a document. So that significantly helps with those numbers. And we're currently
given the shortage.
Go ahead.
Given the shortage of enrollers, what's the wait time for an appointment?
It depends on what borough, right? And some boroughs we have more centers than others. And so
which boroughs?
So Brooklyn has a lot and we have large enrollment centers there, large meaning 2 to 3 enrollers, right? Brooklyn Public Library at Grand Army Plaza, it's the center of that area. We have a location in Sunset Park, always busy. We're at the Department of Finance. We're in an HRE building in Coney Island. We're in an HRE building downtown Brooklyn. That's a significant number, right? We need to build our Queens portfolio and we spend an enormous amount of time doing that. And wherever we can pop up in Queens. So if anybody here is from Queens and wants us, we will come. So I don't want to make it sound like it's such a shortage of enrollers. It's also a shortage of invitations because at this point, people are trying to reopen their businesses, reopen their offices, and we're extra and we bring in lots of traffic and people are nervous about having traffic. That's just a reality. I mean, we have scoured the city for locations. So, and, we've recently, I think, collaborated with 2 more organizations that are willing to have us in the coming month in Queens. So that will be fantastic. We're still waiting for the Flushing Library to finish its renovations so we can go back there. That was a huge site for us. The Jamaica Library, we're back there and it's extremely successful. So, I mean, that's with you.
That's really great to know. And I know that the number of younger participants has increased. Could you share what approaches has helped drive the number of younger participants?
I missed the word that you said. Can I show what?
Could you share what approaches have helped drive up the number of young participants?
So really gearing benefits towards families, towards children, and trying to get benefit partners that are exciting for youth. And so we have done that in the last few years. We have a whole host of benefits for kids, including like Cartwright. Well, we have a huge partnership that we leveraged right before the pandemic with Sullivan County in upstate New York. So one of our plans was to go to each of the outside regions where we could help both increase tourism in New York State, but also for our cardholders who are traveling to get discounts there. So we had a whole plan to do the beaches out in Long Island, which would have been amazing for people, but then the pandemic, but we were able to partner with Sullivan County, and Sullivan County has Cartwright Water Park and Resort, has all sorts of things. So we spent a significant amount of time at the same time when we launched the middle school card for IDNYC, which also launched that fall before the pandemic. So in conjunction to really sort of get the youth interested in both civic engagement, but also interested in going and experiencing culture, staying off the streets and doing things that they could also get discounts. Because if I'm an IDNYC cardholder as a mom, and I am, right, that doesn't mean that when I go to a place with my kids, they get included, but now they can, right? Because they have their own IDNYC card. So we did a lot there. And also the IDNYC middle school card, which we're hoping come this fall, DOE will welcome us back in. We know this was like a big year for them to reopen themselves fully. And so we haven't really pressed on that. And now we're towards the end of the school year, and that's never a good time to enter a school. But I'm sure you're aware that we launched the middle school card, which is a vertical card. Does not have the address but does have an emergency contact, which parents were like super jazzed about because so many of the middle school population travels the subways by themselves. So I think those numbers will only skyrocket come the fall when we are able to get back into the schools, and hopefully we can. I mean, that's really out of my jurisdiction.
Yeah, that's fantastic news. And I'd love to collaborate closely on making sure that these numbers continue to rise. Really appreciate that you're here with us, Deputy Commissioner Saman. I'll wrap up here. I know we've got other agencies on the deck. Thank you all so much.
Council, do we have anybody else?
No, we do not. So we're gonna wrap up with Moya, and we need everyone to bear with us a few moments while we switch over to DIFTA.
I'm going to make one last pitch. If you have an IDNYC card, renew it.
Thank you, Cole.
And also the council members that joined us as well for the last portion were Carr, Dinowitz, Richardson, Jordan, Marte, Neely, Moya, Hudson, Lewis, Brewer, Powers, and Shulman. So we're going to check everyone in for DIFTA, and then we'll get right started.
Commissioner Manning, thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Chair Brennan. Thank you, Chair Hanif. Bye-bye.
Bye, thank you.
And good afternoon, COO Onibene. Would you like to test your audio?
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Coming in loud and clear. Thank you.
Got it, thanks.
And good afternoon, Commissioner Cortez Vaquez. Would you like to test your audio? And good afternoon, Chair Hudson. Would you like to test your audio?
Not allowing. 1, 2, 3. This is Cortez Vasquez.
Yes, we can hear you, Commissioner. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
We're just waiting on CFO Mercado, and then we can begin if the chairs are ready. So let's just give them a moment. There we go, he's connecting now. CFO Mercado, can you just see if you can unmute yourself, please? Just want to make sure we can hear you.
Yeah, I'm muted.
Perfect, and we can hear you. Thank you. Yes, members of the admin and council members, you'll be able to unmute yourselves. We are extremely behind schedule. Thank you, DIFTA, for being patient with us. Council members, when it comes time for questions, use the raise hand function in Zoom. When time is called, please use your time effectively and efficiently. Chair Brannon, we'll start with you. Then Chair Hudson, we'll start with you. Then I will swear in the admin, and we're going to get this train back on track.
Thank you, Captain. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the third and final portion of today's executive budget hearings. We'll be talking now to the Department for the Aging. I'm joined by Councilmember Crystal Hudson, who is the chair of the Committee on Aging. The Department for the Aging's projected fiscal 23 budget of $479.2 million represents less than 1% of the city's proposed FY23 budget in the FY23 executive plan. DFTA's fiscal 23 budget increased by 4.3% or $19.6 million from the preliminary plan of $459.7 million. The increase is the result of a number of actions taken, most significant of which are a new need for home delivered meals and associated case management services totaling $14.8 million, and the reflection of baseline New York Connects funding of $3.7 million. There are no changes resulting from the PEG in DFTA's executive plan. Despite the increased funding added for certain programs, there remain key programs highlighted by the City Council in its response to the mayor's prelim that remain unfunded. With New York City being home to approximately 1.6 million older adults, I look forward to hearing from DFTA on why those priorities remain unfunded. Commissioner Cortez Vasquez, I'd like to welcome you and your team. I plan on focusing my questions on older adult centers and the end of the recovery meal program. At our hearing today and throughout budget negotiations, I want to make sure that the needs of this vulnerable population are met by a budget that is fair and equitable. COVID has exposed many inequities and issues facing older adults in this city, and with DFTA's budget representing less than 1% of the city's proposed FY23 budget, every dollar must be used fairly, efficiently, and effectively. I want to thank Daniel Krupp, Chima Obichair, John Yedden, and the entire finance team for their work on today's hearing. I'll now turn it to Councilmember Crystal Hudson, Chair of the Committee on Aging.
Thank you so much, Chair Brannon. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you again for your patience. My name is Crystal Hudson. I'm Chair of the Committee on Aging. We'll now hold the committee's joint hearing on the fiscal 2023 executive budget for the Department of the Aging, or DFTA. Thank you to Chair Brannon again for your leadership and partnership throughout this budget process and during these hearings. I know it's grueling, so thank you. A reminder to those watching that members of the public are invited to testify on Wednesday, May 25th, and you may visit council.nyc.gov to learn more. Welcome back to Commissioner Cortez Vasquez. Our work continues to make New York City the best place in the country to age and to ensure that every older adult can age with dignity, no matter what zip code they live in. Older adults are the fastest growing cohort of the city's population, and we must keep pace with a strategic plan and targeted investments to accommodate that growth. DFTA's fiscal 2023 executive budget is $479.2 million, as was mentioned, an increase of $19.5 million or 4.2% from the preliminary budget. Major actions taken include new needs that baseline $8.8 million for home delivered meals and $6 million for case management, serving 3,000 clients each. Although DFTA was not subject to new PEGs in fiscal 2023 or in the out years, which is a welcome reflection of the discussion we had in the preliminary hearing, the executive budget still proposes the termination of the Get Food Recovery Meals program on June 30th at the end of the current fiscal year. A key question for today's hearing surrounds home delivered meals and combating food insecurity. I look forward to hearing updates on the current need, how DFTA will ensure that no older adult misses a meal, and the level of funding that must be added by adoption. The Council's preliminary budget response also included calls for a range of investments in services and supports that will help older New Yorkers age in place and recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. In addition to $30 million in funding for home delivered meals, these include $8.7 million for geriatric mental health, $7.5 million for technology, and new funding for home care services. There were 421 eligible older adults awaiting home care in March. However, the executive plan adds no funding to clear the home care waitlist. Additionally, one-time fiscal 2022 council discretionary funding remains missing for programs that serve LGBTQ older adults, immigrants, Holocaust survivors, and support core operations and programmatic enhancements at older adult centers and NORCs across the city. As we turn the corner into warmer weather, I hope DFDA takes an aggressive approach towards attracting more older adults to its network of programming. I recently conducted a tour of 2 older adult centers in Harlem, and while I was impressed by the dedication of nonprofit staff and the spirit of the older adults, it's clear that further investments are needed to strengthen the system, regain the levels of attendance that existed pre-COVID, and refurbish centers. The capital plan at DFDA remains an untapped opportunity. DFDA's capital plan totals $47.6 million across 5 years, which is the smallest of any standalone agency in the city. DFDA should review and invest in its capital plan to promote center refurbishments, renovations, and technology expansion for older adults. It's a new day for older adults as we emerge from the pandemic. The council's vision in the budget response lays out a strategy for an equitable recovery for older adults. I look forward to ongoing partnership with the administration to match the council's commitment and meet the needs of every older New Yorker. I hope DFDA takes a page from the mayor's playbook and really gets stuff done this summer. I'd like to thank the committee staff who've helped prepare this hearing, Daniel Krupp, Senior Financial Analyst, Chima Obacheri, Unit Head, Doheny Simpura, Assistant Director, Chris Pepe, Committee Counsel, Chloe Rivera, Senior Policy Analyst, and my Chief of Staff, Casey Addison, and my Director of Policy and Budget Initiatives, Andrew Wright. I'll now pass it back to the Finance Council to continue our hearing, and thank you very much.
Thank you to both chairs. The following members of the administration are here to testify and/or answer questions today. Commissioner Lorraine Cortez Vasquez, Michael Ogenbein, Chief Operating Officer, and Jose Mercado, Chief Financial Officer. I will first read the oath, and after I will call on each member from the administration individually to respond. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before these committees, excuse me, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Commissioner Cortez Vasquez?
I do.
COO Ogenbein?
I do, yes.
And CFO Mercado?
I do.
Thank you. Commissioner, you may begin when you are ready.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chair Hudson, Chair Brennan, and the members of the Aging and Finance Committees. I am joined this afternoon, as you just heard, by Jose Mercado, our Chief Financial Officer, and by Michael Ognebeni, our Chief Operating Officer. And I want to thank you for this opportunity to discuss DFDA's executive budget for fiscal 2023. Chair Hudson, we have common cause on the goal to be the best and a model for aging in place in New York, in the United States. The Department for the Aging administers a wide range of programs that enhance the independence and quality of life for the city's older population. The department's services include older adult centers, home delivered meals, case management services, home care services, transportation, caregiver services, mental health, employment counseling, and the placement for older New Yorkers, and an array of other aging services and programs. DFDA also serves as an advocate for the city's older adult population through legislative activity and public policy initiatives. The Department for the Aging's fiscal year executive budget, as you well stated, provides an operating expense of $479.2 million, of which $288.4 million are city funds. In addition, the department's 10-year capital plan includes $61 million. DFDA's fiscal year executive budget responds to the challenges faced by New York's older population during the pandemic and lays the foundation for the future, including an expansion for geriatric mental health and home delivered meals. Excuse me. And these investments reflect the Adams administration's commitment to the community care plan and supports the necessary to help older adults remain in their homes and age in place. DFDA's geriatric mental health, commonly known as DGMH, initiative provides mental health services on site at 48 older adult centers in the agency's network. Through this program, licensed mental health clinicians utilize engagement and workshops on mental health topics to destigmatize mental health, screen participants for depression, anxiety, and to provide on-site counseling and give referrals. Overall participation in the program has led to a self-reported reduction in depression and anxiety. This program will expand to an additional 40 sites within TREE neighborhoods in fiscal 2023. TREE neighborhoods are those communities that have been historically low income and have most affected by COVID. This will result in a total of 88 sites providing this service. The fiscal budget for 2023 of $6.4 million for older adult geriatric centers, almost double what it was in fiscal year 22. The reach of the program exceeds just those, beyond those of the 88 sites. DFTR is always looking to how to innovate the provision of mental health services and have a greater reach for these services. As such, DFTR is conducting a hub and spoke model, whereby outreach through engagement activities and assessment are conducted at other older adult clubs within the community. As you know, the geriatric mental health services and the physical requirements are established by the State Department of Mental Health. If mental health need is identified in a satellite site, the client is provided ongoing mental health services at the main older adult site that has been designated. This allows all older adults access to the geriatric mental health program, even if they are not a member of that particular local center or the program is not located at a particular site. Case management, which is the service that connects homebound older adults to resources and benefits that they may continue to live independently and safely in their homes and to maintain the quality of life. That is the common cause that we all have. Case management is the gatekeeper for all DFTA-funded in-home services, such as home delivered meals, home care, friendly visiting, the bill payer program. All clients that are receiving in-home services funded by DFTA will receive a comprehensive assessment from the case management agency. Case managers provide assessments to identify the strengths and needs of the older person and work with the client to plan and coordinate services and resources on their behalf. Again, the case management agency services are then, and most of them are dictated by the State Office for the Aging. Case managers, older adults can call Aging Connect hotline or 311 to be connected to a case management agency, in addition to the regular outreach that's conducted. Additionally, many are referred to case management providers from an older adult center, meal providers, hospital, or other community-based social services and healthcare agencies. In 2023, $44.1 million will support case management services for approximately 35,000 clients annually. Over 85% of the case management clients benefit from home delivered meal services 5 or 7 days a week. DFTA contracts with community-based providers to provide these nutritious meals to homebound older adults age 60 and older, and their dependents if they have a disability. Excuse me. Participants can choose if they would like frozen, fresh, chilled, or hot meals, as well as a form of variety of different cultural meals. This was very important and an issue that was raised by the older adult themselves, and we ensured that that was built into the program. In 2023, $60 million will support 5 million home delivered meals. This includes an increase of 2.3 million in FY22 and 9.4 million in FY23. to increase the rate per meal to cover increased food costs, fuel, and labor costs. We want to thank the council and the network for the partnership in making this possible. As the recovery meal service sunsets, we also project that up to 3,000 additional older adults who currently receive recovery meals will be eligible for case management and home delivered meal services. As such, the budget includes an additional 14.8 million, 8.8 for home delivered meals and 6 million for case management to support this increased demand. I will talk to you later on about the increased demand. The pandemic has been challenging for everyone, and the strain on caregivers has been significant. DIFTA's Caregiver Support Program offers support groups, counseling, training, outreach, and caregiver services and information to the many unpaid caregivers. Many older adults are caretakers for their aging parents, aunts, godparents, and other family members. Many are caregivers who also have full-time jobs. The program aims to educate, provide, or connect them to a wide range of supports that they may need. The caregiver program offers options for respite care through home care or participation in quality social adult daycare centers. Without the respite care, many of these caretakers would not have the financial means or ability to leave the caregiver in someone else's care while they take a needed break from their caregiving responsibilities. Caregiver supports do not only allow the older adult to remain safely in their homes, but they are also significantly less expensive with higher positive outcomes than institutionalization. Caregiver support also respond to the unique needs of the diverse aging population. In addition, the program provides supplemental services which offer limited financial assistance with the purchase of needed assisted devices, such as walkers, bathroom steps, and other caregiver-related expenses. These services help to ease the burden of families and of the other unpaid caregivers. In some cases, the program helps connect caregivers to home health aides. In other cases, the caregiver attend workshops to better understand how to care for someone with dementia. Other support include connecting to additional groups to reduce social isolation for the caregiver. All situations are unique, and the caregiver program seeks to support these diverse needs. In 2023, funding for the caregiver program is $8.1 million. Caregiver supports positively impact the health and well-being of older adults while aligning with the cultural background of the individual. As the aging population continues to diversify and age in place, investment in caregiver supports are important and beneficial. July 1st, 2023 will mark the official start of our new and expanded portfolio for older adult centers and NOCs across the 5 boroughs, which was among the top priorities of the community care plan. With new contracts and additional sites, our dedicated network of providers will even be better equipped to serve older adults as they continue to recover from years-long pandemic. We are increasingly proud of the hard work of the staff and the aging network that has brought us through this point and let us really survive this pandemic. Survive is a loose word. I would be remiss not to mention also our appreciation for the ongoing support of the City Council, which in FY22 awarded DIFTA with roughly $41 million in discretionary funding. Allowing us to make even greater investment in often underserved or unserved communities. Through this expansion, our OAC and NOCs portfolio, we effectively moved $5.1 million of these thematic investments into baseline contracts You've heard me talk about this with you before, Chairwoman Hudson. I urge you to continue your partnership to support the enhancement of these services, such as art programming and vehicles, so that we can continue to diversify educational, art, and recreational programming for older adults. As I said, needs always, and I've always said, needs always outpace resources. As such, we are prioritizing several services that meet our primary mission of keeping people safe and healthy at their homes and in their community, which include case management, home care, home delivered meals, caregiver services, transportation, and of course, workforce development to help older adults attain financial stability, especially in the era of inflation, when so many older adults are subsisting on limited incomes. These services build on investments made over the past years to provide older adults with opportunities to socialize and connect.
Commissioner, do you want to just jump into questions?
What?
Do you want to just jump into some questions?
Let me just finish. I'm literally 2 lines away.
Okay.
Right? Including 48 million in community care driven by the NORC and investments. And then thank you for your consideration. You can see that I'm struggling, right? As well as the technological investments that help connect people with lesser mobility to virtual and other programs. Through the support and advocacy of important stakeholders, we have also advanced many efforts to help older adults in the midst of pandemic. Last year, the challenge was how do we do more with our existing resources? But I am very proud of our work and our work with the network. There is always more that is needed to do more. As always, we are grateful to you, the chairs of the committee, and your advocacy. I thank you. Now we can go to questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. So let's just jump into it. So are all 308 of the centers currently open, and what is the current utilization rate and daily attendance overall?
Well, you know, the good news is that yes, they're all open. Are they fully operational? Each one of them? No, it really is uneven. But I can say that we were real pleased. Last week, the number went up to 20,000 for a day. And the average has been, you know, the average pre-pandemic used to be around anywhere between 22,000 and 24,000.
Oh, that's really good.
We see a movement. But as you know, and as you can tell from my voice, that this pandemic and these situations are ever changing, and those always affect the participation rates.
And what is the breakdown for how DFTA has used the 2 million added for marketing and outreach in fiscal 22 to attract older adults back to centers?
Thank you for that question. We knew as we expanded to 36 new sites. If you remember at a former hearing, I said it was 31 sites. My staff, the staff of DFTA corrected me and made sure that it was really 36 sites. So we were able to use the money much more judiciously than I thought. But because of that kind of an expansion, we built in outreach dollars in each contract. And as such, the goal was to conduct a variety of different approaches at the local community for outreach. That includes things like special events days, social media, leafleting in the community, outreach through door to door, and a variety of other ways. And what we did, Chair, was to assemble a group of providers to look at what some of the best practices are or have been in the outreach methods, and work using that work group to help inform how we can help the rest of the network come up with state-of-the-art approaches.
And how have we determined that inflation is impacting costs that are associated with the center operations? How does the budget accommodate rising costs in terms of fuel and heating, cooling, personnel, food?
That's a great question. And first of all, I want to thank you and the chair and the entire council for our joint efforts to get the home delivered meals a unit rate cost increase. It is a conversation that we are having regularly with OMB that, food and fuel, which are the mainstays of older adult clubs, in addition to the home delivered meals program. So we're looking at that right now. The inflationary rate it went from 7% when we first started our discussion. It is now upwards of 8.7%. And so it's a great concern. The outcome will be, Chair, at the end of the year, because programs have to cover costs. We will probably see a decrease in services. That said, given the slow uptake for full participation, it may balance out at the end, but it can't be sustained moving forward.
Got it. So according to the executive plan, the Get Food Recovery Meals Program at a 1-year cost of $53 million will be terminated in June. The executive plan adds $8.8 million to accommodate 3,000 more home delivered meals clients who will be transferred to DIPTA's baseline home delivered meals program. How many older adults above the 3,000 may still want to receive a meal?
So I'm going to answer that two ways. I'm going to have Michael Ogdebeni, after I make my statement, give you an update on the recovery meals and where we are today. We started out once at 199. By the time we took it over in November, it was, I believe, 13,000 or 19,000, and then it went down to 13,000. Michael will give you the correct numbers, all right? But what I will say to you, Chair, is that the 3,000, we anticipate that about 3,000 will be transferred over, will be home delivered meal eligible. But that doesn't accommodate what we call the natural increase for demand with the aging population and the aging in of the older population. So we will find ourselves at some point, not being able to match that increased demand. Michael, can you give both committee chairs an update on where we are with recovery foods?
Right. I'll just, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. So I'm just going to back up a touch. In November, when we inherited the program, it was 13,000 older adults receiving recovery meals. These were both names of people that we knew, as well as there were a number of plus ones in the household. Since that time, in March, we began our outreach to try to alert folks that this was going to be ending in June. So through the period of March and April, we've seen 6,500. Oh, sorry. When we began the outreach in March, we were at 10,700, right? So we'd gone from November to March from 13,000 down to 10,700. We began our outreach in March, on March 7th. Since that period, 6,500 of the 10,700 have found an alternative. Those alternatives include going back to groceries, shopping and meals preparation, older adult center, or they've gone through the case management assessment to determine their eligibility for home delivered meals. So you got me so far?
Yes, yes.
Okay, all right. So for case management assessment, we've moved about 3,600 into the case management agencies for assessment. So far, they've completed 2,700 or so. I'm talking with yesterday's numbers, of which 1,700 have either been determined not eligible for the meals, and then they'll go to groceries or older adult center or find another means, and 1,000 or so have moved into HDM. So we've got about 2,000 or so still to solve between now and June 30.
And do we have an idea of how much it would cost to close that gap in your current estimate?
To close what gap? So
if there are folks who are slipping through the cracks there, I mean, so tell me again, how many adults, more than over the 3,000, have we identified how many of those folks who still might want to receive a meal?
Of the 3,600 that we assessed, 1,000 were assessed HDM so far. right? We've assessed about 2,700. We still have a few to go. So let me tell you what we've been doing. In March 7th, we mailed a postcard to all of them, right? Then we followed up that postcard with a survey to everyone. And we asked them to complete the survey, give it to the delivery person the next time they come. Then we started making phone calls to all of these participants. People would complete the survey, we would call a second time, we would call a third time. Then we mailed surveys translated in the 9 most frequent preferred languages from people we hadn't heard from. Complete the survey, give it to the delivery person. After 3 unsuccessful attempts with a call, we sent them another postcard, asked them to call us. Then we made a 4th attempt. After that one, another postcard was sent. So we even at some point had 6 or 7 or 8 attempts to reach these folks. So little by little, we've seen a lot of them say, yes, I'm ready to go back for groceries. I want to return to the older adult center. As Commissioner said, you've seen that that number has ticked up. And so we're still solving one by one by one, but every single one of these recipients is getting touched multiple times. We're trying to solve for every single one of them. And we're on track to do that between now and June 30.
That's great.
I think the other thing that's important is that they're about, Michael, correct me if I'm wrong, there's about anywhere between 300 and 350 for which we do not have telephone numbers. And we will be doing door-to-door canvassing of those in the next few weeks to make sure that they get a communication about the programs and possible off-ramps.
Yes, it's about 400, but we will be going door to door. That's a meeting we're having next week to discuss a strategy for that. So these are folks that we don't have phone numbers from. Remember, a lot of these were transferred to us from Get Food, and we have names and no phone numbers in many cases.
That's great. I appreciate that. I'm going to hand it over to Chair Hudson for her line of questioning. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Brannon. So going to home delivered meals, which is obviously related, is there any money for new meal delivery vans in the budget? And how much does the capital plan include to fund home delivery vans? And can the capital funding be used to accommodate these investments?
You and I talked about the need for the vans, and we have some limitations. I'm going to turn that over to Jose Mercado, who can tell you what it costs per van and what the need is. Jose, do you want to handle that, please?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Correct. Currently there are no funds set aside in the capital budget for HDM vans. So part of that, for example, it costs roughly about $55,000 per van. Now, if the council were to actually give the funding to the individual providers, then the providers could purchase these vans, but we cannot purchase vans for the providers. That is something that not allowed under the current capital plan.
Okay, thank you. And just going back to the recovery meals for a quick second, is it possible to get a table with updated numbers on exactly what you walked us through a moment ago?
Sure, we can give you that table, and just remember that it'll be a snapshot of that particular period, all right? So we can give you a snapshot as of, let's say, yesterday.
Yeah, that's fine.
And walk you, and give it to you compartmentalized as to who is in queue for case management and home delivered meals, and who is not, and where we are, and what the responses. What we can also give you is we can also give you some of their reason or rationale that they've shared with us as to why or why not. All right.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you for that. Okay, so home delivered meals. Combating food insecurity, as you know, is a council priority. And while the administration has included $8.8 million in the executive plan for 3,000 more home delivered meals, which I might note is 30% of what the council has requested, weekend and holiday meals remain unfunded by DFTA at a cost of $3 million. And the council called for another $9.7 million to help maintain meal quality despite rising costs. The state comptroller's audit concluded in January that DFTA did not provide adequate oversight of its home delivered meals program adding that, and I quote, "There are no consequences such as punitive actions for providers that fail to correct compliance violations," end quote. What controls are funded in the executive plan to ensure these issues are addressed in the future?
Yeah, well, with all due respect to my friend and dear colleague, Controller DiNapoli, that is somewhat of an overstatement. But I will but that said, there were some findings cited and that are accurate. I will have Jose Mercado talk you through that process and where we are and what corrective measures we implemented before that audit was completed and what we're doing moving forward. Jose?
Sure. So as the commissioner pointed out, there were specific issues with the audit itself. We basically, again, we've actually are trying to look at our current STAR systems, which basically is where we actually identify where each meal is being provided. And so we're trying to leverage that technology to put in more, I would say, oversight of the way we actually monitor these providers. So we're in that process right now of actually reprogramming the STAR system to do that. That is kind of a major thing that we're doing right now. We're also have additional staff. We're going to actually be doing more audits of these providers to ensure that they're actually doing what they need to be doing as well. So these are two major things that we're doing right now.
For example, Chair Hudson, one of the things that they cited us was that we would not close a home delivered meals program immediately whenever we found a negative citation. And usually that was because the program officer was working with the program, trying to mitigate the situation. That is one of the biggest findings that they gave us, which should have been, they're recommending that we close immediately on these findings. Some to deal with health and cleanliness. All right. Okay. I hope that clarifies it for you.
Yeah, that does. And, you know, if we have any follow-up questions, we'll be sure to reach out about that. We mentioned capital funds earlier, so I do want to just jump to capital funds quickly. And as I mentioned in my opening statement, DFTA has a capital budget that averages under $10 million per year over 5 years. It's relatively small size, makes it hard to tackle the repairs that many centers would benefit from. And if I can just also, you know, make a note that with 1.6 million older New Yorkers, you know, DFTA has one of the smallest agency budgets in the city. We have, by comparison, 1.1 million students in the school system and a budget of $31 billion. And we're talking here, you know, a budget less than $500 million for older New Yorkers. So I just want to make that point on the record because, you know, this population is a growing population. We all know that, and we should really be doing a whole lot more to prepare New York City for, you know, the older New Yorkers who live here and call this home. So we're talking like pennies here with you know, capital budget, expense budget in terms of this agency. So I just want to make that clear for the record.
Yeah, and here's Chair Hudson, can I make a comment also for the record?
Sure thing.
Okay, so thank you. And I heard Chair Brennan's statement in the previous hearing where he talked about resources being dedicated to a biblical reference about priorities. And so I just want to say that you're absolutely correct. But I also want to say for the record, 2 administrations ago, this agency took an incredible assault, meaning $110 million reduction. And so for the last few years, I would say that we have worked very hard, both the former administration and this administration, to get us to the point of where we were before we were totally cut for before. So I want that to be in the record. So it's not an indictment of the current state. It is really a reflection of the historical cut that happened, you know, about years ago, and all we've been trying to do is to catch up.
And I hear that, but catching up to a level that was already too low is by my, from my perspective, is too little too late. And with all due respect to every mayor we've had, everyone who's been elected mayor has been either an older adult or very close to an older adult. And so this agency historically has been underfunded. So this is not an indictment on any one administration. It's an indictment on all of us.
Yeah.
That we're just not valuing older adults the way we should be. But anyway, I don't want to get off track too much here.
And I don't want to countermand what you said. We're in total agreement that given the explosive growth that we project, in the next 10 to 15 years, it's something that we need to look at.
Yeah, when there's a baby boom, we plan for additional school seats and all sorts of things, and we're just not doing that for older New Yorkers. But anyway, I can go off on that for a very long time, and we don't have much time, so I want to get to the question. I was going to ask about the capital funding. So does DFTA have a capital needs assessment for the 308 centers that are now in its portfolio?
Jose?
We are actually doing assessments now. We've done assessments all along. Again, we have limited funding. The capital budget, even though we do have a small capital budget, we don't control that capital budget. We don't do repairs. We don't do any of that. We basically work with HPD, DDC to actually make renovations to any of our sites. So we don't really control it. It's all basically controlled by others. And the way the current charter reflects that. So we don't really control it.
So no capital needs assessment for the 308 centers?
No, we are doing assessments. Again, we rely heavily on CDBG funds to actually do a lot of our work, which is the Community Development Block Grant. That's stuff that we control. So we do all that. We do actually look at kitchens. We look at, again, kitchens, roofs, and all that. So little by little, we are doing assessments. We look at where we can. We focus, a lot of our work is on city-owned sites that we own. So that's kind of what we do. A lot of that, if they're non-city owned sites, we try to again work with the council to actually get funding, capital funding, which then DDC and HPD manages those projects.
Okay. Will DFTA sit down with the council to examine where investments are needed?
Absolutely.
Yes. Absolutely. Because we do have, as part of our assessment, as you mentioned earlier, Councilwoman Chair Hudson, it's that we've been looking at the state of our kitchens in older adult club and where we need to go to bring them to state-of-the-art kitchens. All right.
Okay. And then what investments in the executive plan, either expense or capital, will ensure that cooling centers operate widely and successfully this summer, including with programming and elements that make them attractive to older adults?
Well, as you know, the cooling centers are operated with our partner, the Office of Emergency Management, and I believe that DFTA represents almost 35, if not higher, % of all cooling centers. All of it's contractually obligated for each one of our older adult clubs to serve as a cooling center during the summer, particularly during a heat emergency. And during a heat emergency, it's to operate beyond regular service hours and on weekends. And we are working out those plans as we speak right now with each one of the agencies. Oh.
Okay. I'm going to ask just a couple more questions and I'm going to kick it over to my colleagues and then I'll come back. But for geriatric mental health, the pandemic and rising hate crimes have shaken many older adults' lives, as we know, and supportive counseling through DFTA's geriatric mental health program may be many older adults' only touch point for mental health. However, this administration has yet to add any funding for geriatric mental health, instead relying on the expansion funded in the previous administration. What geriatric mental health services will be available on July 1 next fiscal year, and how many by December 31st?
We have 48 new sites, 40 new sites that will bring us up to 88 sites. And the plan is to begin that expansion immediately. A lot of that work is underway as we speak. By December 31st, we expect all to be fully operational. And again, trying to expand services through the hub and spoke model that I discussed during the testimony.
Okay, did you have something else to add?
No, I
Oh.
don't. I was looking to see if I wanted to give you some statistics on the number of people that we serve, but I'll give that to you later. I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay, because I know that you did mention in your testimony that the budget was doubled for geriatric mental health programs, and therefore 88 sites are providing, but I guess we're concerned also about the hours and providing full resources, not just partial resources, and also the additional 20 sites of the 108, that wouldn't have any geriatric mental health services at all.
Yeah, no, we want to work with you on that, but we want to focus on ensuring that we have a smooth rollout through managed growth of these programs, because they are doubling. And we want to make, and just given the fact that the state is interested in auditing the city, we want to make sure that we roll that out for managed growth. And based on that growth and that experience and informed practice, it will lead us to say exactly how many more sites we should have and where the gaps are.
Okay. And so speaking of gaps, how will older adults who don't live near centers with services receive transportation or virtual technology to connect to those centers?
Don't forget Kamlash's room.
Well, the hub and spoke model is what we rely on to make sure that it is within proximity of the older adult and the older adult center.
Okay, I don't know if I would classify that as sufficient for the moment, but let me move on.
Yeah, it is one model, but it is not the only model. You're absolutely right.
Okay, let me move on to my my colleagues, and then I've got plenty more for you.
For the record, we just want to say that we've been joined by council members Brannan, Hudson, Barron, Brewer, Carr, Dinowitz, Lewis, Osei, Sanchez, Schulman, Ayala, Powers, Richardson, Jordan, Velasquez, and Lee. The first hand that was up was Councilmember Barron.
Starting time.
All right, we will circle back to him. Next, we'll turn to Councilmember Brewer.
Starting time.
Okay, thank you very much. And I hope you feel better. You're a trooper to be here, Commissioner. The first issue is the staffing. Now, maybe I missed it. I try to pay attention, but when I visit, and I think you'd feel the same with the centers, the seniors have so many issues and they just compounded. I think you know that. So they need more case management, and you can only do so many clients. I mean, some of the centers have long waiting lists. I have a problem. Can I come see you? Yes, we're in May. You can come in July. I mean, that's literally what they're doing. So maybe you're adding money and I'm missing it. That's very possible. But I wanted to know what you think about that issue of those caseworkers are like the lifeline, as you know, for the seniors. So how are we going to get more caseworkers? That's one of my questions.
So we are expanding case management services because, as you well know, council member, case management is the gateway to home delivered meals, and you can't have one without the other. And finally, that was clearly understood by all. And so one of the things that we are looking, and you're absolutely right, we are also daunted by the wait list. One of the things that we know that we are doing is we will expand the number of case management units, and the new RFP will allow us to increase the number of case management agencies. And one of the things that that came from an earlier hearing was we can't change the requirements of case management agencies because that's dictated by the state. But we can look at where we place them and how we could configure increasing the numbers so that we are addressing the cultural and ethnic needs of this growing population.
Okay, so just help me to, so how many, so depending on the RFP, how many more case management or what's the amount? And then, you know, number that this RFP might bring to us? Is there a number? Because the reason I'm asking
is 14.8 million in new investment.
Okay.
All right. And of that, there is the case management piece. And I'm going to give you right now how many more agencies. Jose, do you have that? How many more agencies we will be expecting?
Right. So there's a possibility of bringing on between 3 and 4 additional agencies.
So this is my stupid question, because when you say agencies, that means that
Providers.
So then those, but that doesn't mean that Humpty Dump Senior Center can hire more case managers. Or is that what it means? I don't understand.
That's different. That's a whole
Okay,
different.
I'm looking for money for Humpty Dumpty Senior Center to hire more case managers.
I don't want New York seniors at the Humpty Dump Senior Center.
Right. I mean, I'm just trying to not name them all because I don't want to get them in trouble because they're all calling me, right? I'm trying, that's the issue.
And we share that concern, and it's one of the things that we are in conversations with OMB
To me, it's one thing to talk about food, there's another thing about the eviction, all the other topics that they're concerned about. So I'm trying to get more money for the senior centers that currently exist. Yes, okay. Yeah. Second question is, where are we at with the digital? To your credit, there was an allocation, I think you did it really well, where you said to the senior center, how many do the seniors need? You didn't just dump a whole bunch of devices because that never works. So where are we with the, in terms of technology and funding and devices and so on and so forth with technology?
So it's one of those areas, Councilmember Brewer, that we constantly expand. You know that we did the 10 million, the 10,000, I wish it was 10 million.
Yep.
The 10,000 for the Nycc residents.
Right.
And then we did another 10,000 for those who were not Nycc residents.
Right.
We just rolled out 1,000 in the Bronx. We have another effort going to happen in the next few weeks to do 1,000 more tablets in Queens. So it's one of those programs that we continuously are rolling out and evaluating its expansion, because we know for two things. We know that as senior centers are opening up but not opening up fully, virtual programming is essential to combat social isolation. We also know that it's essential to stay in touch with family members.
Time expired.
I don't want to take more time, but just with the technology, it would be good for us to know where you're rolling it out. 2 reasons. Number one, with all due respect, the Nycc didn't have any training with it. They weren't necessarily getting training. The other one did, the second one. The second round was good. The first round, in my opinion, I saw some in closets and in the lobbies, and I don't want to tell you. But the reason I ask is if you could let us know when you're rolling these out in our areas, then we could try to make sure that they get the training that goes with it, et cetera, et cetera.
We will definitely do.
All right, I have many more, but go ahead. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Barron, I see you on screen now. We'll turn to you.
Thank you very much. I'll be very, very short. Boy, this mayor should be ashamed of himself. Cutting our youth, cutting education. And now, even though there was an increase from the preliminary budget, when you look at FY22, isn't it true there was a decrease of $82 million?
I don't know if I can answer that correctly. Jose, is there a decrease?
Yeah, that's a reduction. Remember, that's the Get Food program that's expiring. Remember, so
Right.
yes, there's a reduction. Yes,
They reduct $82 million.
And stimulus funding as well.
Yes, that's right. And when the council asked for 30 million for the meal transition for older adults, the executive budget put 8.8 million in. When we asked for 9.7 million and 3 million for weekend and holiday meals, 0 for geriatric mental health services, 8.7 million we asked for, 0. I mean, I hope you can make the adjustments for these cuts, but it's a shame that youth are being cut, that health is being cut, department is being cut, housing is being cut, education is being cut, while we have a $7 billion reserve in the budget. And there's no reason for these cuts, particularly when it comes to our seniors. So I wanted to make more of a statement on that. My colleagues asked a lot of good questions, the chairs did, and you can respond to that. But I just think that we should not allow for these kinds of cuts to these social services when we have a $7 billion reserve budget and a $99.7 billion expense budget. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember Barron. Next, we'll turn to Councilmember Osei.
Starting time.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Hi, chairs. Hi, everyone. So the first question that I have is District 36 is a naturally occurring retirement community, and a majority of my constituents are seniors. There are two major concerns that my constituents bring up when it comes to senior issues. And the first one is transit access. Many of our seniors in my district have said that the city lacks real accessible transportation for seniors. Although Access-a-Ride exists as a senior transport program, it is often inaccessible to most seniors due to factors like ineligibility for the program and making appointments for rides. Although Access-a-Ride is an MTA program, what is DFTA doing to ensure the expansion and accessibility of the Access-a-Ride program is more accessible? And furthermore, what part of DFTA's budget will be allocated to expanding transportation access for seniors? And what steps is DFTA taking to ensure transit access for seniors?
Thank you for that question. We are in constant communication with the MTA, not only to improve the services of Access-a-Ride, but also to improve the on-demand. And Jose, you can talk about what we've done with transportation. And one of the things that we did under the RFP that from last year about transportation.
Yeah, so part of the RFP, the older adult center RFP that was issued, we basically expanded transportation within there is roughly a little bit more than $1 million. We also had a commissioner, if you want to mention my DFTA My Ride. It's
yes,
an
thank you
initiative.
very much. Thank you very much. Council member, we have a pilot program, a 3-year pilot program with the Department of Transportation, and I believe it's the Department of Justice, someone will correct me, and where we have an on-demand service in select communities that are transit deserts, where an older adult will get an allotment of, I believe, anywhere between $500 to $900 for the year, where they can use those transportation services for family visits, medical visits, recreation, as well as appointments and things of that nature. It's a very limited program. It's a model, it's a pilot. Depending on its success, we will be working with the feds to expand it.
Thank you so much. And the second question that I have is affordable housing. Unfortunately, my district is rapidly gentrifying, and it is often seniors who are most affected. In my district, there are predatory realtors who prey on seniors and fraud them into turning over their deeds, and corrupt landlords who fail to address repairs, resulting in mold, gas, heating, and water issues for senior tenants. What is DFTA doing to provide housing support for seniors, whether that is protection for homeowners or ensuring that senior tenants know their rights? And then also, just to follow up on that, what is DFTA doing to help support agencies like HPD and DHS to help homeless seniors find affordable or permanent housing?
It is one of those challenges, as you know, council member, for all of us in terms of housing, meeting basic housing needs. We work very closely with HPD, and we also work very closely with the Department of Buildings. It is a challenge. It continues to be a challenge. But in terms of tenant rights, we have a right to counsel, although it's not legal services that we provide, but we provide advocacy services for individuals who have either been identified and also affected by a landlord for whatever you call those show call orders for evacuation. And so that is a small program that we have and that we're looking to expand. But it is a daunting problem. We share that, the mayor shares that, we all share that concern.
I hope he shares that too, and I really do hope the budget reflects that. I think Chair Hudson is doing a fabulous job as chair of this committee and continues to bring up points that our senior population is close to that of our New York City public school population. Thus, I truly believe that the budget should reflect that because this city, day after day, year after year, is proving that it truly is not a city for our aging population. So thank you for your work, and I'm hoping that we at the council can make sure that you can do your work smoothly and more expansively to reach all of our communities.
I thank you, and I really do enjoy the partnership and the leadership of Chair Hudson. She misses no words on the needs and her advocacy, so
absolutely
we're pleased about that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Not seeing Councilmember Carr on, we're going to turn to Councilmember Sanchez.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. It's very good to see you. And of course, I want to shout out our co-chairs, Councilmember Brannon for your endurance of all these hearings, and Councilmember for all of your advocacy for our seniors. So, Commissioner, I have two parts. I hope I can get to them both. One is on recovery meals and meals delivered to the homes. My district, which I know you're very familiar with here in the West Bronx, is heavily Latino, we have an aging population as well. And I hear a lot of complaints about not being able to access services, folks that are disabled, folks that are, that should be eligible for receiving meals in their homes. And on a case-by-case basis, I've worked with your team and I thank them for being responsive. But more broadly, what is the total budget for the meals? Let's talk about the home delivered meals in particular. And do you have a borough breakdown of how those are distributed?
Jose, do we have a borough breakdown for now? Or can
we can provide it, but we can give you, for example, the total budget as of FY22 is, for example, the budget is $86.3 million. That includes the transition meals as well. For fiscal year 23, we have a budget that basically is $60.1 million. We do have a breakdown by borough. We can provide that shortly.
And how is that, there's a cliff there, right? There's a huge drop. How are you going to select who is coming off of the program?
Michael, do you want to take that?
Yeah, so the money was given to us to run through June 30 of this year. Since then, we've been finding off-ramps for those folks, so there shouldn't be the need. And the true money will be to support the home delivered meals program.
That's concerning because folks kind of get used to these resources and then they disappear. So
Councilmember Sanchez, I don't mean to interrupt you, but it's one of the statements we made earlier to Councilmember and to Chair Hudson, which is the new money is we've anticipated that about 3,000 will be coming off just recovery meals onto home delivered meals. But as you so aptly stated, and Councilwoman and the chair reminded us, or I reminded you, that doesn't address the natural growth given the population increases. Yeah. So it is the conversation that we constantly have with OMB and the mayor's office regarding this this potential growth, and we do not want to find ourselves set behind. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I completely agree with you on that and look forward to working with you. And so the second part of it is about the state controller's audit of the home delivered meals program, which found serious deficiencies. So first, just how long does it take to resolve complaints on average? And how many staff does DIFTA have working on the home delivered meals site?
Great question. I have that for you. Let me just find that page. it takes us between 1 to 3 days to handle a complaint. And and the number of people we have. Michael, do you have that number? I'm trying to find it right now in these notes.
It's about four to five people, depending.
For home delivered meals?
Yeah, oversight.
Okay. And that's for 26 programs.
So it's actually 15 contracts.
Okay. So it's probably 3 contracts per staff person.
Right.
And as
the
I
size
said
of a contract?
earlier,
Huh?
And the size of a contract is?
Well, the contracts vary. I mean, we have vary on average between 2 million each, roughly.
Okay, that's a lot of responsibility. I'm sorry, I'm about to run out of time, so I just want to get this last one in, and it's very, it's very personal to you and I, Commissioner, which is that the controller's report also found that dissatisfaction survey methodology was poorly developed, and folks that have limited English language proficiency were excluded from participation. So what changes have been made to fix this problem? Because that means like almost 70-80% of my
expired.
that
were not able to give their feedback. What is DIFTA doing?
that is a outsized statement. I can share with you what kind of, just not to take any more time, but I can share with you what we have done in terms of language and outreach. So as you know, that is incredibly important to me, that people should not be marginalized because of language or gender or any other issues or geography. So it's one of the things we're looking at. I would say that the major citing was the amount of time between that we would keep working with the nonprofit, with the provider, trying to come up with a corrective action plan rather than just stop the service. And so I think that's where we have a major distinction between our approach and the control and the esteemed controller. But I just want you to know that it is something that we have responded to and will continue to work with them.
Wonderful, thank you. And if I was a follow-up, you can share some of those efforts. I really appreciate it. Oh, and I'd love for you to come to my district. I emailed your staff.
Okay, I will do that.
Awesome.
I love the Bronx. I'm a Bronxite, so.
I know. All right, thank you, chairs.
Thank you, Councilmember. And next we'll turn to Councilmember Lee.
Starting time.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Commissioner. Hi, everyone. Thank you for the chairs, Justin and Crystal, for, yes, the endurance. So you guys already know I'm a huge supporter of older adults and definitely pushing for more money as possible in the budget on the city council side. So I have a few questions. I'll try to rapid fire them so that we can let other folks go. But just out of curiosity, for the geriatric mental health program, I know that there's 308 senior centers, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then how many mental health clinic providers are there? And what's the capacity of them to meet the seniors that need services? Because I know that there was a partnership where they got paired up.
There are currently 40. By July, we will have 88. And as we said earlier, we have different methodologies to make sure that their reach is beyond those 88 sites. We are somewhat limited and constrained by the state requirements, but it is something that we are constantly looking at to mitigate.
Sorry, okay. So 88 senior centers, correct?
88 new sites. 88 new geriatric mental health. It may serve more than 88 senior centers because of that hub and spoke model that I was talking about.
Right, but do you know how many actual Article 31 or outpatient clinics are partnered with those senior centers? And would you be able to provide us with a list of them?
I can get that for you, Council member. I can get that for you.
Okay, and then the other thing I wanted to drill down into,
give me your question again. I want to make sure I answer your question rather than an assumption of what I think you asked.
Sure. No, I just wanted to know on the mental health provider side, which are not necessarily DIFTA senior centers, right?
Right, you want to know that, yeah.
Right. How many providers are there on the mental health side? And if you could give us a list of who those folks are.
Yeah.
that'd
So
be-
Commissioner, there are 5 providers currently. We can give you a list.
5 providers from the state who are.
No, 5. No, yeah,
funded?
these are basically our geriatric mental health providers. Those are the 5 who then provide those specific information you want. We can give you a list of who they are. Yeah.
Okay. And then of those 5, do you know roughly how many languages are served through those mental health clinics?
We can get you that information.
We'll get you that, and it depends on the geographic location.
Yeah. Okay. And then I wanted to kind of piggyback off what Councilmember Brewer was asking before about the homebound meals. So I know that you guys have done a good job in terms of trying to put the 3,000 seniors and assess them, but it's a 2-part question, which is I know that those are the folks that we already know about that were on the Get Food program list and the current seniors that are at the centers, but given that we have such an increase in the population, how has the outreach efforts been in terms of reaching out to seniors that may not already be in the DIFTA system?
Well, that is the role of the partnership between the case management agency and the home delivered meals program, as well as older adult clubs. You know, there's a lot of entry points, but everybody has to pass through the case management agency. And what I said to Chair Hudson, and I think Chair Brennan before, was that the need outpaces the resources, so that this 3,000 accommodates those from recovery foods. But we are looking closely with OMB and the mayor's office on, looking how we incorporate the natural growth for home delivered meals that happens every year.
Okay. And that's a perfect segue to my next part of the case management question, which is, so we're right in line. No, so I know that the case, when is the contract when is that terminating, the current contract for case management again?
Hold on a minute, I'll tell you. We just put out the RFP.
Okay.
And we should be releasing it. Let me get you that.
Michael can provide it for you, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you, Jose.
Michael.
Yeah, it's current contracts end this June 30. We're extending them for a year.
Okay, so extending them for a year. So is it possible to, because just like you mentioned, Commissioner, it's extremely difficult to qualify to become a case management agency, because I think we tried applying one year and we just couldn't do it because, oh, sorry, is it okay if I?
Let me just take my time to answer you, all right?
Just really quickly, sorry. So is there room in the RFP, given that new case management agencies may be difficult to get, right? So is there a way, if we're talking about addressing niche communities and marginalized communities with various language barriers, is there a way to do the RFP with the subcontractors in a way where it would allow room for more growth with the subs?
I want to let you know, council member, that I heard you loud and clear at one of whatever hearing, whatever it was ago, where you said that we need to do that. So we will be expanding the number of case management agencies, number 1. Number 2, we're using this year of expansion, this year of rollover, not expansion, this year of rollover to do just that, to identify who could be using like an MTA model. I know if I say anything MTA, somebody's going to jump on me, but using an MTA model where we can have subcontracting to then build a capacity to then ensure that moving forward in the following year, we could be able to do that. So it's something that we've been looking at very, very carefully. And we are also holding several stakeholder meetings during this period so that we could, get some of the best thinking and introduce those kind of concepts about subcontracting. All right.
Okay. Yeah, and I would, definitely on the mental health side too, if that's possible, because we need more.
That's a little harder because that is not only the state requirement. Boy, my voice came back. That's a little harder because we not only have the state requirements, but we also have physical requirements that that they impose on us that our senior centers might not have. But
I agree. But the satellite sites, just so you know, for Article 31s are much less stringent. So that's
right.
And just one last question is for the postcards that were sent out, could you let us know which languages they were sent out in?
Michael, what
Can I-
languages?
Can I get that back? Can we send that to them?
Yeah.
All right, I gotta look, I can look it up meanwhile while we're.
Okay.
We're talking. It was multiple languages. And then Chair Hudson, I think, was the one that said, when are we going to do door to door? And we decided to do door to door. We're working it in partnership with PEU for those who have not responded to the cards or to the survey and who do not have telephones. Okay.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. Sorry for
Thank
going.
you. And if the answer comes while we're continuing, Councilmember Lee will still be on, so we can address that in a bit. We'll turn to Councilmember Richardson Jordan next.
Starting time.
Hi, yes. Thank you, chairs, for making the time in the space. I wanted to ask if there is anything going on in particular for LGBTQ older adults, and where in this budget are we looking at services for centers, either centers like SAGE centers where the focus is LGBTQ older adults, or even within general centers, programming that is open and available to that part of the community.
Thank you, Councilmember Richardson Jordan. I have to tell you that for years, even before I got here, the Department for the Aging worked very closely with SAGE and Michael Adams to ensure that we did training in every senior center so that older adults would be able to be incorporated and introduced and welcomed at every senior center, regardless of gender and gender identity. And that was something that was started before I got here. That continues. We've been able through the RFP to expand the number of services for SAGE. We're really pleased with the partnership with SAGE. So far, we had another one in Brooklyn, but they opted out of services for a variety of reasons. And it was mostly physical plant issues. But we have, that is our goal, to make sure that we provide training so that both staff and participants are embracing the new participants coming into their centers.
I definitely appreciate that effort. Do you have a sense of where it is budget-wise? The budget.
I can tell you, I'll get it for you, how much we invest in SAGE and how we support SAGE's programs. And they also have been very instrumental in doing specialized housing. So I can get you that information after this hearing, all right?
Okay, great. I did also have just two other questions. I wanted to ask about veterans. You know, in addition to being on the aging committee, I'm also, I feel honored to be on the veterans committee, and those two overlap quite a bit. And in our district, it skews older. And what I've been finding with a lot of veterans is they don't know or understand their benefits and the things that are available to them. So is there anything DFTA is doing, particularly in that space of letting our older adults who are veterans know what they have access to?
We've done two things to that end, and I agree with you, we should be doing much more because of not only the overlap, but the increasing number of older adults who are veterans, right? And then the increasing older adults who are veterans and homeless. And so it's one of those areas that we're constantly looking at. Well, we work very closely with the Mayor's Office of Veteran Affairs. And last year we started some kind of exchanges, again, to train center staff, older adult center staff and case management agency on what the needs are of veterans. And it's one of the steps that we took, I believe it was last year, and have continued on.
And again, do we have a sense of budget around that, or is that something I could possibly get in a follow-up?
I don't know that there's a budget dollar that I can give you. What I can tell you is time on task, and we could extrapolate a budget dollar, all right? Because it's not a new investment of dollars, but it's a use of resources. So I can tell you the number of training sessions that we've had, time on task, and extrapolate that for you. If that's helpful, if that helps, you know.
No, I would appreciate that. Thank you. I just had one more question, and it's sort of a technical one, and I'm not even all the way sure if DIFTA would be able to help us, but there's been some concerns in my district. I mean, all the centers do need support, but there's been particular concerns around 2 centers that are inside Nycc and haven't been able to open. That's Lincoln Houses Senior Center and St. Nicholas Houses Senior Center. And I'm wondering if you can give any insight into what would happen in terms of capital funding, because I wanted to put in a request for this, but then I've also been told that when you put budget or you put capital funds or you request to give to Nycc, that it's very hard to get those dollars to truly reach the right spaces. I was wondering if you have any insight into that in terms of wanting to be able to rehab these the senior center, particularly St. Nicholas.
Thank you. It's a challenge that we always have. We have a strong partnership with Nycc, but we always tell Nycc we have an issue in Brooklyn right now. And one of the things that we have is that we tell Nycc we're responsible from the wall out, and Nycc is responsible from the wall in and the ceiling in. So we're responsible from the ceiling and below. And it's those kind of challenges that we have. The infrastructure is a real problem in some of these sites because they're so aged, no pun intended. What I will do is I will look at each one of these sites and tell you where are we, if anywhere, with any of those renovations and
Thank you.
And all right, so I can get back to you on both Lincoln and St. Nicholas, all right? And I was just informed that I can no longer talk about the CMA RFP because it is still in an embargo state. So I can talk about CMA, but I will not be able to talk about the RFP. All right. Thank you for that. And I hope you respect my limitations.
I have the 9 languages.
Okay, Michael, what are the 9 languages?
Okay, in addition to English, we sent out in Spanish, traditional Chinese, simplified Chinese, Russian, Polish, Korean, Arabic, Bengali, and Italian.
Thank you.
Can you just repeat that one more time, just so everybody, please? Thank you.
Yep, English, Spanish, traditional Chinese, simplified Chinese, Russian, Polish, Korean, Arabic, Bengali, Italian. And that was based on the preferred languages that we received from Get Food. When folks registered for Get Food, they were asked, what is your preferred language? And this was what we were able to ascertain.
Thank you, appreciate that. And our final questionnaire is Councilmember Dinowitz.
Thanks, Malcolm.
Starting time.
Thank you. Hi, Commissioner. Very good to see you. Hope you're feeling okay. We got some. You're in the Bronx, so you're in the
I'm dying
best.
for this to be over. Frankly, I want to go rest.
You're in the best bar with the best deli with the best chicken soup. So we'll do that. First, I want to quickly follow up on Councilmember Richardson Jordan's question. I really appreciate that she brought up veteran services. It's the committee that I previously chaired. The city agencies are supposed to be on their intake forms asking a question is, are you or were you a member of the armed services? And I just want clarity if that question is being asked of all the clients in the DIFTA senior centers, because I think that would help answer a lot of the other questions about whether the information is available to ensure our veterans, especially our older adult veterans, are getting the services and we are able to give them the information they need for the services which they are entitled.
Councilman Dinowitz, I'm really pleased to tell you that we have a battery of questions that we ask older adults to self-identify. And I can give you what those are, but I can almost guarantee that being a veteran is one of them.
Okay, good. It was an executive order, but we know sometimes it takes agencies a little while to comply.
And just remember that in our survey, all of that is voluntary. So individuals can opt out of answering the question. We ask a variety of them, and I would be more than happy to share that with all of you.
I would love that. I think one of the challenges that we've discovered in the veteran community is that not everyone does self-identify as a veteran, especially if they were discharged with other than honorable status, which accounts for about 15% of our veterans.
Wow.
Yeah, which are our veterans. So I'm a little concerned because I think sometimes it's easy to forget that we're still in a pandemic, and I'm wondering whether it's money set aside or strategies being made in DFTA to respond to the reality that centers may have to close again or may have to shift if there's an outbreak within a particular center. There's COVID surges now, or older adults may see this. We're in a yellow zone. They may be apprehensive about returning to the center. Attendance may vary. So I'm interested in knowing, again, the money and time and plans that are being made to be able to make those adjustments. And in that vein, what efforts is DFTA making to vaccinate and boost older adults? I think a lot of people are getting fatigued with this, but it's really vital that we get boosted and maybe boosted again. So those are my two questions.
Right. So 2 fabulous questions. I can tell you that we are relentless in our vaccine and booster campaigns, and we never tire of reminding people. We saw that many older adults were getting the first shot, but for us, is that booster is just as key. For the older adult center, we are also, we have had so many starts and closures that we have a treasure trove of experience on what to do in those instances. We did not let one lesson go unlearned and not implemented during this pandemic. Grab and go has become a state-of-the-art kind of approach, and there's many other things. The recovery foods is another one of those. But I can tell you, and we constantly give out PPE to older adult clubs to make sure that everybody is adequately supplied. The protocols and we're constantly upgrading our protocols and having conversations with the older adult providers just on those kind of issues. So to answer your questions in terms of emergency planning, we have 3 protocols that we learned: how to turn on a meal, turning a congregate to a grab and go to a meal delivered. We already have that practice. We had that practice, and we learned how not to do some of the earlier errors that occurred. And so we're very confident about doing that. But in terms of budget, council member, we have not reduced anybody's budget because of lack of services. So their budgets have been held whole. So people do have the opportunity. Was that for me? I'm sorry, what was that? Oh, that was for you, Councilman. Okay, the programs have been held whole and harmless, in terms of budget, so that they have flexibility within those budgets to address any emerging needs that they have, given COVID, a resurgence in their particular center.
Commissioner, can I add also?
Both you and Jose can add. I understand you both want it.
Yeah. About what are we doing about vaccine and boosting? In fact, today at Frederick Douglass Senior Center, we had a mobile unit set up. We have today and James Monroe Older Adult Center as well. And tomorrow we'll be at SNAP in Queens with a mobile vax.
And that is through, I'm sorry to interrupt, I just want to make sure that that's the sort of centralized thing
Yeah.
that is an initiative DIFTA is taking, because I didn't really see where that would be in the budget, but I want to make sure that's not at the initiative of an individual center that you're proactively reaching
Yeah,
out.
we're doing that with health and hospitals and their test and trace and just setting up, coordinating for them to come to our sites.
And then the other thing that we do, Councilman Dinowitz, is that we're still promoting the in-home vaccination program. So that if anyone wants a vaccine at home and any family member, we're still drumming the beat on that one. Jose, is there something you want?
Yeah, do you want to mention Rampage?
Oh, yeah, we have a public service announcement that we developed, a little clever, mean little virus called Rampage, where he talks about, or it talks about, the vulnerabilities of the older person and encouraging vaccination.
I see him on your website, and he talks in 9 languages, doesn't he?
He talks in several languages.
Okay. I think, and I would be remiss if I didn't thank you, as we were all struggling, every city agency was struggling in the pandemic, our seniors were really held together as much as they could because of the work of their older adult centers and the meal delivery and all the support they got from our centers. And I know that was in large part due to a lot of the work that you in this call were doing. So I want to take this moment to thank you for that work.
Thank you for that. And Rampage is a little nasty guy.
Yeah, he's not cute. I'm looking at him now. He's not cute.
Okay.
Thank you. And I will now turn it back to the chairs as there are no other hands raised.
Thank you. Chair Brannon, did you have anything before I jump in?
I mean, I guess sort of anecdotally, I represent a NORC out in Southwestern Bay Ridge, Southwestern Brooklyn, Bay Ridge, Dyker Heights, Bensonhurst. And we've had, primarily, I think we have one DIFTA center. The rest are seniors that get together and hang out in a Catholic school gymnasium, and that's their senior center. And we haven't had much luck with getting DIFTA to engage when we have folks reach out who are looking to sort of make their center legit and try to work with DIFTA to become a provider. And I'm just curious why that is.
I don't know why that is. I can't answer you, but I can tell you what we did in our commitment to former Chair Drum was to provide technical assistance to those small local groups so that they could become older adult clubs. And as a result, that's how we got the additional 36 council members. So we will continue working with you. I will look at your particular community and see if what are the gaps in services between the NORC and those individual freestanding programs. And we'll get back to you on that, okay?
Okay. Chair Hudson, I'm good.
Okay, thank you so much. I do have a few follow-up questions, and then I know you're aching to get out of here, Commissioner. So we keep it as brief as possible. I think we're all aching to get out of here, honestly.
But I'm literally aching.
I understand. I do understand. So I just wanted to circle back to the recovery meals and just make sure I know you're going to send us the chart with the numbers, but I just want to make sure, are you still evaluating 2,000 people? And if so, won't you need to add another $5 million or more if they come back and say they need meals?
Michael, you want to take that and talk about the off-ramps and what are we doing?
Yes.
And then answer Chair Hudson about the what if, all right? What we're doing in terms of the what if.
So through the calls, cards, surveys, et cetera, we've been able to get folks to really clearly be more clear in what their needs are. And a lot of them overwhelmingly have said, I'm ready for groceries and meals prep. Through those first calls, we ask, can you do groceries? Yes or no? Yes, great. No. Do you have someone that can? Yes or no? Yes, great. No. Then we send them to case management assessment. Or we ask, are you ready? Can you go to an adult or adult center? So we do have a series of questions logically that leads to the point of case management. So far, of the 10,700, 3,600 have been sent to case management for assessment. Of those 2,700 have been assessed, and 1,700 have found an off-ramp, and 1,000 are going to HTM.
Okay, sorry.
The
3,600 were sent to assessment.
Right.
And of
So
that,
3,600 were sent to assessment. They've reached so far 2,700.
okay,
Right.
okay,
And so far, 1,700 found another route, and 1,000 are headed to HDM eligibility. We
Okay.
still, okay, in addition, we still have 2,000 that we haven't reached yet by phone, by survey, by postcard. We keep,
Right.
so we're going to continue our outreach over the next days to get to those 2,000. So of those 2,000, I imagine a big portion will, maybe half will go to assessments. That's now going to make it 4,600, right? That they still have to get through over the next couple of weeks. They're trying to do 1,000 a week, and they hit the first 2 weeks, they hit 1,000. And this week they're already on target to hit 1,000 again. So they should get to 3,000 of those 3,600. Right. And we still have to go to 2,000 that we're going to call our initial calls. Will you go for groceries? Will you go to the older adult center? Or do you have mobility issues? Then of those 2,000, a certain percentage will end up for assessment. We don't know yet.
right, but one would presume that if there's any percentage that needs home delivered meals, then that would mean more money, right? For the home delivery meals program.
Well, I think the money that's already there accounts for the transition from recovery meals into home delivered meals. So when we back months ago, right? When
That's debatable.
Right. We anticipated that 3,000 would be, given the patterns and given the history that we have, we anticipated that 3,000 would be home delivered meals eligible. The question now becomes if they're interested in getting an assessment and moving forward. But hypothetically, you're absolutely correct that at some point between, if they are not off-ramped and they do need home delivered meals, and in addition to that, the actual growth, which is what I said earlier.
Right.
The actual growth will probably put an increased demand and pressure on the home delivered meals program.
And so I just want to point, this is why the council put in for an additional 12.7 million to account for this natural growth, right? Like, we know that this population is growing. We know that people need to be fed, people need meals. And so what the council is trying to do is accommodate for those needs.
Yes.
So it would be great to see that money, in the executive budget.
Yeah, and I want you to know also that we are in constant conversation with the deputy mayor as well as OMB around these issues and the earlier issue that we talked about, escalating costs for the older adult clubs. So it goes hand in hand, right? So it's not an either or.
Okay.
Right.
All right, thanks for that. And then has the retroactive FY22 home delivered meal reimbursement rate increase included in the budget gone out to providers yet? And if not, what's holding that up?
Jose?
Yeah, so it has not. I mean, for example, part of it, for example, is we're amending their contracts. We've actually already amended, I would say, put the separate budgets in what we call our accelerator system. We're currently waiting for the providers to resubmit their budgets for the rate increase. Once they resubmit their budget, they can invoice. So it's just a matter, I would say, another week.
Another week, so I could tell all the providers it's just 1 week, and then.
Well, it's really on them. So right now we're waiting for the providers.
It's on them,
Right.
council member.
Right. It's on.
If they sign into the system and put in their what is it called, PARs?
The budgets. They're actually what they're doing is just again.
They input the budget to the extent that they input the budget there's a fast turnaround. So
Okay,
yes,
so this has been
we would
communicated.
love your partnership in encouraging people to input their budget so that we can get this out the door.
Okay, I'll let them know.
Yeah, no. So we've
And you might
communicated.
also let them know, council member, which is the companion piece to this that I've raised at other hearings, is that we really need them to invoice on time, because we also have find ourselves sometimes at the end of the year where people have an invoice and find ourselves with extra dollars that we could have reallocated and repurposed, and then we might be too late to do that. So I would love your partnership in delivering those two messages to this network that really is so key to both of us.
And you got it. And I'm not trying to be snarky here. I am genuinely curious to know, do you all pay on time?
Absolutely. As soon as we get an invoice.
We have one of the best on-time payment records in the city.
All right. I'm gonna hold you to that then.
You hold me to that. With that
All
one,
right.
I will take to the bank.
All right, then I'll do the work in trying to get them to invoice on time, as long as I know they're gonna be paid on time.
Yeah, you got it.
All right, cool. All right, a couple more questions. As of March 1, there were 421 individuals on the home care wait list and 1,517 individuals on the case management wait list. You know, the administration has added $6 million for case management to serve 3,000 additional clients, all of whom will need case management as the intake to receive home delivered meals. Is there any additional funding for home care in the budget? And if not, how much would it cost to clear the wait list?
All right, so I'm going to take the wait list in two tranches, okay? The wait list, the wait list right now, we do have a wait list, but for food insecurity, there is no wait list, because if anybody is identified, and Daniel Krug knows this, we go back and forth about wait lists, and
because it is to an extent subjective, Commissioner.
I got it. I acknowledge that distinction, and now we're even calling it a wait list. All right.
Right.
But as people are triaging, is he on there? I want to, anyway.
Yeah, he's just working. Don't worry. He's with you.
As people are triaging, oh, there he goes. As people are triaging, no one waits for home delivered meals, because we have the default of recovery meals and other meal programs, all right? So home delivered meals, if food insecurity is the primary issue, you get your meals. But you're absolutely right. It's gone up to, I forget, over 1,000 people on the wait list. Daniel will give you the exact
1,517.
That's probably the number. All right. So yes. And it's something that we are constantly looking at and managing. We hope that this infusion of dollars in case management may mitigate that a bit. We'll come back to you if it doesn't.
Okay.
We still have that.
Hold on a second. I don't know if you answered my question.
Okay, what was your answer again?
Okay. Is there any additional funding for the home care in the budget? And if not, how much would it cost to clear the wait list? So you're talking about home delivered. So for the meal stuff, I get your point, right? Yeah. But then there's 421 individuals on the home care wait list.
Yeah.
So is there additional funding for home care in the budget?
Well, you know, we are doing that analysis right now thank you for that. I thought we were still talking about meals.
Okay.
We're doing that analysis with OMB because it is most people are on the wait list for additional hours, not that they have not received any home care hours, right? And so we're trying to parse out, council member and Daniel, the distinction between who's not gotten any services and who needs additional hours. And we'll give you that. And we're also talking to OMB about that, because it is all part of a larger community care program. You're not going to get any argument for us that is a major piece of the community care plan.
So let me just ask, when are these assessments generally done? Because we're in the middle of budget negotiations, and on a couple of occasions, you've said that you're either in the process of doing an assessment or you will do an assessment. So is there a reason why the assessments aren't done in advance of this phase of budget negotiations?
You know what? When I look at all the competing demands, I try to parse out what in my conversations with OMB and put them in order of priority. Is that a satisfactory answer? I'm not sure, but that's what we're doing.
Okay, I would confirm and say it's not, but
okay,
I'll take it for what it is. All right, so we don't know how much it would cost to then clear the wait list. I just want to make sure that
We can get you that. We've provided that in the past.
okay. And then how much does it cost on average to serve a home care client?
Jose?
Yeah, give me 1 second. I'll have that.
Okay. And while you get that, will the state enacted budget include any benefits for home care workers contracted through DFTA programs with private providers? And do you know what their minimum wage is?
You're talking about the state SADs or the long-term care? I'm not quite sure I understand the question.
Will the state enacted budget include any benefits for home care workers contracted through DFTA programs with private providers?
The home care and the home care, long-term care programs are not included in DFTA, and the DFTA home care programs are not covered under that. Ours are non-Medicaid eligible programs. All right.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna check with Dan on that one. So I'll get back to you on that. But Jose, did you have
our home care
average cost to serve a home care client?
Yeah, I was going to answer the other question before I did this one, but give me 1 second. I'm doing it right now.
Go ahead, Jose.
Okay, so there are like about 5 home care providers that are contracted through DFTA.
Yes, 1 per borough.
Okay, so I'm asking about the benefits for those home care workers. Will the state enacted budget include benefits for them?
No.
No.
Okay. And do you know what their minimum wage is?
They vary by the agency.
Can you give me a range?
Yeah, no. So they're basically, the commissioner mentioned, they basically pay you the minimum wage up to $20. So just, I'm trying to get you trying to get you how much the cost is.
To $20 an hour. Okay.
Yeah, it varies from place to place. So.
Okay. And so you're still working on how much it costs on average to serve a home care client?
I actually have it. I'm looking at it while I'm trying to answer your question, and at the same time do this one. I'll get it pretty soon. Just give me. I'm trying to find the spreadsheet. I have it. I do have it. Sorry.
Okay. Should I continue on and you'll just let me know when you have it? Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So then regarding technology, and I know we've talked a bit about this, but I think earlier you gave quantities of devices and things like that, but not actual monetary value. So I'd just like to know, is there any new funding in the executive plan to fund more tablets? And if so, how much?
No, there isn't any.
No, okay. And do you have metrics or targets for closing the digital divide among seniors? Like how are you, judging success on, or measuring success, I should say, on, closing the technology gap among older adults?
I think that's a good question. There's several ways that we're doing that. One of the ways that we've done that is to create a lending library so that everybody's level setting at a minimum, they can have access to programming. So we have that, and all programs can access that. It is difficult to look at the number of, so we have all of these tech libraries, but it is difficult to look at the number. One of the things we're looking at is who's using virtual programming and the frequency of that. But it is quite difficult because it's so individually targeted. I can't think of the word. I'm at loss for words. But what we are doing is at least trying to get a sense of who's providing virtual programming, the number of virtual programs, that we cannot tie that back to older adults using the service, right? Which is very different than we can if you are in a physical space. We can count unduplicated count. We can't do that for virtual programming.
Okay.
And we can't do that because you and I could be watching a program, doing chair yoga, and but the only thing that the center knows is that you logged on, and I'm not there. So there's a variety of ways that we're looking at how to quantify that and using the tech libraries as a quality measure.
Okay. Thank you. All right. We're in the home.
Jose, do you have the?
Yeah, it's roughly about $1,000.
$1,000 on average to serve a home care client
Yeah,
per what?
per year.
Per annum?
Yeah, per annum because
$1,000 a year?
Yeah, because it's basically, it's less than 20 hours per week. So it's not how you call it. Yeah.
Which is
We should
why
be serving a whole lot more if it's only cost $1,000 a year.
Yeah, unless my number's a little off.
Okay, that's
I'll double check my numbers because
that's quite inexpensive.
Yeah, usually, like I said, case management is roughly $2,000 a year. So this is a little less.
it is an inexpensive and yet essential service that keeps the person in.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just writing down the case management number. 2001. Okay, yeah. I mean, I would argue at $1,000 a year, we should be serving everybody.
No, it's actually, I'm wrong. Sorry. Apologize. It's 12,000. Sorry, 12,600 per.
Oh my God,
per
that's a
individual.
big difference.
Yeah,
Okay,
sorry. Yeah, that's what it
that
is.
sounds more like it.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
that's what it is. It's 12,000. Yeah, I just realized.
That's
I
about
realized.
$1,000, $1,000 a month.
Yeah, I realized I basically was missing one provider. That's why I was like, well, there's four. It's supposed to be five. So, yeah, it's $12,682.
A year.
Yeah.
Per person. Okay.
That's still less than 184 in a nursing home.
Oh yeah, trust me, I'm all about not institutionalizing people to whatever extent, we don't have to. All right, I want to talk a little bit about social isolation and geriatric mental health. Social isolation is a well-established correlate of worsened health outcomes for older adults, as we know. Improved mental health can help older adults improve. Yet this administration has included no new funding. What message do you think the administration is sending by failing to enhance geriatric mental health?
Well, we have enhanced geriatric mental health. We're going from 40 sites from 48 sites to another 40 to 88 sites. We are enhancing geriatric mental health. We're also looking at, different models so that we can extend that to as many people as possible. So we are doing that. And we're also using this year as a time of this growth period to see what additional resources would be needed and what additional models have an informed approach to next steps, right? And using this year of expansion to do that, as we're doing with the older adult clubs and the norms.
Okay. How much would it cost to provide clinician access in all 108 Oaks that have appropriate private rooms for counseling? So to provide access at every NORC, in addition to provide access to every NORC.
Well, the challenge there, Chair, is does the facility have the room, right?
So for the ones that
none of these are freestanding. They're all in older adult clubs. So that is one of our challenges, is the physical layout and the physical plant of some of our centers.
Right, but for the ones that do have the private rooms for counseling, how much would it cost to provide clinician access?
Oh yeah, we can get you that number, like what would it cost to go? If I understand your question, I want to make sure I'm answering your question, not my assumption of what your question is any longer, all right?
Yep.
If your question is beyond the 88, how many more sites could we establish and what would that cost be? Who meet the physical and all the other standards imposed by the state? Is that your question?
I'll take that, yeah.
Okay, great. I'll get back to you on that.
Okay. And then the Federal American Rescue Plan Act ends in fiscal 2025 and poses a stark $64 million funding cliff. Much of this funding supports the prior administration's investments in the community care plan and particularly the creation of new Oaks and Norks. What is DFTA's plan to deal with this looming fiscal cliff without service reductions? And, you know, this just goes back to the historic underfunding, chronic underfunding of the agency. So we're anticipating this cliff. We know the money is going to dry up by 2025. What is DFTA planning to do about that?
To do exactly what we're doing with you now, is constantly advocate, show the pressing needs, and work with OMB. We're aware of the growth in the population, and we will work with you and the administration in partnership to ensure that this, and we also have, you know, the state, we've been advocating with the state to give us additional dollars, and also, you know, continue to advocate with the feds. But that's what, nothing short of that is what's going to be required.
Okay, so, but I just want to be clear and, you know, of course, always appreciate your continued advocacy, but is there an actual plan?
I don't believe that we will hit that cliff. Jose, is there something that we've looked at to make up for the continuation of, or the lack of continuation of?
Well, I would say, for example, as Commission pointed out much earlier, we've been working with OMB on this. So, I mean, this is, again, you're right, it's a revenue shortfall. So we're working with OMB on how to actually cover that deficit.
Okay. So I trust there will be, you know, some sort of plan of action moving forward.
Right.
Okay.
And you have to be an integral part of that.
Oh, I will be.
Yeah.
You're not getting rid of me anytime soon, so don't you worry.
No, and we don't want to.
Oh, and so just confirming also, this is slightly different language, but I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. So DFTA is committed to backfilling this funding with city funds.
I'd say we're working with OMB to determine how this is going to be covered.
And we're also working with Rod Kim at the state, and also working in the feds. Right, so it's most of our funding comes from 3 sources, and so we have to continue working with each one of our major funding partners.
Okay. I have a few more questions, but I think we'll follow up via email, perhaps.
Thank you.
Or with a letter. I know it's been a long day for most folks who are on here, and I know you're not feeling at your best. So I really appreciate everyone's participation and engagement and patience. And we look forward to following up and receiving some of the additional information that you weren't able to provide here today.
Great, thank you. And I just want to do one last thing before I leave. And I usually stay to hear the public testimony. I did not do that today, but we will have staff people there to listen to public testimonies.
No, yeah, we
No, this is it. We're done.
Yeah.
Oh, you are smart guys.
We're doing all the public testimony on one day, May 25th.
Okay, great. Good. Thank you for that. But I want to encourage all of you to participate on Tuesday, May 17th from 2 to 3 p.m. at the National Museum of American Indian on One Bowling Green. We're going to have an Asian American Pacific Islander heritage panel that's going to address not only some information on the AAPI community, but also to talk about some of the recent incidences and what we all need to do. And so 2 members of the council will be participating on that panel. And my colleague from AARP, Daphne Kwok, will be leading that panel. So I really encourage all of you to participate in this. It's going to be quite an educational session.
I'll be on Zoom doing another hearing, but hopefully some of my colleagues can join.
Thank you for sharing that with us. We'll definitely.
Don't make me laugh. Okay, thank you all.
Feel better, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Feel better. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
Okay, and Chair, you have any closing remarks?
Surely. I'll keep it very, very, very brief, and this is what I said before. we need to do far better by our older adults. We know the population is growing over the next decade or less. This incredible deep lack of funding for the Department for the Aging is unconscionable. So those are my closing remarks. We need to do better, and everybody should be invested in making sure that New York City is the best place to grow older, because if we're lucky, we will all grow older right here in New York City. So thanks, Chair Brannon.
Right on.
Okay.
Thank you,
Thank you
Chair
all.
Hudson. Thank you, Commissioner. And with that, we will adjourn this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you all. Bye-bye.